The Hideaway Equinox. A Hideaway Lake novel. Book 7. By Terry Laura. Chapter 1. I caught you. A long arm reached into the dumpster, then a thick hand latched onto Autumn's shoulder. It didn't hurt since she was wearing 2 shirts, a pullover and a vest. The slight pressure told her that she wasn't getting out of this without an altercation. When she saw the headlights of the cop car a moment ago, she jumped inside to hide, but he must have seen her anyway. This was what she always tried to avoid. She'd have to think fast if she wanted to get out of this situation. You may as well come out of there right now. Don't make me pull you out. The officer wasn't kidding, his harsh tone demanding attention. She got worried for a split second, until her survival instincts kicked into gear. Most of the city cops she had always dealt with before didn't really care about someone taking food. Autumn had to remember she was no longer in the city, which made dumpster diving more difficult in this small lakeside town of a few hundred people. She relaxed her body and slumped down as if she were surrendering. Autumn had been trying to avoid the liquids and leftover food slop she saw the woman from the cafe dump earlier, but now she had no choice. As she lowered her body down, she felt the oozing of some kind of liquid through her clothes. There was no way to avoid the garbage staining her one and only pair of blue jeans now. When she slid down even further, the officer had no choice but to loosen his grip. All right, I give up. She tried to keep her voice low and muffled, so he couldn't tell if she was male or female. The less a cop knew about her, the better she was able to get around incognito. A lesson she had learned living on the streets these past 3 months. I'm not sure why you're digging in someone's garbage, but stealing is against the law. She wasn't going to argue with him, even though she knew it was not a crime to dumpster dive. Not anymore, since someone took a company to court in the 80s or whenever and won the case. The only way to get into trouble was when private companies placed locks on their dumpsters or put up a no trespassing sign to keep people out. That was the only way it was a crime. Autumn wasn't a criminal, but she was smart enough to make sure she wasn't breaking any laws. This dumpster had neither one, so she knew it was safe to go through the cafe's garbage. Besides, she was so hungry. Now she'd have to get away from the cop and try to come back again sometime later when he wasn't hovering around the parking lot. Autumn wasn't sure how she missed hearing the car pull up. He was a sneaky cop for sure, but she was determined to get away. All she had to do was lift herself out, stand far enough away so she could pivot and run the moment his guard came down. It was now or never. Taking a deep breath, she climbed over the top of the garbage she had stacked in one corner and began to climb out. The cop offered a hand, but she shook her head to let him know she didn't need any help. When her boots hit the ground with a plop, she quickly scanned the area to see which way to run that would get her to the wooded area the quickest. Autumn had been in track all through high school. She could outrun almost any kid there, so an adult male would be easier, of course. She was bending her knees slowly in order to take off at the drop of a dime. As Autumn turned to face him, he took a hold of her wrist and twisted it behind her back. I don't think you're going anywhere until you answer a few questions. She tried to pull away, but he was too strong. How did he know she was getting ready to run like the wind? She didn't want to give him credit, figuring he was a stupid country cop, but he was smarter than she realized. She may be in trouble after all. Now that he detained her, running away would be eluding the police. That was a crime, and she didn't want to go to jail. What's your name? Autumn wasn't about to tell him. She dropped her chin as far against her chest as possible, in order to keep him from looking at her face. She wore a hood over her head that hid her long hair, but she wouldn't be able to avoid him seeing her long lashes and almond-shaped eyes, then he'd know her gender. If you don't answer, I'll have to take you to the police station for fingerprints. I'm sure you have a history somewhere, since you're trying to avoid looking at me. It's okay. The fingerprints will tell all I need to know. She shrugged, keeping her head down. Bring your other arm back, please. He may have said please, but it sounded more like an order than a request. Autumn automatically followed his command. The city cops weren't as strict. They chased the kids away, but never once did any of them have the time to make arrests. Not like this one. Even though she wasn't technically stealing, she had a feeling he was going to make a big show of things, since he was new to the police force. Autumn had gone into the cafe about a week ago, on the first day she arrived here with enough money for a soda and a pastry. She heard the locals talk about the new chief of police, and how he was a former war hero or something like that. They said he wasn't going to tolerate much. She had been so careful, after that, not to show herself in town, since she didn't want any attention brought to herself. All she wanted was a place to sleep, and food to eat for the next few weeks until the equinox. Then no one would have to worry about her again. Let's get you to the station. He took her arm and guided her towards a dark blue police car. The red lights were still flashing, so everyone who lived right across the street from the cafe would know someone was in trouble. She didn't notice anyone else watching them, since the cafe was closed and it was officially dark everywhere. But the glow of lights from cottages across the street meant residents were probably nosing out their windows. When the officer opened the back door, Autumn got worried. Even though she never got into trouble before, what if he decided to send her to jail? Ever since she turned 18 a few months ago, the possibility of jail terrified her. Especially since her foster parents kept telling her that's where she'd eventually wind up. Why had they put that thought into her mind? "Dip your head so you don't hit the roof," he ordered. For a split second she froze. What would happen when she got to the police station? There was no one to come to her aid. No one cared. Not one person. She didn't really need anyone since she turned 18 anyway, and yet didn't a person get at least one phone call when they were being arrested? There was no one to call. As she got into the car and the door slammed shut, a shadow of depression slowly engulfed every single inch of her body, mind and soul. It was so strong and terrifying that when the officer got in the front seat and turned, she forgot to lower her chin. One brow rose in the air as he looked at her between the metal cage-like bars that separated the front from the back. If he knew she was a girl, he didn't mention it out loud. She sighed, a deep and frustrating sound that made her feel weak inside, and she wasn't sure why. Would he start to ask her questions, wanting to know where she lived and who her parents were? He surprised her by not saying a word. The car began to move, and they left the parking lot in silence. When he spoke to someone on his radio, it made her jump. Then back to complete silence, with only an occasional noise from the speaker. It gave Autumn a few moments to think. If he wasn't going to arrest her since there was no law she broke, what was he going to do with her? The handcuffs he placed on her weren't really metal. They were those plastic tie straps they used to detain prisoners now, which tightened around her skin the more she tried to work them. Frustration built up quickly when Autumn realized she wasn't going to get loose no matter how hard she tried. Would going to jail make her life easier? To have a place to sleep without bugs or the cold seeping into her bones, and a few meals a day to stop making her belly rumble might. Then she remembered what her plans were, and she wanted to fight for another day. At least a few more anyway. In jail, she would no longer have the freedom to live or die as she wanted to. Especially since she remembered all the horrible things her foster mom had told her would happen. Autumn's heart began to pump out of control, and she truly wasn't sure what this hard-nosed cop was going to do with her. One thing she knew was getting caught had caused her adrenaline to pump harder than it had been for the last few years. Autumn had been numb for so long, she hadn't cared about anything or anyone. It had been a chore to get through school. Right now, she wanted a fighting chance in order to play out the plans for her future. Or no future. Autumn closed her eyes, realizing how messed up it sounded, even in her own head. The cops stopped the cruiser a few miles down the road, and parked alongside the building instead of in the empty lot. The place looked deserted, except for a spotlight that lit up the front door and the parking area. Opening the door, he warned her again about hitting the roof of the car with her head as she got out. He took her arm and led her inside, ordering her to sit in a chair by the door. She watched as the cop took off his hat, then his jacket, and slung it across a chair. He had muscular arms and a strong physique that came from taking good care of himself. "Let's get you fingerprinted," he told her, then turned and stared. "Unless you want to tell me your identity." She shook her head. She had no prior arrests, so there was no way he'd find out her name from any fingerprints. The less he knew about her, the better off she'd be. Her future plans were already in place, and she didn't want to complicate matters with jail time. If he found that she had no record, he'd have to let her go. Wouldn't he? Wasn't it all a big game with these cops? They tried to scare teens and then they let them go. She was hoping that was his game. Of course, he was so different from the city cops she ran into, and that had her worried. Maybe she should tell him her name. The only way there was anything on her was if her foster parents found out what she did right before she left, even though she was pretty certain they never even realized anything was off. They were usually so high, they never knew what was going on around them. How they cleaned up when the social worker showed up was beyond Autumn's train of thought. Her stomach ached and her head thumped just thinking about them. "Are you feeling okay, kid? You look a little pale?" She shrugged, then looked the cop in the eye. "Name's Autumn. May as well tell you since you won't find any prior arrests on me. I'm clean." "Okay, Autumn. Why are you on someone else's property, going through their garbage?" "I don't know." It was the only thing she could think of. "You do know." He placed his knuckles on the top of the desk and leaned over, staring her dead in the eyes. She was a little intimidated by the man, which was probably his intent. He wasn't going to let her leave without an explanation, she realized that now. So she had to lie. "I'm staying with my grandmother at the cottage by the lake. She forgets to shop, and there was no food when I got here. So when she fell asleep I came down to the cafe, but it was closed. I don't drive, so I thought maybe there was something in the dumpster." The cop wrinkled his nose. "You'd eat something from the dumpster? Do I need to do a wellness check at your grandmother's cottage? Who is she?" It was probably good he was new to town, since she was certain he didn't know every single person who lived here. Not yet, anyway. Then luck happened to be on Autumn's side, finally. The door opened before she had to give him an answer, giving her an opportunity to plan an escape. "May I use the restroom?" She began shaking her foot really fast like she had to go. The cop was staring at the woman who just came in. He looked surprised to see her and frowned. "Can I use the bathroom, please?" she repeated a little louder. The cop nodded without a glance in her direction. He told Autumn to get up and clip the plastic tie, setting her hands free. She stretched her fingers and smiled. "Thank you. Which way?" He pointed towards the back where there was a small hallway. "The back door is locked, so don't try to escape. The only thing back there is the bathroom and 2 cells." "No worries, cop." She worked her way to the bathroom, then closed the door and realized there was no lock on it. She'd have to move quickly. Autumn assessed the small room, then decided to climb out of the rectangular window that was slightly above the toilet. This was too easy. Who would place a window right there? All she had to do was stand on the toilet and push the hinges out, giving her a terribly small opening to fit through. A grown man would never get through such a tiny space, but she could. She smiled, loosening her backpack and throwing it out the narrow window. She heard it hit the ground, and looked back to make sure no one else noticed the thump. Luckily, the woman's voice was garnering all of the cops' attention, which made it possible for Autumn to climb through the window and drop to the ground. She grabbed her backpack, then ran as fast as her feet would allow towards the edge of the woods, not caring where she'd go as long as she was miles from the cop station. "Hello. I saw the police car outside, and was hoping there was someone here. This town looks closed up already." His heart began to pound. He shook himself, then blinked twice. "Tiff, is that you?" The woman who walked through the door hadn't changed since he remembered her from high school. She had soft brown eyes that always looked as if she were a doe caught in the headlights. It had always made him want to protect and watch over her. He wondered if she'd remember him. Of course she would. She'd remember him as the guy who claimed her heart and then ran away to the army, never to be seen again. Until now. When he did return after several tours, she had left town and married someone else. So much for promising to wait for him, even though they'd both decided somewhere along the way they had been too young to make those kinds of promises. After that, they each went their separate ways. It had been a messed up time. He had gone to serve his country, then was going to come back and marry Tiffany. Then the attacks on the tower happened, and everything changed. She was a woman he'd never forget, for as long as he lived. Maybe it was even one of the reasons he came back home after all these years, although he knew she had to have moved on like he had done. The soft tilt of her head was new as she studied him. "Devin?" He heard the teenage girl ask to use the bathroom. Without thinking twice, he nodded to her and clipped off the twist tie that held her hands. Hopefully, this scare would teach her a lesson. She'd most probably escape through the bathroom window. He'd do the same thing if he were a teenager. He sighed. A last name would have been nice. He'd have to keep an eye on her and make sure she was being taken care of properly. There was something off about her, and he'd find out sooner or later. Meanwhile, the woman standing in the doorway of the police station had his full attention. He wanted to find out why Tiffany was here. "Yeah, it's me," he told her. She smiled. "I'd know that face anywhere. How have you been?" Her body relaxed when he acknowledged who he was. She had always felt safe around him, and he had played on that more than once or twice. He was young back then, but the pull towards her and protecting her was stronger than ever. Her eyes held a sadness that was more pronounced than ever before. What had she been through these past years? Devin's intuition was usually correct. He wasn't sure if it was a gift or a curse. All he knew was she was hurting deep inside, making him want to instantly take away the pain. "What brings you back to Hideaway Lake?" She stepped inside and moved towards the chair. She slid the purse from her shoulders and set it on her lap after taking a seat. "I should ask you the same thing. I'll go first." He sat back down, leaning against the back of the chair. She'd always been so much fun to hang out with. And kiss. Dang, he missed those kisses. He had loved those times they sat on the bench by the lake, watching the moon and hundreds of stars, and then the kiss. It was always about the kiss. The sun and moon had stilled when she had touched his mouth with hers. Every single kiss came back so vividly it startled him. Why had he stayed away so long? Why hadn't he come back for her and swept her off her feet like he had always promised to do? She coughed. "Did you hear me?" she asked, clearly amused at his confusion. Devin tried hard to clear his head. "I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?" "Sure. I'm here to spend some time at the cottage." "Your parents' old place?" From what he heard, the cottage had been closed up for a few years since they had moved away. She nodded. "They're thinking of selling it. It turns out Florida is where they want to live out the rest of their lives." He frowned. "Your parents aren't that old, are they? At least I don't remember them being old." Her fingers tightened around the purse on her lap. "My mother has some health problems, but she's more worried about Dad. He's 74 and has a few heart problems. Since he's been in Florida, she told me his health has improved a lot." "Happy to hear the news. They're giving up the cottage?" "They lived there since we were silly teenagers with impossible dreams," she added. "I wouldn't say impossible." "I guess not," she told him. "You got to live your dreams, didn't you, Devin? I hear you've become a big war hero." Her voice wasn't accusing or upset, just matter of fact. He didn't notice any malice in her tone. But then they were an item so many years ago, he was sure it hadn't affected her like it had him. She had long ago forgotten about their time together. "I retired from the service a few years ago, then went right to work as a policeman in New York City. After a few years it took its toll, and I'm now right back where I started from. I'm more interested in a quieter life now. Except, not too many people here are fond of me. I think they'd rather have the old chief back." She nodded in understanding. No doubt. He was never seen except when someone invited him to dinner. The chief sure loved to eat. "Do you remember the year in high school when we hid the school mascot and he tried to chase us down to arrest us? He was so fat back then he waddled across the football field. Someone caught it on video, and it was all over the internet." Devin laughed out loud. He had almost forgotten. His eyes lit up. His wife was so angry she publicly announced he was going on a heart-healthy diet, and made him weigh in weekly for almost a year. He was so mad at her. She didn't know about the times he stopped at the cafe to sneak a slice of pie. "I worked there after school, remember? There were several times he came in trying to be sneaky, but everyone knew." "Those were simpler times, weren't they?" He followed her lead as she looked around. "The girl hasn't come out of the bathroom yet?" she inquired. He shook his head and stood. "I'm pretty sure she took off through the window." "You just let her go? Did she do something bad?" He shrugged. "Not as far as I can tell. There's something strange about her, but I've been known to watch and wait. Sooner or later, her intentions will come to the surface." Tiffany looked confused. "What did she do?" "She was in the dumpster, digging for food." Tiffany gasped. "Was she hungry? Did you get her some food?" He shook his head. "Nope. I arrested her." Tiffany stood. "Devin, the poor girl must be hungry if she's sifting through a dumpster for food." He stared at her now, her cheeks bright red. Why did it matter to Tiffany what happened? She was taking things a bit too personal, wasn't she? Tiffany didn't even know the girl or her intentions. Those soft doe eyes of hers were working on him, making him want to explain why he had brought the girl to the station. "I saw her earlier in the day, hanging out by the cafe. I thought she was a guy, and kept my eye on things. At first I wondered if there would be a break-in at the cafe, but then I saw her jump into the dumpster when I put my lights on." He wasn't sure why he had to explain anything to Tiffany. She always had a way about her that caused him to react this way. "I'm sorry that I overreacted. It's my nerves lately. I tend to get a bit defensive." They stood face to face in the middle of the small police station, and all he wanted to do was pull her into his arms and kiss her like he used to. At least those were his thoughts until he looked down at her left hand and saw the ring. A wedding ring. He stepped back and exhaled. At least now he knew for sure that she had moved on without a second look back. Devin had figured she'd be long married by now. Except it was so hard to imagine her with anyone else except him. Chapter 2. Tiffany hadn't missed the way he stared at her left hand. Devin had tried to hide the disappointment in his eyes when he saw the wedding band, and quickly looked away. There was no point in explaining anything to him right now, since her head was so mixed up with what she had to accomplish in the next few weeks. There was no way she was going to try to explain that her life was a hot mess, and she came here to find some solace in order to make a decision that would change her whole world. She wanted to be alone to make this major decision, and yet seeing an old friend like Devin had given her a small boost of light at the end of a very long tunnel. They truly had been friends as well as love interests, until he went to the service and left her with a broken heart. She had prayed for guidance for so long that coming here was either going to help her or hurt her even more. For the past 2 years her life had hung on a thread, off-balanced and totally messed up. If she didn't get any peace of mind after making this decision, then Tiffany didn't know what she'd do. The purpose of this visit was to put the ugly to rest, and to move ahead in the best possible light for everyone involved. She never expected to see Devin here, least of all as the town's chief of police. The thought made her smile. He had always been bossy, and looked out for everyone's best interests. Of course he'd wind up as a police officer. "Is there a reason you're standing there smirking?" When she looked up at him, he had one brow raised up. She pointed. "There you go again, doing that sexy harlequin brow movement. I remember how the girls used to eat that up." He shook his head, then let out a deep sigh. She stared at his chest. "Oh, don't let me think of him as more than anything but an old friend. Not now. Not right now. I didn't have time to worry who was staring at my brows," he told her, defending himself. She shook her head. "I'm glad we're still friends, Devin. I could use one right now." Devin gave her that look that always made her feel like he would carry the weight of the whole world on his shoulders if she needed him to. Those deep, steady blue eyes always gave her a sense of peace and understanding. "I'll do friends right now, Tiff. It's sure good to see you again." "I feel the same way." She smiled. "Would you like to know the reason I'm here at your station right now?" "I hadn't thought that far ahead," he teased. "My parents told me they changed the locks on the cottage and left the new set of keys in an envelope for me to pick up. I guess they figured the police station was the safest place to leave them. I've only been here a few weeks. Do you know how long ago that was? 2 months? Perhaps 3. She wasn't sure when they had the locks changed. Knowing her dad, he probably lost both sets of keys, and that's why they had to get new ones. He had become quite forgetful the past few years, plus with his heart troubles, Tiffany's mom wanted to explore new adventures before they couldn't. Let me check the boxes over on the other table. Some of the former police chief's belongings are still there. I keep finding more stuff, and he stops in once a week to pick it up. I think he left things here on purpose, and just wants to check on me to make sure I'm doing a good job. He left things behind on purpose? Devin, you had better walk a chalk line, she teased. Want some help? He shook his head. There's only 2 boxes here. I think maybe this envelope belongs to you. Devin pulled a large purple envelope with white hearts dotted all over it from one of the file folders. He handed it to Tiffany. Her name was marked in bold black ink. That looks like something my mother would do, she told him, tearing the seal. Her mother always loved making things pretty. She felt inside the envelope and pulled out 2 sets of keys. I wonder why they left me 2 sets. Puzzled, she pulled out a smaller business-size envelope that was sealed. It looked like a letter, until she ripped it open and unfolded the document. Her jaw dropped. She didn't notice the hand-written letter that fell to the floor. Devin picked it up and handed it to her, accidentally brushing his knuckle against her fingertips. The sparks were still there when both of them pulled back in surprise. She had to be careful. Friends was all she could afford to be right now. Besides, just because there was still a little spark between them meant nothing. Nothing at all. My parents signed over the cottage to me, she whispered. They've got so many years left, this is so confusing. Maybe if you read the letter instead of trying to guess, you'll know. Devin's chest puffed out a bit, or did she imagine that? He was certainly happy to give her advice she didn't need. Opening the letter, it was quick and to the point. To our daughter, the love of our lives. Surprise! The cottage is yours to enjoy now. We're staying in Florida and want you to enjoy Hideaway Lake. We loved it here for so many years, but it gets too cold in the winters for us old folks, so embrace this gift and let it take you back to your childhood when all things were good and fun and life made you smile. We want to see you smile again, love. Hideaway Lake is just what you need. We'll call soon. Oh, we're going on 2 back-to-back cruises, so we'll call when we get back. We're always here for you. Except the next 4 weeks we'll be cruising. Regardless, if you need us, you know the number. Love, Mom and Dad. Hearts drawn by her mother's hand dotted the page, along with a huge kiss from her lipstick. Tiffany laughed softly. She looked up to find Devin watching her. They gave me the cottage. He grinned. Nice. Are you moving back or just staying for a while? I honestly don't know. For now, I'm on a little respite visit. He stood there, not saying much more. It was getting too comfortable standing here talking to Devin. I better go. He walked her to the door. I'm glad you're back. She turned back and nodded. Me too. Her cottage sat at the end of a short lane from the main street. At the end of the road was a small wooden dock, where she would plunge into the lake or sit with her legs hanging over the edge, dreaming about her future. On the opposite side of the road were 2 more cottages, set back far enough for privacy, yet able to be seen from her driveway. Their place had always been a long walk from the beach area of Hideaway Lake, where everyone hung out during the summer. There were trails that led here, and she had always enjoyed when Devin walked her home. It seemed to take hours, and she loved just hanging out and being in nature with him. The memories came flooding back as she made her way to her old home. Tiffany pulled up and unloaded 2 suitcases and 3 bags of groceries. It was dark except for the spotlight that came on when she pulled into the driveway. It gave her enough light to put a key in the door and push it open. She remembered her dad had installed the solar light in the driveway when those type of lights first came out. The cottage was built mid-1900s. Tiffany had always loved the stone structure and the huge porch with a metal roof. The rain hitting that roof was so soothing. Plus, the memory of the many nights she sat on the swing with Devin stargazing after a football game or a dance after he walked her home. She sighed. No time to remember those days. She had to stay focused on today, not yesterday. Reaching inside the door, she flipped the switch to find it wasn't as magical as her father had made it out to be when she was a little girl. Tiffany had always been amazed at everything he did, down to the miraculous light that came on from pushing a switch on the wall. She smiled at the memory, then reached in her pocket to click the flashlight button on her phone. It lit up the general area instantly, so she could make her way to the breaker box in the hallway. When Tiffany clicked on the main breaker, the living room light cast shadows across the ceiling. It was spooky and yet comforting to her. She was home. Going back to the living room, she searched for the remote to turn on the gas fireplace. It was much nicer than the wood fireplace they had for years. Although the smell of firewood was another childhood memory not to be forgotten, a memory flashed through her mind how excited her mother had been when they decided to switch from wood to gas, and she wouldn't have to chop that darn wood anymore. As Tiffany walked through the cabin, she turned on a few more lights, then swiped a hand across a few pieces of old furniture. Layers of dust came off on her hand, since no one had occupied the place for a few months. Would she move here now that this place belonged to her? It was too soon to make such a big decision. It felt like her head was spinning having to make so many of them lately. It was getting late, and she had driven almost 2 hours from where she called home. She'd have to take a trip back and forth at least once a week to make sure everything was moving along according to plan, and to keep a promise she had made to herself a little over 2 years ago. Looking around, Tiffany was glad she took her parents' advice and came here to get some rest to think things through. It would be easier to think clearly if she were away from the chaos and mental exhaustion of her life for a little while. Tiffany stared at herself in the mirror above the bathroom sink, where she stopped abruptly when she saw her reflection. Had Devin seen her looking like this? She moved closer, rubbed her eyes, then stared again. "Ah, Tiff, you're looking awful right now." Even though she never needed much mascara except for a dab or two on her long lashes, the small lines around her eyes were prominent. Signs of wear and tear from stress were oozing from her, especially on her forehead where a permanent line went from one end to the other. She rubbed at it with her finger, but the line didn't go away. Her cheeks looked puffy and pale, her lips felt dry. She reached up, taking her fingers and running them over her cheeks. She wanted a glass of wine, but knew there wasn't any in the house. Her parents were straight-laced and drank coffee or tea. Tea. The perfect solution. She gave herself one last look in the mirror, even going as far as sticking her tongue out at herself, then off to the kitchen to dig through the cupboard. Right above the stove was a small cabinet filled with her mom's favorite things. She pulled out a box of celestial chamomile tea, then picked up the copper tea kettle sitting on the back burner. After rinsing it out, she filled it halfway, returning it to the stove and turned the knob to high. Even though a practically new microwave sat on the counter, her mom always liked to use her copper tea kettle to heat water. Tiffany had realized her mom was right. There was something about heating up the tea kettle and pouring it over the tea bag. Maybe anticipation? Who knows? All she knew was when the tea was done brewing, she was going to sit outside in the dark. She wanted to feel the familiarness of being home again. She wanted to forget about home, at least until she had to make another trip there on Thursday. For now, all she wanted to do was fill herself with goodness. This cottage was that. Good things had happened here as far back as she remembered. She reached into the cupboard and found an old mug to use. There was a few stains from hard use, but Tiffany didn't care. She proudly set the cup down and placed a tea bag in it, smiling at the sweet memory it represented. In bold letters that were slightly faded on the front, it read, "Never, never, never give up on yourself." She turned it over. On the back were the words, "I won't ever give up on you." Her mother had picked it up at a yard sale years ago and gave it to Tiffany. "That's you and me, sweet girl. I'll always believe in you." Her mother's wisdom was so magical back then. She missed that her parents weren't here, but knew they had to enjoy their later-in-life years together. Even if she could use a good cry on her mother's shoulder, she'd never put her misery and problems on them. They deserved to live in peace and harmony, something they always tried to teach her to do. She took the hot cup of tea along with her and went outside, sitting in the swing on the porch. She pushed back and swayed back and forth while holding the hot tea in her hands. The warmth felt nice on hands that were getting chilled from the night air. Soon there'd be a week of full moons, and then the leaves would all be off the trees, blanketing the ground in a plethora of rustic colors. Hearing the crunch of leaves under her boots as she walked through the trails took her back to another memory from years earlier. How she missed those days. Headlights shone down the lane as a car turned in, moving slowly. It surprised Tiffany when the car turned into the second cottage, then realized it was a local police cruiser. Both of the cottages across the lane were always known for summer rentals. She leaned forward on the bench. Was that Devin getting out of the car? Of course it was. She'd recognize that tall physique anywhere. During high school he was much skinnier, but he had quite the muscular shoulders and chest even back then. "Hello," Tiffany called out, wondering why he was there. He ducked slightly, then turned, placing a hand on his right hip where he probably kept a gun. Tiffany forgot she was sitting on the porch, and it was pitch black except for a few lights inside. Even though the moon was full tonight, the trees surrounding her place kept everything in shadows. Still, he seemed jumpy. What was that all about? "Devin? It's Tiffany. I'm sitting on the porch." "I know. I'm looking right at you." She stood. "You almost grabbed your gun. Were you planning on shooting me and putting me out of my misery?" It was a joke, but he marched across the street like a man on a mission. When he got to her porch, she waved him up, but doubted he could see her hand moving. "What are you doing out here?" "Tiff, don't ever say that again." "Say what?" She retraced her words, then realized what he was talking about. "Oh, it was a joke. You know, those funny little things we say to each other. Or that we used to." Tiffany and Devin had been famous for joking around a bit too much years ago, to the point of getting detention after school together. Was he now a prude who didn't know how to laugh at himself? He faced her, concern on his face. "Don't ever say it, okay?" His tone was sharp, his brow furrowed and serious. "Okay. After all, if the chief of police gives an order, I better listen or wind up in handcuffs." He grinned, forgetting about her last choice of words as if she had never spoke them. His brow rose in the air. "That might not be a bad thing." "What? In handcuffs?" "Oh dear. No." When he saw the look on her face now, he took a step back and held up his hand. "I'm kidding, Tiff. Okay? Just kidding." She let out a sigh. "We need to chill out. It's been a long drive and even longer day. Want a cup of hot tea?" "Ick. Hate that stuff. Can't believe you still drink it. I remember years ago how your mom would always try to get us to drink the stuff from her herb garden." She wasn't wrong. It really does calm the nerves and the stomach. He shrugged. "I never had a stomach ache." He was clearly stressed out though. After all, he was a tough guy. Stoic. Brutally honest. Muscular. Handsome beyond words. That was just the initial assessment. "Want to sit with me on the swing, talk about the good old days?" "Maybe another night. I just stopped by to check everything. Your parents must have a timer for the lights. I've noticed a light or two lit up on occasion, but then when I'd come across the road to check, they went off before I got here." "That's impossible." "Why do you say that?" "I know I've seen a light on before." Over the years there had been talk about ghosts inhabiting one or two of the cottages, but she never saw anything odd or strange while growing up. Had a spirit moved in when her parents moved out? "I just turned the main breaker on a few minutes ago." He stiffened. "You stay right there. I'm going to check the house." She wasn't going to stand anywhere by herself. He went inside, and she followed behind, holding her cup of tea in her hand. "I went through the whole house and didn't see anyone, Devin," she whispered. He turned his head. "I thought I told you to stay put." "It's 2022, Devin. We're no longer in the dark ages. Women are their own heroes. We don't need men to be the hero." "Shish. They'll hear us a mile away." "Who?" she whispered. "If it's a ghost, they already know we're here." When he switched off the light in the living room, Tiffany jumped. She was scaring herself talking about ghosts and spirits. Reaching out, she grabbed the belt around his waist and followed close behind. After doing a sweep over the cottage, through the upstairs too, he admitted nothing was amiss. "I don't believe anyone is here. I had already checked. Not that I was looking for anyone, but critters sometimes like to invade empty homes. How did you see lights on here anyway?" Devin turned to her. Sometimes it's dark when I go home after my shift. Go home? I thought your parents sold their place? At least that's what my mom told me a few years ago. But even so, they lived on the other side of the lake. He nodded, then began to walk through the living room towards the front door. Devin turned back and gave her one of those harlequin devilish brow-raising looks. They did sell the old cottage to the Myers years ago, when old man Myers was buying up places to add to his real estate collection. I recently bought the cottage right across the lane from here. What? You live in the cottage where you parked your cruiser? Across from me. He nodded, then reached for the doorknob. I sure did. It's why I know there were lights on a few times. You best get your electrical system checked, to make sure it's not going to cause you any issues. She nodded, then waved as he went out the door. You're probably right. I'll call someone tomorrow. Good night, Devin. Good night, Tiff. If you need me, I'm right over there. I'm fine. He closed the door. She spun around, and felt the sudden emptiness. Without her parents here, the quiet was overwhelming. But wasn't that what she needed and craved for? Total quiet, to be able to think. Either way, it was going to be a long night. Would she ever be fine again? Chapter 3. Autumn was anxious to get to the workshop behind the vacant cottage at the edge of the lake. She'd been staying there undetected for shelter. She left the city for good, after realizing her life would never change. She didn't want to become what many homeless young women had become to get by. For 3 months, she had avoided the hustlers looking for girls like her. When she found a trucker willing to drive her as far away as possible, she jumped at the chance to get away. The moment the trucker dropped her off at the turnpike exit far from the city, she had looked around, shocked at what seemed to be miles of nothingness. Autumn had lived in a fishbowl. There was a whole world out here that she knew nothing about. There were forests, and miles of highway that could take her wherever she wanted to go. All she wanted to do was hide from the real world until the equinox. Then she'd be over. Her life hadn't mattered one bit. The bitterness in her mouth from dealing with adults who claimed to care about her, then leave her to fend for herself, got stronger with each day that passed. She began to walk, turning down a side road instead of the busy main road with cars flying by, and wound up in Hideaway Lake. Not knowing where to go, she slept in the woods for a few days, glad she had a few layers of clothing on since it was starting to get cold during the night. When she came upon the abandoned cottage, she watched it for a few days from a dock overlooking the lake to make sure it was truly abandoned, then took a trail that led behind the cottage and made her way to the property. She slipped into the workshop through a window she had pried open in the back. Luckily for her, someone had painted the wood around the window and thought it was locked. Autumn jiggled the window frame for a while the first time and worked it open. Tonight, after escaping through the jailhouse window and trudging through miles of woods and trails as fast as she could go, all she wanted to do was hunker down in her little shelter. Even though Autumn knew it wasn't her home, the little workshop had become just that. A place of refuge from the world. She knew the cop wouldn't ever look for her there, since the cottage was down a lane away from the center of Hideaway Lake. Besides, he was too busy eyeing up the woman with auburn hair that came into the station. A few minutes later, Autumn came out of the woods, stopped cold, and froze as she stared at the cottage. The place was lit up like a holiday party was going on. A deep disappointment began, and she struggled to keep herself from crying. The house was no longer abandoned. Autumn would have to sleep in the woods tonight, but she needed the things that she had kept in the workshop first, if she could get inside without being caught. She made her way around the back of the small shed-like building, then peeked around the corner to see if anyone heard her rustling the leaves that were scattered everywhere. In a few weeks, all the leaves would be down on the ground, no longer hiding the workshop from the occupants of the cottage. It had been a great place to hide and not be seen. There were a few trees still in the backyard, with lots of leaves on, that hid the workshop from the cottage. She was able to see the cottage from the workshop window, but the few times she had snuck inside the empty cottage and looked out the kitchen window facing the yard, she wasn't able to see the workshop at all. The dark depression that could easily overcome her began to set in. What was the point in going on, trying to stay alive until the equinox? Was she crazy thinking she had to wait until then to end it all? What was the point? No one would care one way or another. Even so, there was a small pull inside of her that told her not yet. It wasn't time, and she wasn't sure why. At times her mind felt so confused. Autumn knew she had to turn her thinking around to something more positive. The few months she was forced into therapy at one of the foster homes had actually taught her a few things. Yet whenever she thought about foster care, awful thoughts began to stir in her soul, of how her foster dad wouldn't allow her to continue therapy even when it was helping her. She didn't want to go down that rabbit hole. Not now. She quickly crawled through the back window of the workshop instead of the front door, since all the lights were still on in the cottage, casting shadows through the backyard. By the time Autumn got inside, her heart was beating so fast she slapped a hand on her chest and willed herself to calm down. Instead of grabbing the few things she had and running for the woods, she knew that she had to get herself under control before she left the workshop. Autumn pulled a cheap government-paid phone from her pocket. With the home screen barely giving off enough light, she located a box of old-fashioned wood matches and an old Coleman lantern she had found on one of the shelves. Luckily for her, it was still filled with lamp oil. She had placed the lamp in the middle of the room, on a dark green plastic crate she found in the corner, and lit it. For good measure, Autumn had found the two windows in the workshop both had dark curtains to keep anyone from noticing when she lit up the lantern. Even so, she wasn't taking any chances of getting caught. She had checked outside many times to make sure that no one had seen her or followed her. It was hard always being on the defensive, especially when her life was at stake. Then again, it made no sense to worry about her life being at stake when she was thinking of leaving this world anyway. Was she crazy? Autumn kept asking herself that. Perhaps she was lonely and scared, and wished she had grown up in a world where someone had given her a hug or two now and again. Instead, the older she got, the less anyone wanted her. So she decided she wasn't worthy enough for this world. The workshop was unique. There were two work tables in the middle of the shop, and in one corner was an old vinyl recliner faded at the arms. It was as if someone cared out here to be alone. Autumn sat down in the recliner. She pulled one of the old knitted blankets that laid over the back and covered her legs. They were still chilled from being outside. For the past few weeks since she found this place, she had fallen asleep right in this chair. No one ever bothered her. Autumn knew that sooner or later, whoever lived in the cottage would come out here and find her. But hopefully not tonight. As she sunk deeper into the recliner, she realized that she didn't want to be alone out in the woods tonight, where it was pitch black, and she had no idea where to camp. The thought terrified her, since she hadn't found a place to sleep in the woods since she'd been staying here. Maybe as long as she kept quiet, she'd be safe at least for tonight. First thing tomorrow she'd take her things and find a place in the woods to stay. At least it would be daylight, and she'd be able to find a safe place. Then it wouldn't be long until the equinox. At least for now, she was out of the chilly air. Autumn began to hum a song that she didn't know where it came from. No one had ever sang it to her. She didn't learn it in school, or with any of the foster families she had been in. Every now and again, it came to her. As her eyes got heavy, she hummed to herself the song that had no name or lyrics. All she knew was that it calmed her soul and made her feel like somewhere out there, something or someone had loved her once. When daylight broke through the window in the back, Autumn realized she had forgotten to close that curtain. Last night she'd been so tired. She shot up from the recliner, noticed the oil lamp was still burning, and put it out first. She picked up the warm lamp and box of matches, and placed them back on one of the shelves that lined the whole other side of the wall. Several toolboxes sat on the shelves, along with a car battery, and boxes filled with household items that were none of her business. Autumn had only searched for things that would help her to survive, like the oil lamp, matches, and knit blanket. Everything else she left alone. She chanced looking out the front window when she heard a car door slam, then an engine started. The car at the cottage took off up the lane. It was the perfect time to get out of there, without anyone seeing her. Relieved it was going to be this easy, she stuffed the 2 blankets she had brought along into a tote bag she found in another person's garbage can. There were so many things people threw away that were still of use. It blew her mind how much was thrown out. Yay for her. At least she could pick out what she needed from people who didn't care about the stuff anymore. She slipped out the front door with her tote and backpack, then checked to make sure no one else was around. When she was satisfied the car was gone, Autumn hurried away from the cottage and walked to the end of the lane to find a big wooden dock. There was a trail that wound around the dock to the right of it. Autumn wasn't sure which way she wanted to go. If she backtracked to stay close to the cottage, the beginning of that trail was right by the cottage. Was there a possibility she could hide her things around here somewhere, then sneak into the workshop at night to sleep? It would only be for a few more weeks. Her mind was going in so many directions when she heard the car coming back down the lane. Autumn knew she didn't have time to run off, since that would not look right, so she carried her tote to the canoe storage rack attached to the front of the dock. Since there was an old wooden canoe on the rack, she placed the tote underneath the wide seat, then she turned to leave. But when the car door slammed and the woman began to wave her down and call out to her, Autumn literally began to shake. She glanced at the trail thinking she could make a run for it, but then realized she didn't want the woman to think she didn't belong here. Otherwise, she might get suspicious and watch her too closely and wind up losing the place where she felt safe, the workshop. Instead of running away like she wanted to do, Autumn lifted her hand in greeting, then sat down on one of the Adirondack chairs as if she meant to do that all along. There were 5 of them scattered across the dock. She chose the one closest to the water, and tried to pretend she was not paying attention to every move and sound the other woman made as her footsteps got closer. "Hello. Do you mind if I sit here?" Autumn stared straight ahead. "It's a public dock. Do whatever." "Thanks." The woman moved one of the chairs closer to hers and sat down. She was holding 2 cups of coffee in her hand. "I've got coffee. Would you like one?" Autumn wondered how she managed to get coffee so quickly, since the woman had gone off in her car a few minutes ago and came right back. "Sure, thanks." The woman handed her a cup, instantly warming Autumn's hands, which were chilled already. "It's black, but if you like cream and sugar, I confiscated a bunch of condiments at the cafe. I got one from my new neighbor, but when I came back his car was gone, so it's your lucky day." She pulled a pile of small creamers from her coat pocket. Then she reached into her other one and pulled out a handful of sugar packets. "There's French vanilla and caramel, along with regular creamer. Help yourself." Autumn set the coffee on the arm of the chair and lifted off the lid, then poured 4 packets of sugar in. She hadn't had a decent cup of coffee in a long time, and decided on 1 caramel creamer and 2 French vanilla creamers. The woman watched her with both brows raised and her mouth hanging open before she laughed. "That's quite a combo. Did you want any coffee with those condiments?" It was the first time someone made Autumn smile in long time. "I love coffee," she told the woman. "It's such a fun treat. For me it's my lifeline between sane and insane. I'm so glad the cafe down the street has a drive-through window now. I thought I'd have to go inside. Not feeling like peopling today." Autumn simply stared at her. This woman with thick, wavy, reddish-brown hair didn't want to people, and yet she was talking to Autumn as if they were old friends. Wasn't she considered people? "Why are you talking to me then?" By the look on the woman's face, she realized what she had said. Her hand reached out and she placed it on Autumn's sleeve. The touch scared Autumn to death. No one had ever taken the time to explain anything to her, let alone reach out to her. The gesture had Autumn pulling her arm back and turning slightly, her eyes now staring ahead at the lake. "I'm sorry. You must be horrified that I didn't consider you a person, which is terribly wrong. It's not my entire fault, though. There are those who have been at me for the last 2 years, and I'm just sick of people. Not you. I don't even know you." Autumn understood that part. "I get it. I hate people. Not you though, since I don't know you either." The lady laughed out loud, a sweet joyous sound that lit up her face. Her brown dough-shaped eyes were bright, and looked directly into Autumn's. She didn't try to avoid her, like so many others did. Autumn tensed the moment the woman realized who she was. "Aren't you the girl that Devin had at the station yesterday?" "The cop?" She wasn't going to deny it. "Yeah," she admitted. "I'm the one he caught dumpster diving, which is not illegal. He had no right to handcuff me." "Oh. How do you figure?" I know the law, and so does he. Unless the dumpster has a lock on it, or there is a sign that says no trespassing, it's not illegal to take something from there. That doesn't seem like Devin. He's always been a nice, fair man. Why were you at the police station then, if it's not illegal? She shrugged. I wouldn't tell him my name. Oh. Why not tell him? Autumn shrugged. Why should I tell him when I'm not doing anything illegal? That's true. He is new to the community. Well, he's not really new. He grew up here, and probably didn't recognize you since he's been gone for years. It's still no reason to treat me like a criminal. Do you want me to speak with him? I've known him all my life. I thought you don't like to people? Autumn was trying to be sarcastic, but the lady just laughed. I do and I don't, if that makes any sense. Some people are just ridiculous to speak to. There is no reasoning with them. Devin isn't like that though. I think he'd listen to what I have to say. I'm Tiffany, by the way. It's nice to meet you. The woman held out her hand. At first, Autumn was going to pretend she didn't see her outstretched hand. Then she slowly turned and took it. Tiffany smiled. I won't tell Devin your name if you don't want me to, but I would like to know who I'm having this conversation with. I already told him my first name. It's Autumn. But it doesn't really matter, does it? No matter what, Tiffany had a way about her that made Autumn want to tell her who she was. It was quite strange, and she wasn't sure that she liked someone understanding her feelings. No one ever had before. Of course it matters. You matter. That was a good one. Tiffany had no idea who she was. You don't know me at all. I may be a serial killer, for all you know. Tiffany shook her head. You're awfully young to be a serial killer. She tilted her head, then shook it. Nope. I don't see that in you. I do see a young woman trying to figure out who she is, and where she belongs. You look lost. Are you? I get it. I feel the same right now. How could Tiffany feel lost? She had a home, a car, even a job by the looks of the way she dressed. Autumn glanced at her hand, noticing a wedding ring on her finger. Is your husband here? Why did she care? Why did Autumn even ask that question? Tiffany let out a long sigh. No. That's a long, drawn-out story that I've got to figure out. It's why I'm here. Here. Do you mean in this place, or on this dock? Here in Hideaway Lake. My parents left me a cottage. Of course, Autumn knew exactly which one it was. I'm sorry. Are they? Tiffany shook her head. No. They're in Florida, trying to retire. I'm not sure what I'll do, but for now it's a nice retreat in order to get my head straight again. Autumn didn't know what to say to her. The woman seemed nice enough. It sounded like she had problems with her husband. The police officer thought she was hot too. It might be interesting to see what happens next, but Autumn didn't care. She wasn't going to be around long enough to want to know what happened. Tiffany swirled the coffee in her cup. Where do you live, Autumn? With my grandmother down the road at the next dead-end lane. I walk the trail every morning, and usually wind up here. Lies, all lies. She was so tired of making up stories. Does your grandmother have a name? I grew up here and may know her. I doubt it. She's only been here. A horn honked. They both turned to see a police cruiser at the top of the lane. That's Devin, she told Autumn. I don't think he wants to see me right now. I gotta go. Don't worry, Autumn. I won't mention it if you don't want me to. Come back again though. I enjoy talking to you. Thank you. Autumn left on the trail, walking as quickly as she could. She took one last look back to make sure her tote bag was well hidden in the canoe, and let out a huge sigh before she began to jog down the trail. The sooner she got away from this area, the better off she'd be. There was no way that cop was going to take her in again. Chapter 4. Tiffany turned when the police cruiser pulled up to the dock. She smiled and waved, then waited for Devin to get out of the car. One of the cups of coffee she had earlier had been for him, but then Autumn was here and he wasn't. The girl was kind of strange, and yet Tiffany felt a connection between them. What an odd feeling. Hi, Tiff. I wasn't sure you had any coffee, so I brought you a cup from the cafe. She laughed and held up her almost empty cup. Too late. I already got some. She watched him scan the area and noticed the empty cup that Autumn left behind on the edge of the chair. Tiffany laughed. Is that a cop thing? Scanning the scenery for clues or something? That was for you, but then your car was gone, so I gave it away to a hiker. What are you doing up so early? He grinned, then pointed to the chair Autumn had just occupied. Mind if I sit? Go right ahead, although taking a break already isn't going to look good as the new chief in town. He strolled over to the chair like he owned the dock and everything around it, then sat beside her. He offered one of the cups to her. Can you drink another one? I'm still working on this cup. I'll save it for later. I may need it before the day is over. She took it from him, setting it on the ground beside the chair, then watched in amusement as he pulled creamers and sugar packets out of his pocket. I remember you liked a ton of sugar and those fancy creamers. I got you some. French vanilla and Irish cream, she finished for him and laughed out loud. I drink it black now. No cream. No sugar. What fun is that? He asked, looking a bit disappointed at her confession. He held the condiments in his hand, as if he had no clue what to do with them. She noticed and held out her hand. Every once in a while I'll splurge, so I'll take those just in case. It's good to see you, Tiff. She loved the way he said her name in that low, gravelly voice. He could whisper her name, and she'd turn her head in a crowd and know it was him. Devin had always made her feel important, as if she mattered. It was so refreshing to feel something after these past 2 years of cold and bitter rejection and loneliness. But the fact was, she didn't want to mistake Devin's kindness for anything else, even if it did feel nice for someone to actually pay attention to her. That wouldn't be fair to him. Keeping them on friendly terms was all she could take in right now. Devin, she started, not knowing how to say what she wanted to say. He turned to her. When he saw her face, it was like he knew what she was about to say, so he changed the subject before she had a chance. Hey, it's morning and the sun is barely up yet. I'll bet you haven't seen all the changes Hideaway Lake has had over the years, have you? It's been a few years since I've been here to visit my parents. They usually traveled to see me for the holidays. When I did come here, I drove in, had a visit, and left the next day. She didn't tell him that her husband always made other plans with his mother for the holidays, so they had to get back to the city. It was always a struggle every year, until she decided to host both families together. That seemed to work, but she did miss coming home during Christmas. My parents moved away years ago. They're enjoying warmer weather in Texas. She was surprised to hear they moved so far away. So you bought a place here instead of moving there? They have a great place there, with all the other retired people. It's not for me. Those old people are wild. She laughed, remembering how he always knew how to make her smile. Wild? Are you serious? He nodded. I went to visit when I first left the service, and there is always some kind of action going on. I mean action with a capital A, dances, bands, social events, and bus trips all over the place. Not for me. I want solitude and quiet, after being in the military, where I saw enough action to last me a lifetime. I understand. This is the place to be for peace, isn't it? She gazed out over the lake, remembering how she wanted so badly to leave this boring place growing up. The dreamer in her had no idea what the real world would bring. She looked at Devin, who was gazing out over the lake too. Why did you take a job as a police officer if you wanted solitude? After my military tours, I did retire. Then I was offered a job in New York City, and I really didn't know what to do with myself or all the pent-up energy at that point. I was almost 2 years in when I realized that I didn't want to be a city cop. Too much chaos. All I wanted was some peace. When someone told me about the chief retiring here, I applied and got the job. Probably because of my military experience, or no one else applied. Do you think you found peace here? He shrugged. I don't know. It's only been a few weeks. Maybe. It's a lot more quiet than midnight in the city. Can you be happy here, Devin? You've been in battles and wars and tolerated so much. How do you live through all of that and then come back to a quiet life? He shook his head. I guess we'll find out, Tiff. What about you? I know there's something going on with you. No matter how much we've changed, you're still the same girl I remember, but it looks like it may be under layers and layers of grief or sadness. You even got a little prettier over the years," he teased. She was close enough to wave him away when he caught her hand. The warmth flowing from his hand caught her off guard. She pulled back and smiled sadly. Even if he was teasing, she didn't want to get too comfortable with him. Not with anyone. Especially another man. "Sorry, Tiff. I hope I didn't overstep any boundaries." He leaned forward. "Right now, this very moment, I feel like we never left Hideaway Lake. All those memories are coming back to me, replacing the bad things that have been in my memory for the last 20+ years. This is a good place. I'm able to focus on other things, besides what happened in the military. It's making me yearn for something more." If she could open up right now, he would be the person to talk to about all of her troubles for the past 2 years. There was no way he could fix things as they stood. She gave him a warm smile. "It's nice being home, Devin. I have to make a hard choice in the next few weeks. I wish I could talk about things, but I can't." That was all she had the energy to say right now. "If you need space, say the word. I understand." He leaned in closer and looked her dead in the eye. "But when it comes time to cry on someone's shoulder, you come see me, you hear? I'll always be here for you, Tiff. I may not have been here for you during our youth, but I'm here now." He ran a hand over her cheek and then walked away, leaving her alone on the dock. She heard the car start up, then tires crunch over the road as it went back up the lane. The cool breeze rustled some of the leaves still trying to fall from their place above her. She glanced at the sky, then followed a leaf as it made its way to the ground, rolling over and over, until it fell from the edge of the dock into the water. She stared at that leaf, waiting for it to float away. Instead it sat there still and silent. And alone. Like her, it was waiting for the right moment in time to decide what to do. Everything was in her hands now. The weight of the whole world was on her shoulders. Her phone buzzed. She glanced at the text to see it was her mother-in-law. Tiffany didn't want to answer or acknowledge the text, but if something was wrong, she had to know. She opened it and read the words on the screen. "When will you be back? I was told you would be away until Thursday. I think we need to sit down and talk again." No matter how much they talked, the end result was always the same. "What about next Thursday? I'll be there at noon." "Where are you? Shouldn't you be here? I can come see you right now." She didn't want to tell anyone where she was at right now. She needed the peace and quiet of Hideaway Lake. It's why she didn't tell anyone she was here except for her parents. Anger was seeping into her being, and she didn't want to feel it. She texted some words, then erased them, staring out at the water, asking for strength. She closed her eyes in a quick prayer, then replied, "I have been available every single day for the past 2 years. I'm taking some self-care time. I'll see you on Thursday." It was a full 2 minutes before Tiffany received a reply, which she braced herself for. Caroline did not like anyone disagreeing with her. "Fine. I can't believe you're doing this right now. Isn't it a bit selfish? I've done the same, you know, but you don't see me going off on some self-care trip. This makes me angry, and I want you to know I'm not happy one bit. Please, Caroline. Give it a break. In 10 days, you won't ever have to deal with me again, okay?" Tiffany knew better than to answer the woman, and wasn't sure why she went ahead and did so. She was frustrated that Caroline interfered in her serenity today. She just wanted 1 day, that's all. And yet, the woman continued to hound her over and over again. "No, it's not okay. Nothing is okay, don't you understand? You should be here. Do not try to guilt me, Caroline. I'll see you Thursday. My phone will be on silent until then." Tiffany held the phone in her hand, knowing there'd be another text until she put her phone on silent. What a way to start the day. Now her morning was ruined. OMG, are you serious? What if they try to call you? What if something happens? You are so cruel. I can't believe this. She shook her head, then turned her ringer to silent and shoved the phone deep into her pocket. Tiffany got up, turned towards the trail and began to jog. She needed to expel some pent-up energy. She ran steady at first, then eventually sped up faster and faster until sweat poured down her face and neck. She needed to get that woman's whining out of her head so she could think clearly. All negative thoughts were not allowed here, she told herself. Even if she wanted to never see her mother-in-law again, Tiffany knew it was impossible. And yet she selfishly yearned for the day she wouldn't hear that woman's voice echoing through her head. Autumn spent the day walking through the woods, taking different trails around the lake. She walked for a while longer until she started getting hungry and knew she was near the big mansion on the hill, and they'd be dumping their leftover food soon. In the last 2 weeks, she had perfected the timing just right. Funny how hunger motivates. There was a huge wooden fence about 6 feet tall around the dumpster. During the day, the door was left open, but by 7 in the evening security came around and locked it. Knowing that it would be considered trespassing once the lock was secured, Autumn knew she had to move soon if she didn't want to go all night without anything to eat, and she'd better stay away from the cafe dumpster until that cop lost interest. She scoped the area, not seeing any security nearby, and slipped through the open door. Luckily for her, it was full to the top, so she didn't have to jump down in there. There was a lot of food left in aluminum trays with foil over top. She didn't understand how they could throw so much food away when there were hungry people everywhere. After taking 2 of the trays, she turned to put them inside of her jacket until she got to the tree line where she knew she'd be safe. After the cop had caught her, she was a little extra nervous now. She stopped cold. It wasn't the cop standing at the door, but a lady with a chef's jacket and hat. She gave Autumn a concerned look. When Autumn heard one of the security guys behind her, she froze. Should she try to push her way through them and run as fast as she could, or stand there and wait for that cop to show up? He'd arrest her for sure now. The security person spoke to the woman in a chef's hat, who waved her hand. "No problem here, Sam. I'm training a new employee. Have a good night." The woman waited for security to leave, then turned to Autumn with a smile. "Hello. I'm Olivia. I run the restaurant here. I told security a little white lie, but they don't need to know everything that goes on here. What's your name?" Autumn was pretty shaken up. She didn't know what to do or say. The woman had every chance to turn her into security, and didn't. She went to open her mouth, but nothing came out. Olivia smiled, took a step closer and held out a large tote bag. "I saw you here before a few times. I imagine you must be pretty hungry, huh?" Autumn nodded, still not able to say anything. Not too many people had ever been nice to her. If she got caught rummaging for food in the city, they always chase her off, yelling at her to stay away or threatening to call the cops, even if it wasn't illegal. Most people didn't know that, but she did. "Here, go on and take this. I think you'll enjoy it much better than what you have." When Autumn didn't move, Olivia set the tote on the ground. Olivia watched her for a moment and smiled again. "If you were my daughter, I'd want to know why you are trying to salvage food. Since you're not, I'll be your friend, okay? Why don't you come by the restaurant tomorrow? I might be able to find you a job. Would you like a job?" Autumn shrugged. "I won't be here after the equinox, so there's no point in a job." "Oh, that's only a few weeks from now. A few weeks of work may do you some good." Olivia gave her another smile. Autumn really wanted to smile back, but she didn't dare. People only behaved nice when they wanted something from you. She knew. All of her life it was like that. This would be no different. "You'd hire me for 2 weeks? Why?" "So you don't have to eat from a dumpster. Everyone has hard times and honestly, I need some help." "Do I have to talk to people?" Olivia frowned, then gave her an even bigger smile. "No way. You can wash dishes and do prep work in the back kitchen. I promise you'll never see anyone except for a few of the employees." "I don't know. I'm not sure it will do any good." "You can eat your meals at work. Will that help you?" Autumn was so tired of her belly growling. But she didn't want to make any promises. After all, what did it matter if she had to salvage food for the next 2 weeks? "I'll think about it." Olivia didn't try pressure her, which Autumn was glad for. "Well, if you decide to work for me, come to the back door around 8 in the morning." I'll understand if you need a few days to think things through. I better go. Don't forget to take the tote bag along. Autumn didn't wait for Olivia to go inside. The moment she left the dumpster area, Autumn grabbed the tote and ran across the parking lot towards the tree line. She heard a car in the parking lot and hoped it wasn't security. As she entered the tree line, she turned briefly to see it was just an ordinary car leaving. Her heart was pounding the faster she weaved her way through the woods. It would be dusk soon, so she didn't want to wind up in the middle of the woods at dark and not be able to find her way back to that cottage on the lake. After some time, she finally made it to the wooden dock close to Tiffany's cottage. She stopped for a moment to catch her breath, then sat in one of the Adirondack chairs. The one nice thing about this dock was that not a lot of people came here. She had noticed maybe 1 or 2 people would stop while walking the trail, but no one would notice if she sat here for a long time. The delicious aroma wafting through the air hit her nose. Autumn began to dig through the tote bag. She reached in, pulling out dish after dish and set them on the arm of her chair. Oh, I love mac and cheese. One of the containers was heaped to the top with homemade baked mac and cheese. Autumn found utensils at the bottom of the tote and pulled them out. That lady had thought of everything. Along with mac and cheese, there were 2 slices of meatloaf and a tub of broccoli. She ignored the veggie and ate with gusto, finishing off both the meatloaf and mac and cheese. Her belly wouldn't growl tonight. At the bottom of the tote was a container filled with chocolate chip cookies. She'd save them for later, when she woke up in the middle of the night realizing how alone she was and unable to sleep. There was also a plastic container of orange juice, a container of milk, and a bottle of water. Olivia had thought of everything. After stuffing herself with food, Autumn noticed there were lights on at the cottage now that it was getting later. She wondered if Tiffany would notice if she slipped into the workshop tonight. It was the only place to go where she felt safe. Her eyelids were starting to droop. After eating such a heavy meal, Autumn could barely move. She rubbed her stomach and leaned back in the chair, thinking she'd head towards the workshop once it got completely dark. That way no one would notice. When leaves crunched on the road near the dock a few minutes later, Autumn popped open her eyes. It was totally dark now, except for the moon's rays shining across the water, making enough light to see a few feet in the distance. Hey, Autumn. Is that you? The figure came towards her. It's me, she told her. Is that you, Tiffany? It is. Hang on. I've got a candle. Tiffany moved towards her, then lit a candle and set it in front of the Adirondack chairs. She moved to the empty one beside Autumn. I brought a blanket in case we need one. Always be prepared, she warned. I try to be, Autumn told her. Do you always come here to the dock at night? Autumn was worried now. Tiffany might see a light on in the workshop and catch Autumn there. She had to avoid that at all costs. Tiffany may seem nice now, but if she got caught using her workshop to sleep in, she was almost certain that she'd call her cop friend. Tiffany sighed. This dock was one of my favorite places to sit at night and contemplate everything. Can you believe I ached to get out of this small town? I told myself and everyone else that when I graduated, I'd leave here and never look back. Why would you want to leave this place? There's no crime or people filled with hate and anger like in the city, she told Tiffany. What could possibly make you want to leave? Tiffany looked at her, confusion on her face. You must be 18? When Autumn nodded, she asked her. That's a strange question coming from someone so young. What are you going to do with the rest of your life, Autumn? When I was your age, I wanted to see the world. Don't you want to get out there and find out what life is all about? I already did. Tiffany opened the blanket and laid it over her knees. The blanket is big enough. Want to share? I'm not cold, Autumn told her, even though she was starting to get a bit chilly. The air was cooling down fast now that there was no longer any sun. She had hoped to be in the workshop by now, but that idea would have to wait until Tiffany left the dock. Here. I'll lay this end over your chair in case you get chilled. Autumn sighed. Tiffany didn't seem to take no for an answer. For now, she was stuck here, but the truth was she did enjoy the other woman's company even if she was a lot older than Autumn. The scent of the candles filled the air. It was so peaceful, relaxing, and the silence was perfect. Autumn tugged on the blanket and let it fall over her lap. She snuggled into its warmth. "This is nice," she whispered. "We should do this every night," Tiffany told her. "We should make this a ritual. Just for a few weeks, then I'll be gone." "Where are you going?" "Away." "What about your grandmother? Can you leave her alone?" "She won't care." Tiffany sat up. "Autumn, I don't know why, but I like you. I feel like we connect in some way. So if you ever need to talk to me about anything, I'm here for ya." Autumn didn't believe her. No one was this nice. No one. "I'll be fine. I always am." Chapter 5. Thursday came way too soon. After spending 3 evenings talking to Autumn at the dock and burning a candle each night, Tiffany felt much stronger for today's road trip and undesirable meeting, but her mother-in-law couldn't be avoided. She reflected on last night's parting conversation as she drove over the mountains towards the city. Tiffany had mentioned she'd have to take a 2-hour trip in the morning. "I don't really want to go," she had told Autumn. "So don't," her new friend had told her in a display of casual attitude that Tiffany was starting to understand more and more every day. As if she could ignore that woman. "I have to." "Why? What's more important than what you're doing now?" Tiffany had shrugged, not willing to pull Autumn into the nightmare that was her life. What a blessing she was, Tiffany thought, even if the young woman didn't know it. It meant so much these past few days to have Autumn sitting alongside of her, taking in the atmosphere and enjoying the time on the docks, as if it were medicine for the soul. It was medicine for the soul. Each night they had sat on the dock together, wondering about each other, but making a silent pact not to ask. Tiffany had gone back to the cottage each evening, able to tolerate spending a long, lonely, restless night alone with her troubled thoughts. Last night, Autumn had noticed the candle Tiffany brought had a special word on the front. "Exhale," Autumn had read out loud as she lit it. Tiffany watched as Autumn settled farther down in the chair, closed her eyes, and began to exhale slowly. Tiffany had done the same thing. She pulled the blanket up that they now both shared and closed her eyes, exhaling deeply like she had just watched Autumn do. Letting out a slow, steady exhale, her eyes flickered open. The moon's rays had been shining on the water, lighting up part of the lake. "There are some things I can't talk about," Tiffany had admitted. "Not until this situation is over and done with." "I understand," Autumn had replied softly. "It's nice here, isn't it? I wish I had known about Hideaway Lake before I made my final plans." Tiffany had turned to her then, confused. Something wasn't right. "Final plans? Like funeral plans? What are you saying, Autumn? Are you ill? You don't appear sick at all. What am I not reading between these lines?" "I don't want to ruin the peace I'm feeling tonight," Autumn had admitted. "This is too relaxing. It helps me forget." Tiffany wasn't letting up. "If you'd like to share why the equinox is such an important date for you, I'm willing to listen." Autumn had let out a deep sigh. Tiffany had watched her closely as she opened her mouth to speak, but then clamped down with a force that Tiffany hadn't seen before from the young woman. "Maybe I'll tell you someday. My birthday is the first day of the equinox." The atmosphere immediately had changed. Tiffany didn't want to pry or scare her off. Something had either happened or was going to happen that Autumn clearly did not want to discuss. She had to respect the young woman's wishes. At least for now, since she knew too well what it was like not to share personal business. The truth was, Tiffany had too much on her own mind without worrying about yet another person. The two had sat at the dock until well past 11, when headlights from Devon's police cruiser lit up the lane as he turned in. Tiffany had clenched her teeth together each night when that happened, since Autumn refused to stick around after that. Tiffany knew that Autumn didn't want to run into Devon again. And she had given Autumn her word that she would not force her into any confrontation with him. Cops are not nice. They don't care what happens to a person, as long as you stay out of the way. "So that is what I'm doing, staying out of his way," she insisted, even when Tiffany had argued with her explaining that Devon wasn't like that at all. It did no good. Autumn had her mind made up. She had watched as Autumn grabbed her backpack and ran down the lane, away from the dock area. "I'll see you tomorrow," Autumn had called out. "Good luck with whatever you're doing." Then she was gone. Devin, as usual, had strolled down from his cottage with a flashlight lighting the way, then sat down beside her and they had talked until almost midnight. Again, he had mentioned how Autumn had left before he got there. "There's lots of people walking the trail, Devin. How do you know it's her?" "I'm a cop, remember? Are you harboring a fugitive?" His teasing voice had her smiling in the darkness of the night. "A fugitive? Don't be silly. Besides, Autumn isn't wanted since you never officially arrested her." He had admitted then she wasn't, but Tiffany already knew that. "Give her a break. I believe she's going through some tough times with her grandmother or a family member. Right now, we've been getting to know each other. I'll help her if I can. I think she just needs someone to talk to." He nodded. "You're a good person, Tiff. You always were. Just don't let her pull you into something. Do you know where her grandmother lives?" "She never did tell me. She was about to, and then you walked into the police station and took me by complete surprise." Tiffany had shaken her head at him. "Really, Devin? If you can't do your job, how is that my fault? Besides, you don't have to worry about Autumn. She lives close by, the next lane over. That's where her grandmother lives. She doesn't have far to walk along the trail to get home." Devin had frowned. "Really? Is that what she told you? I was under the impression the theatrical people live in the 2 cottages down that lane." When Devin had looked so doubtful, Tiffany felt an instant pull to stick up for Autumn. "That's what she told me, and I won't question her about it, so don't ask me to. It's not any of our business." "That's where you are wrong, Tiff. Everything is my business in my town." Tiffany had reached out and grabbed his hand without thinking. She had let it go quickly when she had realized what she had done. "Is it your town now, Devin? How quickly you claim Hideaway Lake," she teased, trying to lighten the mood. He leaned forward, coming closer until she stood up. It had been so instinctive to grab his hand. She had hoped he didn't take that the wrong way. "I better go," she had told him. "I have a 2-hour trip in the morning." Devin had seemed to understand, and offered to walk her to her cottage. They chatted for a few more minutes, then he waited while she went inside. She peeked out the window and saw him watching the house, then gazing around as if he were searching for something before taking himself home. Tiffany checked the time. 20 more minutes until her appointment with Caroline. It would take her about 10 more minutes to get to Mason Ridge Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, so she slowed down, not wanting to spend any more time with Caroline than necessary. She dreaded today, knowing it wouldn't end well. Every time she met with Caroline, it always put her in a dark mood, and now her mother-in-law was going to demand answers that she didn't want to give. There would be discussion first, then a bit of arguing, and then she'd start crying and try to manipulate Tiffany. It was too late for that. The decision had been made, even if she was allowed to take 30 days to reconsider. Everyone else seemed satisfied about the decision except for Caroline. Tiffany never thought that her life would come to this. She turned into the parking lot, looking for a spot pretty far away from the front door. The walk would give her more time to get her thoughts together before the appointment. After parking, Tiffany sat in the car for an additional 5 minutes, sending up prayers for understanding and patience. She'd need it today. The walk did seem to take forever, but she didn't mind. By the time Tiffany got to the unit, there was 2 minutes to spare. "Hello, Tiffany. I believe Caroline is waiting in the conference room for you." The unit assistant at the front desk gave her the "I already know there will be turmoil ahead" kind of look. Tiffany took in a deep breath before replying, "I will apologize ahead of time." "No need. We all understand. I left mail on the bedside table for you to read when you get a chance." "Thanks, Kim. I appreciate it," she told her before turning down the hall where Caroline waited in the conference room. Tiffany put on a pair of comfortable jeans today, along with a long-sleeved plaid tunic and comfy stitched ankle boots, since she was driving for over 4 hours both ways. The moment she walked into the conference room and saw the way Caroline assessed her wardrobe, she let out a huge sigh. Again. Today was going to be filled with sighs. "Hi, Caroline." Tiffany. Hello. I see you didn't have time to change into something appropriate for a meeting, but I got you a cup of coffee. Here you go. Thank you, Tiffany told her, ignoring the comment that was meant to insult. She placed her purse on the conference table and took a seat across from her mother-in-law. Caroline, as usual, looked impeccable in her three-piece suit and heels that she had trouble walking in. The older woman wore her dyed golden blonde hair in a short bob. She was a beautiful woman with sad eyes and a sweet demeanor about her that Tiffany knew would turn nasty if she didn't get her own way. It also didn't help that she was the director of nursing here. Autumn walked towards the huge mansion on the hill. There was a lot of activity all around today. She stood at the tree line for a moment, trying to decide what to do. Every single day she walked here to scrounge for food, but the Olivia lady was offering her a job and a means for a few meals for the day. It should be a no-brainer decision, really. The first thing she wanted to know was why would a perfect stranger want to help her? What purpose would it serve? Sure, she'd work for her food and maybe make a paycheck, but what would Autumn spend it on? For now, she had a roof over her head in the workshop, and even though she had to dig around, there was edible food in the dumpster each day. Technically, she was doing all right. Plus, she had plans on her birthday, the first day of the equinox. A promise she made to herself when she left the last foster home. After the conversation she had with her foster parents, she was more determined to see this through. No one cared, and they made her painfully aware that no one truly did care. So yeah, she was doing all right. Who was she kidding? It was a ton of work worrying about not getting caught trying to live like this. Not knowing from one day to the next where her food was coming from, and then having to forage through dumpsters to eat. Let alone walking for miles and miles, going to different places so she didn't get caught. And yet she did get caught. Twice. Once by the cop that wanted to throw her in jail, and then by Olivia. At least living a miserable life matched the words her foster parents told her she'd always have. Autumn had talked herself into believing she wasn't worthy enough to have a normal life. She was not a stupid person. She knew that eating a few meals a day and being inside would help make her day go quicker. Spending a lot of time outside wandering through the trails was starting to get tiring and a bit boring if she were honest with herself. It was also getting colder, as each day folded into the next one. If she spent her days at work and eating, then all she'd have is a few hours outside in the cold until she met Tiffany at the dock each night. The only person in the world that didn't pry or ask too many questions was Tiffany. She let Autumn be herself. Maybe Tiffany understood her need for silence because she had her own issues that she wasn't willing to talk about. All Autumn knew was she'd miss her most of all, and she hadn't ever missed a soul. She watched as Olivia opened the back door and stepped outside, looking around. The sun must have been in her eyes as she placed a hand over her brows. Olivia waved when she saw Autumn standing at the tree line. Motioning for her to come, Autumn hesitated for a second, frozen to the spot. While she had been convincing herself for the past few minutes to do this, a fear of starting something she couldn't finish grasped a hold of her. It felt like a huge hand was clinging onto her shirt, pulling her backwards. She closed her eyes and fought the pull to run, and imagined in her mind, if Olivia really wanted her then she'd be there when Autumn opened her eyes. She was afraid to open them, for fear of another rejection. Slowly, she heard Olivia calling. She opened them, then her legs automatically moved forward when she saw Olivia still waving to her. Relief overwhelmed Autumn, as she tried hard not to let the tears fall. This was a new, strange feeling that scared and exhilarated her both at one time. Autumn had no idea how to feel about all of this kindness being thrown her way. It was too weird. "There you are," Olivia called out as she got closer. "I'm so happy to see you. Let's go inside. It's getting colder every single day, isn't it? It was quite windy out today." Autumn was choked up and nodded instead of making any small talk. She walked behind Olivia until the woman took her arm as they walked into the huge kitchen area. "Hey everyone. This is Autumn. She's going to be working for me in the back here. She won't be going out front under any circumstances, okay?" The 4 employees at their stations in the huge kitchen nodded. One man with a chef's hat on lifted his knife, the point sticking straight up, and gave her a salute with the knife. He didn't even bother to look at Autumn. She was glad. Just then a handsome tall man in a suit walked through a side door, with a huge smile on his face the moment he saw Olivia. He leaned over and kissed Olivia on the cheek. "Miss you, darling." "James, it's only been 15 minutes. Go to work." Olivia swung around, ignoring the handsome man in a suit while explaining he was her husband. Then she showed Autumn around. After spending about a half hour talking and moving through the kitchen area, she stopped and stared at Autumn. "This is too much information for one day, isn't it?" Autumn had a headache. An honest-to-goodness headache. "It makes my head hurt," she admitted to Olivia. "That's because we didn't feed you yet. Shame on me. Come with me into my office and sit for a few minutes. I'm going to make you something right now. I'll be right back." Autumn sat on the chair in front of a desk that was cluttered with papers of varying sizes and piles of receipts. It honestly drove her crazy. By the time Olivia came back in with a plate full of food, she had organized the receipts and papers into neat piles. Olivia stopped in her tracks. She stared at the desk. "Did you do that?" Autumn was worried now that perhaps she wasn't supposed to do that. "Yeah, I didn't know what to do with my hands and the mess drove me crazy." Olivia laughed out loud, then set a platter filled with eggs, easy over, 2 slices of thick toast and bacon in front of her, along with a glass of fresh orange juice and a napkin. "Thank you so much. It's been so crazy busy trying to organize all the holiday festivities coming up, that I've been throwing these receipts and orders on a big pile." At least she wasn't mad, Autumn thought as she stared at the food. Her stomach growled. She didn't want to scarf it down like a starving homeless person, but she was kind of a homeless person, living in a workshop without permission, so did it really matter? "Dig in, girl," Olivia told her. "I have to go check on some things and then I'll be back. You eat, and if you want to organize more, go for it. I may just hire you to do my paperwork instead of washing dishes." Autumn wasn't sure if Olivia was joking or serious, since no one ever did what they said. She waited until Olivia was out of earshot, and began to scarf down the eggs and shoved bacon into her mouth. She closed her eyes and chewed, then swallowed slowly, savoring the flavor from each bite of food. Within a few minutes, her plate was empty. Olivia caught her sighing and rubbing her belly when she came back in. "Now you'll be able to work," she told Autumn. "I will work hard for that meal. It was so good." Olivia laughed. "I think what I'll have you do today is help me finish this paperwork since you already started. We can do dishes at a later time. We have a small luncheon at noon, so we'll get that ready in a few hours. It's real easy." Autumn didn't care one way or another. As long as she didn't have to be around people who disappointed or yelled at her or gave her sorry looks, she would work so hard. She didn't want to admit that she liked Olivia. "If you want to finish putting the receipts in a pile by date, then I'll add them into my system. You can read me the name and amount. Do you know much about computers, Autumn?" Autumn shrugged. "A little. I have a program here that I'll teach you." "You don't have to. I'm only here a few weeks." They worked for 3 hours. When Olivia announced it was time to get the luncheon started, they both stood and stretched. "I can't believe we were sitting that long," Autumn told her. "I don't think it's healthy for us to do that, so we'll try to keep better track of these receipts." "There's an app for that, you know," Autumn told her. "I know. I haven't had a chance to take a look at it." Olivia rolled her eyes. "I know that I need to get updated on technology, but I'm old school, Autumn. I'm a hands-on person, and I like to know what and where things are. Am I crazy for not modernizing my paperwork?" "Yeah." Olivia burst out in laughter. "Well, I know you're honest. Now follow me, and we'll talk about this app system on another day. For now, we need to get a luncheon for 8 hungry ladies who have their monthly meeting here. They'll be in one of the private rooms off the dining area." She followed a perky Olivia into the kitchen, where 2 different staff members said hello. She waved to them but looked away, and hoped no one wanted to chat. She didn't like to make idle conversation. "Autumn, the ladies are having soup and sandwiches, along with a tossed salad. Most of it will come back, and we usually have to throw it away. So we've been making them half sandwiches, and they seem to like that. I've cut the price down, so now they order the same thing every time they have a meeting. Smart thinking, Autumn told her. Saves us a ton of food and time. We've already made the finger sandwiches, and Chef Sammy is finishing the soup, so she'll have that ready in 5 minutes. You and I can toss the salad. Olivia went to one of the coolers and began digging around until she found the containers for the salad fixings. Autumn worked with Olivia until they had 8 salads made, along with freshly baked croutons and 4 different dressings. Every single item was made from scratch. Now I'm going to serve them. You can walk along with me if you'd like, but I'll warn you the ladies will talk your ear off. I'd rather stay here, Autumn admitted. Olivia seemed to understand. If you want to start cleaning up the mess we made, I'll take care of our ladies. 2 hours later, Autumn was famished again. They ate leftover sandwiches from the ladies' luncheon and then began to clean up after lunch, loading the dishwasher and rearranging some shelves. Her body did hurt a little from using muscles that she hadn't used for a long time. It was a good feeling if Autumn was honest with herself. It was good this kind of work was just a way to eat and survive for the next 2 weeks. She'd hate to have to do this every day for the rest of her life. At least that's what she told herself when Olivia waved to her from the back door when she left with a tote that was filled with food for her supper. You're coming back tomorrow, right, Autumn? I guess so, she said, barely audible, and yet Olivia nodded and waved. Okay, see you then. She closed the door once Autumn hit the tree line and made her way down one of the trails towards the cottage. It was still a little early to go to the dock to meet with Tiffany, so she made her way to a bench sitting by itself close to the edge of the lake. Autumn ate her dinner while the sound of the water rippled back and forth. A few birds chirped, which was odd since they should be heading to warmer weather. Cricket noises bounced off the banks of the lake, while she finished off the mashed potatoes and roast with gravy. She barely touched the carrots, which was not one of her favorite veggies. Autumn decided to save the carrots for later, since she never threw any food away. She had her foster parents to thank for that, as there were hard times with them when they had no money for food, even though the state gave them plenty. They'd spend it on drugs and forget they had 2 to 3 foster kids in the house at one time. Autumn never tried to get close to any of the other kids, since they'd be gone as soon as she got to know them. She spent 2 horrible years with her last foster parents, and they did more damage to her already messed up head than any of the others combined. She got up and began to walk, not wanting to think about them anymore. They were now a part of her past, and she was glad that she'd never have to deal with them again. Soon no one would have to deal with her. Thinking about how they treated her, and the things they told her always took her to such a dark place. If she were honest with herself, she was tired of going there, but the silence always sent her reminders of the things she'd gone through. Autumn walked faster and faster down the trail, trying to blow off some of the anger she felt from being in the foster care system. She couldn't wait to get to the docks and spend some time with Tiffany. At least Tiffany didn't seem to mind her presence. In a way, the two of them were so much alike. It was what drew her to Tiffany, at least for the time being. Who knew what tomorrow would bring? She had learned a long time ago to never expect much from anyone. Chapter 6. Caroline tapped the tips of her nails on one hand on the table. Tiffany kept a stiff smile on her face, even though she wanted to slap the woman's hand away. The constant tap 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 was intended to drive her bonkers, and she wasn't about to let Caroline know it was getting to her. She boldly lifted her chin, realizing that she'd have to be the one to start the conversation today. What is this meeting about, Caroline? The tapping stopped. Thank you, God. Help me get through this without too many angry words between us. Well, Tiffany dear, it's about Jason. Why else would I want a meeting with you? Was she implying that if it weren't for Jason, she'd never have anything to say to Tiffany? Tiffany waited. She wasn't going to say another word until Caroline did. She was tired of these so-called meetings that got them nowhere except saying things to each other that were not very nice. It happened every single time. When Tiffany refused to speak, Caroline shuffled some folders she had with her, then began the guilt trip placement. This happened each time. Tiffany braced herself for the insults coming. Now Tiffany, I know you have all the power here. You are Jason's wife of 15 years. Has it been that long? It sure doesn't seem like it, but anyway, I don't understand why you won't sign over guardianship to me. I can take care of Jason for as long as he needs the care. Tiffany wasn't going to say anything at first, but she had to make the woman see the reality of her suggestion. Caroline, you run a nursing facility full-time. You are 75 years old. What will happen to Jason if something happens to you? It is not humane to let him live like this. Don't you see this is the best choice to allow him to die with dignity? It was so hard to say those words out loud, but Tiffany felt that it was time his mother faced the truth. He's not ready to die, Tiffany. I saw him blink several times. I know he heard me. As director of nursing, you know that isn't true. The specialists you hired said he is in a persistent vegetation state, and there is no hope for recovery. I don't believe them, and neither should you. What is wrong with you, Tiffany? You're his wife. You should be fighting to keep him alive. Instead, you petitioned the court so that I can't keep my son alive. She thought that she was prepared for the guilt trip, but the woman's words always dug deep. I did not do this to Jason. He tried to take his own life and failed, Caroline. I can't imagine what you're going through as his mother, and I'm so sorry. He did not want to live. We've been keeping him alive, because we didn't know any better at first. But as time went on, someone had to make the right choice. He was confused. It wasn't that he didn't want to live. I don't want to lose the only person that I have left. Don't you understand, Tiffany? She did understand. Her heart ached for the woman about to lose her son for the final time, but she also knew that Jason would not want to live like this. He had made his choice the day he harmed himself. Instead of fighting to survive in a world that was hard to control, he gave up on himself. I do understand. It's why I fought for judicial intervention here. It's selfish of you or I to continue to let him stay in this state just because we don't want to lose him. We weren't enough for him, Caroline. He needed help that we couldn't give him. She wondered if Caroline even heard her words. If I had known, she cried out, her voice starting to rise, I'd have fought for him. Why didn't you tell someone that he was having issues? Now she was starting the blame game. Tiffany braced herself. It seemed like she was constantly bracing herself whenever these meetings took place. They'd been over this again and again, and it did no good. I didn't know how bad he was mentally, Tiffany admitted. I don't think it would have mattered. Neither one of us were qualified to help him. As a director of nursing, Caroline had more skills than Tiffany did to know that her son may have had some mental issues going on. Tiffany wasn't going to say it, though. That would be too cruel. If you go talk to the judge, tell him that I'll take over and make the decisions, then Jason can live longer. Let him die naturally, Tiffany. Caroline, we've been over this again and again, and I won't change my mind. The judge agreed with me that he is not living a life of quality. He's been to the emergency department 4 times in the last few months. It's getting worse, and his body is rejecting everything we've been doing for him. Doesn't that tell you that enough is enough? No. Don't you dare tell me that I have to let him go. You are not his mother. Tiffany fought to stay civil. She rose from the chair, placing her white knuckles on the table that separated the two of them. I don't think we have any more to say to each other. I'm sorry, Caroline. This is hard for me as well. It's time that we both let him go. I'd rather do this with you on my side, instead of fighting like we've been for the last 2 years, but you won't accept it. I want what's best for him, I do. Then let him go peacefully, Caroline. As his wife, I have to let him go. It's time you do too. She shook her head. I can't. I will have no one. There is no one left. Tiffany waited. It wasn't over. The screaming would start soon. Caroline stood. She pointed a finger at Tiffany. Did you ever think that maybe he did it because he wasn't happy in his marriage, and he wanted to escape from you? If I would have known, he'd still be alive. And now you have the reins to do him in. Do him in? Are you serious, Caroline? Listen to yourself. Don't put this on me. Jason tried to take his own life. That's on him. Tiffany was still angry about his choices, without realizing the consequences. But it did no good to stay in a constant state of anger. It didn't matter how she felt. The anger, the sadness, the hopelessness, and the agony over knowing she wasn't enough. She'd been through all of those feelings. Now all she wanted was for him to be at peace. For them all to get through this without too much agony. She knew that his mother could not make that choice for him. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm going to go visit with Jason. You still have 2 weeks to change your mind, Tiffany. I'm begging you to reconsider. For my sake. Tiffany closed her eyes. The judge gave me 30 days to reconsider before the order takes effect, Caroline. He did that because of you. Everyone involved has taken your state of mind into consideration. Even so, I believe in my heart that I'm making the right decision. It's why I went away to think about everything and make sure that I've chosen correctly. This isn't easy for me either. She didn't hear a word Tiffany said. Caroline's mouth gaped open. Easy for you? How dare you? You've been with him a lousy 15 years. That's nothing compared to a lifetime with his mother. Tiffany couldn't take any more. She was suffocating in that room. I'm sorry, Caroline. I imagine you hate me right now. I hope that you will forgive me, but I truly believe that I'm doing the right thing for Jason. Caroline sat down on the hard chair, as if her legs wouldn't hold her up any longer. She looked into Tiffany's eyes. I will never forgive you for killing my son. Tiffany gasped. She turned on her heel and walked out, closing the door behind her. Caroline began to scream at the top of her lungs, even though the door was closed. The staff was used to the screaming, so they went about their work as usual. The unit assistant gave her an empathetic smile as Tiffany walked past. I'm sorry, she mouthed before picking up the phone when it rang. Tiffany walked down the hall, not seeing anything but the vision of Caroline's hateful eyes burning into her mind. She arrived at Jason's room and walked in. The oxygen concentrator hummed, as the near silence in the air was a sanctuary of escape from Caroline's hurtful words. She stood at the side of the hospital bed, watching Jason lay there unresponsive. She placed a hand on his cheek and spoke to him softly. Still nothing. Even when his eyes flickered and he made a noise with his mouth, Tiffany knew it was a natural body response and not Jason. He'd never again kiss her hello or goodbye, or say any of the things that she had loved to hear when they first got married. He had always been a good husband, working hard, and taking her out on date night, no matter how much work she had stacked up during the week. That's the Jason she wanted to remember. The last few years had changed him. Learning they weren't able to have children had affected him deeply. Jason had blamed himself, but wouldn't go to the doctor to find out. He had become obsessed with other ways to have a child like adoption, and even studied surrogate mothers. She sat on the edge of his bed, holding his hand. I remember the time you told me to make out with your best friend, and let him get me pregnant. You wanted to get him drunk and have me seduce him. At first I thought you were joking, until I realized that you weren't. I think after that I knew that something wasn't right with you. I'm sorry that I didn't do more to help you, Jason. She stared at his face, but there was no response. He'd never know how she felt now. Or care. His ability to function had been taken away by his own hand. Looking back, I wish you had come to me or your mother, Jason, or one of your friends. You had so many friends. What we've had to deal with these past 2 years has been a hell I don't wish on anyone. You'll soon be free. I want you to know that I haven't made this decision lightly. Still nothing. She knew in her heart that her words fell on deaf ears, but she had to get it out of her system. Autumn usually was the first one to get to the docks, but it had been over an hour, and the sun was slowly moving out of sight. She looked across the lake where the sun went down, to find a yellowish-orange streak along the horizon. Usually the two of them enjoyed watching the sunset together, but Tiffany wasn't back yet. It was beautiful to watch, but it wasn't the same without the both of them there. She peered up the lane to find Tiffany's driveway still empty. A lump formed in Autumn's throat. Was Tiffany sick of her by now? She thought they were starting to at least like one another, but maybe it was just a cruel joke to think that someone like Tiffany wanted to be friends with her. After all, she was much older than Autumn. Probably old enough to be her mother. Or maybe a sister. Sisters were nice, except Autumn had no idea how a relationship with a mother or sister worked, since she never had either one. Then a car turned from the main road and came down the lane. The bright lights made it hard to see whose car it was. Autumn stiffened, sat up, and was ready to run if it was the cop. She had found out from Tiffany that he lived down this lane too. It was why he always showed up every night. Now she had to be doubly careful at running into him again. Her whole body relaxed when the car turned into Tiffany's place. Tiffany got out of the car and held her hands over her mouth. "Hey girl, I'll be down in a few minutes." A smile crossed Autumn's face, knowing that Tiffany hadn't forgotten. Plus, she knew that Tiffany would love the pecan shortbread cookies Olivia had included in her supper tote. The chocolate chips she had yesterday were eaten at last night's dock sitting. She was excited to have more and share them tonight. Tiffany showed up wielding 2 coffee cups and her usual candle. She handed a cup to Autumn. "It's Belgium chocolate and whipped topping instead of tea. So good. You have to try it." "I have cookies." "Yum. Let's get this candle lit up first before it gets pitch black." Once the candle was lit, the sky darkened even more, leaving the lake and surrounding trees in darkness. The moon wasn't out yet, so it was harder to see tonight. Tiffany got settled, threw the blanket over both their chairs, and took a few cookies that Autumn offered. "Tell your grandma these cookies are delicious," she mumbled, her mouth full. "My grandma didn't make them." She wasn't going to tell Tiffany her grandmother didn't exist. "Oh. Who bakes like this?" "I know I can't. I got a job at that big mansion on the hill. There's a restaurant there, and the owner hired me. She's been giving me supper when I leave too." "How nice and good for you getting a job. I thought you told me that you'll only be here for a few more weeks." Autumn shrugged, but Tiffany couldn't see her since they were basically in the dark except for the flickering candlelight. "I know. I told Olivia that too, but she said it doesn't matter. She was really in need of some kitchen help." Autumn didn't tell her that she caught her in the dumpster and offered her a job out of pity. "Olivia Myers? I haven't seen her since high school. I can believe she owns a restaurant. Last I heard she was living some grand life as a chef for all these rich people. She always loved cooking, I do remember that from school. Everyone would rave when she'd bring in her baked goods and hand them out for people to test. I wasn't included since I was a few years ahead of her, but we all heard about it. She seems like a nice lady." Tiffany sighed. "I'm glad you had a good day. Mine was crappy. I think today was one of the worst days of my life. Maybe not the worst, but close." "What happened?" Tiffany let out another huge sigh. "Dealing with my mother-in-law. Her and I don't agree on things, and we had a huge fight." "I'm sorry." "Me too. It happens every time we get together, but it won't be for much longer. Another 10 days, and my life will completely be separated from hers. Sadly, I'll be glad if you want to know the truth. It's easy to talk truth here in the dark. It's when the light shines right on you that you have doubts and the fears work their way to the light." Tiffany gasped. Such mature words coming from a teenager. "I'm impressed, Autumn. Who taught you to think like that?" "I don't know, I guess the world taught me." "Oh. You know, living like I did and all. All I know is you live with your grandmother. You've never told me anything more. Want to talk about it?" "Not really. Want to talk about your day?" "I do." Autumn waited. A few splashes in the water were heard from where they sat on the dock. The lake was active tonight. Some evenings the fish splashed close to them, and other times small ripples in the center of the lake indicated they were searching for food or just playing in the dark. "Well, are you going to talk about it, Tiffany? I can't imagine someone feeling so bad about themselves that they would say such cruel things to another person. I've listened to her words and screaming and yelling for the last 2 years. Usually I let it roll off my back, since she has to be in agonizing pain herself. But today was different." Autumn hung onto every word. "How was it different? Has anyone ever stared you dead in the eyes and told you that you were the reason for something horrible that happened? Autumn caught her breath. All the time. Every single day for the past 2 years, I wasn't good enough to be in the foster home I was in. Tiffany turned to her. Wait. What? I thought you lived with your grandma. Autumn got caught in her own lie. Now she realized this was why she tried hard not to get close to someone. If she didn't trust Tiffany enough to be honest, then what was she doing here? So she lied again. When I turned 18, I was able to leave foster care and came here. So that's why I'm here. She had no idea what was going on. I'm so sorry, Autumn. It has to be so hard for you. I won't ask any more questions until you are ready to talk about it, okay? Thanks. Here, have another cookie. She didn't want to talk about the lies she told. Maybe Tiffany would understand about her life, but yet it was hard to admit that no one wanted her. She may as well be thrown out like the trash she dug through. Or used to. Olivia was making it easy for her to no longer have to do that. I won't be able to sleep if I eat any more. Then she reached over and took the cookie that was offered anyway. Who cares, right? Tonight is going to be a long night of reflection and meditation. What did she say to you that has you so upset? Tiffany stared at the cookie, then gazed over to Autumn. She looked me dead in the eye and told me the reason my husband tried to kill himself was my fault. She blames me. Autumn didn't say anything for the longest time. Her next words came out softly. I'm sorry. Tiffany sighed again. Autumn didn't have any soothing words for her, since she had made her own decision about ending her own life. How could she give anything to this conversation? I'm here to listen if you want to talk about it, or even scream and cry, she told Tiffany. Thank you. I don't think anything can change the fact that she is hurting so badly right now. Her husband committed suicide over 10 years ago. Then her daughter and her son-in-law died in a car crash about 7 years ago. Now she'll soon have to bury another son. She's alone in the world and I tried to be there for her, but she hates me. It's her own fault if she's alone. You are a nice person to talk to. I'd say it's her loss if she doesn't have you. Tiffany reached over and took Autumn's hand in hers and squeezed it gently. That's so refreshing to hear after the awful things she shouted. I almost believed her when she said it was my fault, that I'm the reason he tried to kill himself. I don't know much, but I know that when someone has those thoughts, it's their own and no one else's. You didn't make him do anything. This is on him. She felt another squeeze from Tiffany. You are such a wise person, Autumn. Have you thought about what you want to do when you leave here? College maybe? A trade school? Nah, I won't be needing any of that. Where are you going? Back to your parents. I'd say that you'll probably be better off without them, if you wound up in a foster home. What about your grandma? I thought she was getting too old to be alone? Who will help her if you are not there to? Autumn didn't want the subject to be her tonight. She had plenty of time to think about her life, and even though people here were kind, she knew it would not last. It never did. No sense in hoping that it would. No worries. I'll be fine and so will Grandma. Tonight is about you, Tiffany. We can talk about me another day, so stop changing the subject. You are so wise, young lady. Autumn laughed even though she felt bad for all the lies she was telling, but Tiffany always had a way to make her smile. You always say such nice things to me. I'll be honest, it's hard to believe that you mean them. Tiffany gasped. Oh dear Autumn. I do mean every single word that comes out of my mouth. You have to stop putting yourself down and having more confidence in yourself. Look at my candle I chose for tonight. Autumn did. It says breathe. That's right. When things seem hard to take, you look at that candle and you breathe. Give yourself enough time to talk yourself right out of negative thoughts. Let's try it. You go first, Autumn told her. Tiffany sat back, pulling the cover up over her. She took in a deep breath. I'm breathing in positive energy. I believe that I am worthy of this world. No words can hurt me anymore. Now you go. Autumn closed her eyes and breathed in like Tiffany had done. I'm breathing in positive energy. I believe that I am lucky to have a new friend to sit here with tonight. Tiffany smiled at her. That's nice. You're getting the hang of it. Whenever you feel crappy about yourself, just light a candle and do what it says. Of course, you have to have the right candle, but if you don't, think about the burden bothering you and then speak positive and it will go away. Always remember that. I will. It was too late for Autumn, but she'd learned to agree with everyone so they didn't keep nagging. Even though Tiffany wasn't nagging, she knew that having her as a friend would sooner or later turn bad. It always did. For now, she'd embrace Tiffany's words and hope for the best for her. I wonder if Jason ever considered what it would do to me when he did this. I'm still angry with him, and it's been 2 years. Even though I say that I forgive him, it is so hard. Many times I find myself questioning so many things. He had no idea how it feels to not be enough. I'm not sure I'll ever be able to love someone again because of what he did to us. Who wants to go through life with someone else knowing they weren't enough the first time? I imagine he probably thought you'd be better off without him. Maybe it was his way of freeing you from him. He probably thought you deserved more than him. Wow, that's so deep. Autumn, maybe you should consider becoming a therapist or a social worker or something like that. I know I always feel better after our evening doc chats. I like to sing. That's so far from a therapist. Are you serious? She nodded, then realized that Tiffany couldn't see her. I love singing. Then that awful memory came to her, and she hesitated at first, but then it all came out all at once. My music teacher got me a guitar and gave me lessons, but my foster father sold it for drugs, and when I cried, he laughed at me and told me to lie to the teacher and say someone in school took the guitar, and that's what I did. I lied because I was too scared and worried that he'd do something else to me if I told on him. Tiffany gasped. She was always doing that, but then Autumn bet she never had a person with so much bad history sitting beside her telling her about all these awful things that happened. Maybe someday, Tiffany would understand why a person wanted to leave this world so badly. Sometimes a person was just exhausted mentally, tired of fighting, of living, sick of not making the right choices or any choices, sick of being bullied by someone that could make things worse at any time. At least knowing that there was an end to it all made Autumn feel like she finally made a decision and was doing something worthwhile by taking herself out. You are brave, Autumn. I'm so glad you survived that foster home, and your grandmother is here for you. Oh, wait a minute. I'll be right back. Don't move. Tiffany pushed the blanket out of the way and ran across the dock and up the lane to her cottage. Autumn heard the front door slam. Lights went on inside, and a few minutes later, Tiffany came running down the lane. I found it, she cried out, although Autumn had no idea what she found. Here. Take this and start playing music and singing again. Autumn's eyes got huge. What? She whispered. You can't be serious. Tiffany nodded. Oh yes, I am. This guitar belonged to my father. It has been hiding in the closet for the last decade or two. He saved it because he always wanted me to take up music, and I had 50 fingers and 20 thumbs when it came to playing. Go on, open it up. Autumn was speechless at first. She took the guitar and held it for a moment, almost in tears. The touch of the instrument brought back so many natural instincts. She placed the guitar on her lap as her fingers became magic. It wasn't long before she tuned some of the strings and began to strum and play what she remembered. It comes naturally to you, doesn't it, Autumn? Tiffany had sat back on the Adirondack chair and covered back up to watch her play. Her nervousness went away the moment she had the guitar in her hands. She was afraid to sing at first and continued to play. She'd subdued that part of her for many years, only humming since her foster father wouldn't allow her to sing or play after he got rid of the guitar. Go on, Tiffany pressed. Sing. She wasn't going to say no. Autumn cleared her throat, gave Tiffany a worried look, then began to softly strum, moving her fingers over the chords as if the guitar was a part of her. Autumn surprised herself that the love of music was still as strong as ever. She began to sing softly at first, then closed her eyes, becoming one with the guitar. When she finished the song, she opened her eyes, surprised that she was still sitting on the dock with an audience of one. Tiffany shook her head. Wow. Just wow. You can sing, girl. Autumn smiled, an honest-to-goodness pure and real smile for the first time in a long time. "More, girl. Let's put on a concert and wake up the forest animals." Autumn laughed, then began to strum a more joyful tune, singing louder than she had before. When she finished, her adrenaline was pumping hard, and she felt like a part of herself was returning. A tear fell down her cheek. She held out the guitar. "Thank you for letting me play this." "It's yours." Autumn shook her head. "I'll be gone from here in 2 weeks, Tiffany. I can't accept this." Tiffany pushed it back towards her. She refused to take it from Autumn's hands. "You can and you will. How about this? I'm entrusting my father's guitar to you to play, and keep it from being thrown in the trash. If he had wanted it, then he'd have taken it with him. He left it here for me to do as I wished. I wish for you to play." Autumn wouldn't deny that she cherished the guitar and all it stood for. To have this with her meant she wouldn't feel so alone. Music had always been her saving grace. Music was her friend. The only real friend that never disappointed. "Okay. I'll use it while I'm here. Deal?" Tiffany clapped. "Deal." Just as she was getting ready to play another song, the headlights from the cop car turned down the lane. "Time for me to go," she told Tiffany. "I wish you'd stay, girl. Devin won't bother you anymore. I did talk to him about you." Autumn placed the guitar in the case with care, then closed the case and flipped the silver clip shut. She noticed it had a leather strap, and hung that over her shoulder, picking up her backpack and waved to Tiffany. "I'll see you tomorrow, right?" Tiffany waved back. "Good night, Autumn," the guitar singer. "I'll be waiting for you to play me more tunes tomorrow." Autumn hurried off, taking a left at the trail and working her way out of sight. She had found another way around the woods that was close to the cop's place. Then she'd dart across the lane and sneak to the back of Tiffany's workshop behind her cottage without anyone noticing. She knew that Tiffany and the cop were always deep in conversation and not paying attention to the lane while they were sitting at the dock. Luckily for her, Autumn fled across the lane and made her way to the back of the cottage where the workshop waited for her. She settled in for the night, only using the light from her phone to find her blankets and cover up in the chair. She was anxious to get to work in the morning, which was a first for her. She'd have to take her guitar along, but was certain Olivia wouldn't mind if she left it in her office while she was working. Tonight was the first night in a long time that she smiled in the darkness as she drifted off to sleep. Chapter 7. Devin got into the police cruiser, holding a cup of coffee in one hand and firing up the engine with the other. After last night's conversation with Tiffany, he knew without a doubt that he needed to investigate more. He saw that Tiffany was vulnerable right now, and in a fragile state of mind as far as he was concerned. As a man, there wasn't much he could do but offer his friendship. As a police chief, he would watch closely in order to make sure she wasn't being taken advantage of by someone. Not that Autumn was, but he wanted to make sure. It was his duty as chief of police to make sure all residents of this town were safe. He knew the trip she took yesterday shook her up badly. At the end of his shift, he always stopped by the docks to visit with her since she was there anyway. It never took much to walk down to sit with her every night. If he were honest with himself, he looked forward to it every single night since she came back to town. Last night, after her excitement about Autumn and the guitar faded, she had broken down when he asked her about her trip to the city. As tears streamed down her cheeks, he had wanted desperately to pull her into his arms and hold her like she needed, but forced himself to gently take her hand and let her know that he was listening if she needed him to. That darn ring stood in the way. As he held her hand, it cut into his skin like a sharp knife, reminding him that she was a married woman. He knew that, and wouldn't cross the line or take advantage of a broken woman. He cared too much for Tiffany to allow anything to happen between them. Why had it taken so many years for him to realize this? Looking back, could he have prevented this heartache she was experiencing by not leaving for the army when he had? Her ring stuck out like a sore thumb in the night, its glistening diamond shining right in his face. What he wanted to know was why her husband was causing her to hurt like this, and why wouldn't she talk to him? All she said was that she was in the city for a meeting with her mother-in-law, and it wasn't pretty. He had told her last night, and the other night, that she can cry on his shoulder any time she needed to. They were friends. Just friends. If she needed him, he wanted to be there for her. He was also going to make sure that Autumn wasn't taking advantage of her. Devin knew there was something wrong with the teenager, and she was lying through her teeth. Now that he knew where her grandmother lived, or supposedly lived, he was heading in that direction and going to pay her a visit before he started his day. It just didn't sit right, from what he knew about the 2 cottages down that lane. He had heard the story about the twin sisters and how they rescued the playhouse. He was under the impression some of the theatrical people lived in those cottages. He took a sip of the steaming coffee and almost spit it back out. Ouch! For some reason his head was in the clouds this morning, thinking about Tiffany. He turned down the next lane and drove slowly past the first cottage. Devin's gaze swooped over the whole area before he'd confront anyone. He noticed there were a few people on the porch when he drove past the second cottage, then turned around at the dead end and made his way back up the lane to talk to them. The driveway here was longer than on his lane, so he turned off the engine and got out, prepared to walk a bit more. At least he was in good shape since it was more downhill than flat. When he got to the porch, he waved. "Hello. I'm the new chief of police, Devin Hayes." "Hello," 4 young adults said at the same time. They were casually hanging out on the porch. "Is everything okay, Chief?" One of the young men spoke up first. "I'm not sure. I'm looking for Autumn." "Autumn?" They all looked at each other, totally confused. "There's no Autumn here. We own both these properties between the 4 of us. This one and the one beside it." Devin was right. He knew there was no older lady down this lane. Even though he'd only been here a few weeks himself, he had known who lived close by him. It was an old military habit to know who surrounded a person. How about her grandmother? Anyone ever hear of Autumn's grandmother? The way he worded it sounded ridiculous. If they didn't know Autumn, and they had no reason to lie, then they wouldn't know her grandma either. "The only old lady here is the one who haunts the place, and that's Taylor's grandmother." They all laughed as if they were in on a secret. Devin raised a brow. "This one is supposed to be real. You the theater folks?" They all nodded. "Proud owners of the playhouse in town. Have you been to any of our shows yet?" "Of course not, or you'd know who we are. I'm Taylor." The young woman introduced everyone, and then handed him 2 tickets. "Since you haven't been to the theater yet, here's 2 tickets on us. Make sure to come see the holiday show playing this week. They are so much fun, and once you've seen one play, you'll want season tickets." Devin grinned. "Thanks." He didn't usually go to public events since he hadn't been received too well yet in Hideaway Lake, but maybe this would be a good way to get Tiffany out while she was in town. "If we see an old lady or someone's grandmother, we'll be sure to call the police." One of the wise cracks in the crowd had everyone laughing. "I'm sure you're not going to let me in on the joke, so I'll say farewell," he told them, tipping the brim of his hat. As he walked to the police cruiser, he stuffed the tickets inside his shirt pocket. Autumn didn't live here. He was starting to realize the girl was homeless. She got caught rooting through a dumpster for food. She'd been hanging by the dock until late at night until he drove down the lane. Then she abruptly left before he had a chance to question her. She had Tiffany fooled. She didn't have him fooled. Not for 1 minute. What happens to Hideaway Lake if she brings other homeless kids here? He was ultimately responsible for the integrity and safety of this town. How would that look to the town if he couldn't keep one homeless person under control? Okay, maybe he was overreacting, but he believed in honesty, integrity, and fending for yourself. Living off of someone else would get her nowhere in life. She had to be taught a lesson and either straighten up or be prepared for the consequences. Besides, where was she staying? In the woods? Or was she hiding in the public eye in one of the business buildings? She had been close to the cafe and the buildings surrounding it when he caught her at the dumpster. Yet, that was quite a walk every night from the dock where she met up with Tiffany. It wasn't easy walking these trails under the cloak of darkness. Devin drove out of the lane and headed to the police station. There had to be a file somewhere, either on missing persons or runaways. She said she was 18, but he was starting to wonder if that wasn't a lie too. If she were underage and living out of a box, then he needed to take action. Once he investigated every possible thing he could, then he'd confront her. At least he knew where she'd be every evening. He'd just have to find another way to get closer to her, without her running off. Tiffany wouldn't be happy he was going to pull interference here, but he had a job to do, and it was his duty to make sure all his residents were safe. Especially a vulnerable woman like her. Devin had a hunch things were about to become more complicated than he wanted. "What do you have there?" Olivia's curiosity at the large black case had Autumn smiling. "It's a guitar. My friend lent it to me when she found out I play and sing." "How nice. I hope it's okay if I bring it here. There's no place to keep it where I'm at, so I have to carry it with me." "Sure. It's not eating anything by sitting in the corner." "Thanks." "Oh please. Don't thank me. Maybe you can play for me during lunch break." "Sure." Autumn loved playing guitar. Even in front of strangers. It was like she came out of her shell when she touched the guitar. Strumming a guitar was the one and only time she didn't feel awkward around others. Olivia pulled out 2 large stacks of files from underneath her desk. "Okay. I found these in the storage room and brought them here to organize. We may as well take them to one of the big tables, so we can figure out how to file them." Autumn followed her out, turning back to make sure her guitar case was okay. She almost had a notion to run back and sling it over her shoulder, then realized how ridiculous that was. The employees here would never go in Olivia's office without permission. Just in the last few days, she knew they had tremendous respect for their boss. Olivia seemed to understand. "It will be fine, Autumn. We're not too far away," she told her. Autumn now felt a bit silly for worrying. "Sorry. It's not my guitar, so I have to take good care of it." Even though Tiffany told her to keep it, she wasn't going to. She would give it back right before the equinox. "I understand," Olivia told her, placing the huge pile on the corner of a stainless steel table. They spent the next hour organizing all the papers into piles they both understood. When that was done, Autumn filed everything in one of the cabinets in the back room. "At least everything is in file cabinets and not in boxes." "Thank you, Autumn. I should give you a raise." Autumn smiled. It felt good to have something nice said about her. "No need. I don't need a raise. You give me a lot of food every day. That's plenty." "I've never known a teenager refusing a raise," Olivia complained. "I want you to know how grateful I am for you, Autumn. Someone raised you right." If Olivia only knew that no one raised her except herself. But that was information she didn't need anyone to know. Not now when things were going so well at work. "Autumn, I brought you a few of the shirts with the restaurant logo on it. I thought you'd feel more comfortable if you dressed like everyone else. Let's get you official, okay?" Olivia handed her a pile of neatly folded shirts with the restaurant logo in the pocket. Then she handed her 2 pairs of dark blue slacks. "I promise this will be much more comfortable than your heavy blue jeans. When you work in a kitchen, your clothes can restrict you, and I want to get you started making some dishes today." "Okay." She looked around for a place to change. Olivia pointed to another door along the back wall. "The laundry room is over there. Go ahead and get changed. If you'd like, you can throw the clothes you have on in the washer. I'll be honest, they could use a good washing." Nothing like the truth to slap you in the face and remind a person they're homeless. Autumn had never been ashamed of that fact, until this very moment. "I'm sorry. Maybe this job isn't for me." Olivia shook her head. "No. Would you rather me stand here and lie and tell you those blue jeans look great? This might be embarrassing for you, but suck it up and let me help you, okay? I'm open to helping and you need that right now." "Thank you. I am grateful. I'll just go and change then." She hurried to the back room, the pile of folded clothes in her arms. She closed the door and changed, realizing how much better she felt once she took off the heavy layers of shirts and her heavy blue jeans. Shoving them into the washer, she added detergent, lots of it, and started the machine. She found a small mirror on the wall above the sink and straightened her shirt. She was still wearing a beanie on her head, but that was to keep her tons of curls from flying all over the place. A few strands had hung out, so she tucked them back under. She didn't mind changing clothes, but she drew the line taking off the beanie. After putting the uniform on, Autumn was painfully aware the brown boots she had on looked faded and worn. But it was all she had, and they kept her feet warm during the cold evenings. She'd never been self-conscious before. When she went back into the kitchen, Olivia motioned her to the table. "They feel much better, don't you think?" Autumn nodded. "They do." She had to admit, Olivia had been right. The clothes she had on before were very restricting in a kitchen environment. Olivia gave her a wicked smile. "Okay, now let's get to work. We have another luncheon today, but this is going to be a bit more complicated since they've ordering individually." The next few hours were spent alongside of Olivia learning how to read and order, and making different plates of food. Everyone worked together. Then when the guests showed up, several of the others took the food out to the tables. Of course, Autumn stayed behind. She went into the office to get off of her feet for a few minutes, since they were hurting. Olivia soon came in and sat down too. That was quite exhausting. "Chef Nicole is making us grilled cheese and tomato soup for lunch. Wait until you taste her grilled cheese. You'll swoon." They ate lunch in the office, and the moment Autumn wiped her mouth with her napkin, Olivia insisted she play guitar. "Don't let that thing rust in my corner. Get it out and let me hear what you can do." Autumn didn't hesitate. Her fingers were itching to play. Once the guitar was in her hands, she closed her eyes, then slowly began to strum the guitar. When she began to sing, Olivia watched her and clapped after the first song. "You have an amazing voice. Play another. We'll have a concert going on here soon." Chef Nicole and two of the other chefs came wandering back to the office. "Who is singing?" one of them asked. "It's Autumn. She sounds great. Why don't you put her out in the dining area? Wouldn't that be lovely for the dinner hour?" Olivia's eyes bulged at the idea. "Oh my gosh, that would be heavenly. Autumn, I think you just got promoted to dinner singer. Can you play in front of people?" Autumn wasn't embarrassed playing for a few people, but she wasn't sure if she could do it for a crowd. Knowing how busy the restaurant got at times, the thought made her nervous. "I don't know." Olivia jumped up. "What if you can't see the audience?" Autumn was totally confused. "I can't keep my eyes closed the whole time." "No, but we can put up a screen where you are sitting on a bar stool with a microphone behind the screen. They'll be able to see your shadow while you play. You won't have to see the audience at all that way." "Do you think it will work?" "I do. Just say the word, Autumn, and I'll have a screen, bar stool and microphone, amplifier, whatever you need here by the dinner hour." "Today? You want me to do this today?" "Yes. What better time than now? We can surprise our dinner guests." "Oh, Autumn, you'll be great. You sing like you are on heaven's doors, gifted by God. I love your voice." No one ever told her she had a voice like that. She sang a time or two in front of one or two people, but mostly she sang to a mirror in the bathroom of the public restrooms when it's empty. "I don't know. I just don't know if I can do a whole set." Chef Nicole jumped in. "What do you have to lose, Autumn? No one will ever know it's you since you'll be behind a screen. If anything, you might get lucky and have a singing career in front of you. We'll be rooting for you." Olivia placed a hand on Autumn's shoulder, which felt strange to Autumn. "At least try," she said. "I understand if you don't want to, but we're all here for you." "I can try," came out of her mouth before she thought about it. "It's only for a few weeks though. After that, I'll be gone." Olivia nodded. "I know, you keep reminding me. It's okay. Although I have a feeling once people hear your voice, you won't be able to stay hidden in this town for long. When Taylor hears your voice, she'll be bugging you to join the theater. Mark my words." "I don't want to join the theater." Maybe this was a bad idea. Autumn didn't want eyes on her like that. She wanted to be left alone, so she could do what she planned to do on the first day of the equinox. Nothing had changed her mind. No matter how much they loved her voice. She'd had it all her life and no one cared then. Why would anyone care now? Chapter 8. Tiffany didn't plan anything special for the day. She was wiped out from all the emotions of yesterday. When Devin had stopped by the dock at the end of his shift to check in on her, she had burst into tears like a fool. Since he knew her from a long time ago, it was easy to break down like she had done. To be honest, Devin knew a lot more about her than almost any other person. He knew the teenager that had dreams and loved life. He knew the girl who didn't let anything stop her from making her dreams come true. They had spent many hours taking walks through the trails, talking about the future once they left Hideaway Inn. Or, trying to figure out their plan of action when disappointments came their way. They were like two peas in a pod, and then adulthood came along to send them on two completely different paths. So when he had asked her how she was feeling, it seemed natural to fall apart in front of him. The one thing she had missed was his arms around her, comforting her like he used to do. He had been careful not to cross any lines with her. She knew it was because of the wedding rings on her finger. Maybe he wanted to kiss her or hold her, but he wouldn't. She had learned a long time ago that Devin was a man of dignity and honor. When he had gone off to the service, she had been devastated, but she never let him know because it was his dream. Then she found out he wasn't coming home, but making a career out of the military after 9/11, and so she moved on knowing he was doing what was in his heart to do. She had been happy for him, even though her heart ached many times. When Jason came along, Tiffany realized she wasn't getting any younger. She had married him, ready to start a new life. They had a few good years, but then it became filled with his issues, and then a few years before he tried to take his own life, he became obsessed with having a child, even though she wasn't all that excited anymore to bear one. Maybe it was because of him, she wasn't even sure. Deep down she probably knew he wasn't stable in the head, but looking back, she didn't want to face the fact that he needed help. If only she had known for sure, and therein lies the guilt. All Tiffany knew was that her evenings spent here with Autumn, talking about life, and whatever else they wanted to, had made such a difference these past few days. Autumn had listened with no judgment, and always gave her honest opinion. Even when Tiffany avoided too many details, she didn't pry. She was lucky to have a new friend like Autumn in her life right now. It was such a blessing. Devin was another blessing, so why did she feel so down and out? She was sitting out on the swing on the porch, sipping on a cup of coffee, thinking maybe she'd take a walk to the center of town. She heard there was a new owner of the cafe, now, since the woman who ran it when she was a teen had passed away. Maybe she'd go check out the old library and pick up a few books. The walk probably would do her good. There were tons of trails here to explore. She just needed a day of doing nothing. Satisfied that a trail walk was in order, she finished off her coffee, then went to pick up her phone. There was a ton of texts from Devin she had missed. "Good morning, sunshine. You must still be sleeping. I have off this evening. Want to do something? As friends? Hey, I'm talking to you. Hello, anyone there? Hey, now I'm getting worried about you. Answer me back, or I'll have to send the police to break down the door and make sure you are all right." Tiffany giggled at his texts. She texted back, "You are utterly ridiculous. Of course I'm all right. I'm sitting on our swing, having coffee." After she sent the text, she realized what she wrote. "Our swing? Nice of you to remember." She smiled. "I always remember good times." Was she flirting? She had better dial it down a bit. "I have 2 very hot tickets to the Christmas show tonight, at the Playhouse. Wanna go? It's open. I thought that was shut down years ago." "Yes, I'd love to go." "What time?" "The show starts at 7, but since I have off tonight, I made reservations at the restaurant at the restored mansion on the hill." "You already made reservations? How did you know I'd say yes?" "I didn't, but I wasn't opposed to begging if I had to. Come with me, please. It will be good for you." "I do need to get out. And eat a good dinner. I found out Olivia Myers owns the restaurant." "I knew that." "How did you know?" "You just got into town." "I know things no one else does." "Ah, you're a clairvoyant or a medium? I didn't know that about you." She laughed out loud. Devin always made her laugh. "Watch out, cop, or I may put a spell on you." Too late for that. I'll pick you up. I have to go do cop stuff. If he could see her face, he'd see she blushed at his remark. Okay, I'll see you then. I have to find something to wear. Dress warm or in layers. Remember, it's open air. I think the new owners have done some reconstruction, so layers are probably better. See you then. Tiffany ran inside, threw on her jogging slacks and jacket, a hat, gloves, and a pair of hikers. She left the cottage, turning on the trail by the dock, and made her way towards the center of town. There had to be a few shops open today. She wanted to wear something new tonight. Something fun that made her feel good. Lord knew it had been a long time since she felt anything but negative vibes. She wanted to heal. Autumn? Olivia came around the corner, her eyes searching the back of the kitchen. Autumn looked up from where Chef Nicole was showing her how to use some of the tools in the kitchen. She waved when Olivia called, then got worried at the look on Olivia's face. It was so serious. Was she in trouble? She tried to remember if she had done anything she wasn't supposed to, but knew she hadn't. It was such a bad habit of hers to always think of the worst possible thing that can wrong. Oh my gosh, Autumn. Get that terrified look off your face. I was looking for you for a good reason. Olivia was starting to be able to read her like a book. That worried Autumn a little, since she didn't plan to stay around for long. Why try to get to know someone if they didn't plan to stay around? She didn't understand how Olivia could, but was proving that it can be done. There was no way Autumn was going to have anything more than a casual relationship with anyone, no matter how much they seemed to care. So what's up? She asked her boss. Olivia grinned. The restaurant is closed from 1 to 3. So I have some time on my hands, and I just spoke to my friend who owns the hair salon adjacent to the lobby. She said she is slow today and will give you a shampoo and cut if you'd like her to for your debut tonight. You told people I'm playing here tonight? Already? She wasn't sure if she was prepared for all this notoriety. Not yet. It was too soon. She had just got the guitar in her hands. What if I can't do it, Olivia? I'll be a failure, like she always had been. Olivia looked right into her eyes and scolded her. Autumn, with a voice like the one you got, you have absolutely no excuse to say that. You won't fail. Your voice will not fail. Plus, I have a screen coming in exactly 1 hour. If you get nervous, it will be behind a screen and no one will know but you. I get that and all, but... She shook her finger. No buts. Do you hear me, Autumn? You have a gift, and we are going to show the world. Well, my restaurant for now. I won't take no for an answer. Autumn frowned. Then why can't I just wear my beanie? I told you that I keep my hat on, because of all the curls, and you are using that against me to get my hair done. You're darn right I am. Now let's go, Autumn. You will feel even more powerful if your hair is done and a little makeup is applied to that face. Makeup too. Autumn should have been upset, but she wasn't as mad as she sounded. Actually, if she were honest, maybe for once in her life a little pampering might be nice. It might be a nice memory to take with her to the other side. Chef Nicole smiled. Go on, Autumn. You deserve this. Olivia hung onto her arm, as if she were about to sprint for the door. I'm not going to run, Olivia. You can let go of me. Not on your life. They walked across the lobby to a series of shops, and went in the one that had a sign above the doors indicating it was a salon. The place was empty and the lights were dimmed. I don't think it's open, she whispered to Olivia. It's open, a voice called out. Come on back, girls. The woman that busied herself in the back room surprised Autumn. She turned to give them both a smile. She wore her hair in a long butterfly cut, in a variety of colors. Red, blue, purple, yellow, orange, and lots of sparkles. They were everywhere. Colorful butterflies that matched her hair sported her black silk salon jacket, that hung open to reveal a white dress under all that loudness. Hello, she directed at Autumn. I'm Serendipity. Olivia tells me you are going to sing incognito this evening, and sing your heart out? I'm going to try, Autumn told her, feeling a little shy of all the noise the woman represented. Autumn rarely felt shy. She usually didn't care enough to feel anything at all. Good for you. Now, let's get you in my chair right here and get started. The minute she sat down, Olivia asked her if she was comfortable enough to be alone with Serendipity while she went to see her husband. I'm fine, she told Olivia, not sure that she was. In a small way, Autumn wanted to run as fast as she could go, grab her guitar and backpack and get out of this place. There were so many changes happening so fast that she wasn't sure she wanted all these good things that were happening to her. Yet something was keeping her from running or hiding, like she had always done before when things got complicated. Serendipity played with her phone, then music came out of nowhere. It was a soothing, surreal melody that played, and none that Autumn recognized. It had a calming effect instantly on her, as she sat back and tried to follow the salon owner's instructions to relax. I'm not only a salon owner, but I am a spiritual healer as well. When you learn to relax your body and mind, life will get better. Autumn, close your eyes and enjoy the experience. I'm going to lean the chair back, shampoo your hair, and then we'll go from there. Autumn enjoyed being pampered. Serendipity shampooed her hair, cut it, gave her a facial, did her nails and straightened her hair. She was shocked when she looked in the mirror. Is that me? That's not me, she whispered. Olivia came back and was standing beside Serendipity, smiling at Autumn. See what a little TLC will do. You look ready for your debut tonight. Except for maybe a new outfit. No. That's too much, Autumn insisted. I'll just wear my work outfit. You dare to insult me, dear child? Serendipity pursed her lips and shook her finger in Autumn's face. I spent all this time making you look gorgeous, and you won't let Olivia get you a new outfit? I'm taking it back. She lunged at Autumn, as if she were going to mess up her hair. Autumn held her arms in front of her face as if she were being attacked. She closed her eyes tight and waited. Oh dear. I was kidding, Autumn. Serendipity frowned, along with Olivia, who looked concerned. No one is going to harm you, honey. Autumn lowered her arms and opened her eyes. I'm touchy about people getting too close to me. I guess I won't argue about a new outfit. Olivia nodded and smiled hard as if nothing had just happened. Yay. Let's go to the boutique across the lobby. Their styles are more for the younger crowd. After trying on a ton of outfits, Autumn felt most comfortable in a walk-through jumpsuit. It looked like a gown from the back and a jumpsuit from the front. She almost felt like she had a cape behind her. Autumn argued that it was too fancy for her to wear. Not for your shows, and I have a feeling after tonight, you will be a regular here. As for the outfit, it's casual and yet elegant. No one is going to recognize you. Isn't that what you want? I mean, without that beanie on your head and the makeup you're wearing, I am looking at a completely different young lady. Enjoy the journey, Autumn. No matter what you decide to do down the road, I'm able to help you right now. Okay? Remember that. Autumn turned to Olivia and stared at her straight in the eye. Why are you helping me? You have to have a reason why. Olivia didn't flinch or blink. She looked right back at Autumn. A long time ago, I lost a baby. It devastated me. If she were alive today, and she'd be alone like you are, I'd hope that someone cared enough to help her. No one should be alone. That's why I'm helping you, Autumn. You don't belong alone. You are worth more. Autumn had a wall around her that few people could penetrate. Olivia was slowly chipping away at it. So was Tiffany. She wanted to soften up to them, and yet, there was a pull holding her back that she didn't understand. Even if they were being nice to her, it wouldn't last. It never did. Autumn knew that, but for tonight, she was going to feel pretty and play the guitar and sing. Emotions and friendships she knew nothing about. I'll make you proud of me tonight, she said, her voice barely a whisper. Good. Now let's get back to the restaurant, and you need to eat supper and practice. You can use my office to make your playlist for later. Olivia checked her watch. Actually, we've been here pretty long. Will an hour and a half give you enough time to get everything in order? If you feed me, yes. Olivia and Autumn laughed as they made their way across the lobby. Autumn was in a dream state. Was this really happening to her? Was she going to wake up in a cold workshop with thick covers keeping her warm, realizing it was all a dream? She blinked. Nope. It was more real than ever, and she was scared to death she'd either be a success or fail miserably. Either way was going to be a disaster. Chapter 9. You look amazing, Devin told her. He handed her a small bouquet of yellow and white roses he told her that he picked up at the grocery store, since there were no florists close by. Thank you. Let me put them in water. She turned back to him. This is not a date. Remember that. I am well aware. I love buying flowers and you know it, Tiff. She smiled, then went to find a vase and placed them in some water, remembering how he always picked flowers he found in the woods for her when they were teenagers. They spent a lot of time together in high school. If only she had stayed in Hideaway Lake after college, then she wouldn't have all these current problems to deal with. Tonight, she was going to go to dinner at the mansion on the hill and enjoy a fabulous holiday show at the playhouse. Just one night without thinking about the troubles ahead would help give her some peace of mind. Tiffany needed the break, and Devin was quite a distraction, even for a married woman who was on the brink of becoming a widow. I'm ready, she told him, setting the vase on the kitchen table. Let me get my coat. She smiled shyly when she realized that Devin already had her dark wool jacket in his hands. He held it open for her to put her arm through. You are quite on top of things tonight, Devin. What has gotten into you? I'm excited for a night out. It's been non-stop work for the last few weeks with barely a moment to myself. She laughed. You spend over an hour every evening at the dock with me. Now you're complaining you need more recreational time. Shame on you, she teased, pulling the coat over her shoulders. He was grinning as they left the cottage, then walked across the lane past the police cruiser to his personal vehicle. There was a Jeep sitting in the driveway, warming up. He held the car door open for her. Did I tell you that you look nice? She giggled. Oh my God, I'm behaving like a teenager. You did. Actually, you said I looked amazing. Now I'm being downgraded to nice? He stood in front of her, so close, and yet he was trying hard to keep his distance. She could tell he struggled with it. He smiled. I can compliment you all night long, but there are not enough words in the dictionary to describe how you look tonight, he told her. She got in the car and probably blushed. A charmer? That's what you are, and you've always been one. I'm starving. He got in and turned to her. I'm glad you came tonight. Me too. They drove past the building where the cafe was housed and turned on the road past the parking lot to go up a huge hill. It looked different from before. They used to close this down and let us sled on the hill. Do you remember? Devin chuckled. I do. I almost took out my kneecap racing a few other guys down that hill. I thought you were just pretending to be hurt, so I nursed you back to health. You did a good job. Did you ever go to nursing school? I know that was your plans when I left for the army. I did. You are looking at a full-fledged registered nurse who has worked in the emergency department, the NICCU, hospice, and now on a temporary leave of absence. I'm glad you got to live your dream, Tiff. She smiled, remembering the times he faked getting hurt so she could fix him up. They usually wound up in each other's arms, kissing for a long time, before someone from out of the blue stopped them from it going anywhere. She touched his arm, forgetting they had to be careful. I'm glad you got to live yours too. He nodded. I wanted to come home, but I had to stay. After 911, it didn't seem right if I walked away. I had the experience to make a difference, and was trained to help. I'm sorry I let you down, Tiff. Maybe things would be different for us if I'd have come back. She shook her head. No, that's not true and you know it. We talked about this, remember? You deserve to follow your dreams too. No matter what they were. Thank God for men like you who sacrificed to keep us free. I think you are a hero. Don't apologize ever. The great thing is we can still be friends and have fun, right? I guess so, he told her, pulling into a parking spot near the front, got out and came to her door. Tiffany had worn a pair of wool wide-leg trousers with heels, a cream turtleneck, and a boyfriend cashmere cardigan in case she needed to remove a layer at the play. She noticed that Devin looked quite handsome in a pair of black trousers, a pullover shirt and a jacket to match. He wasn't a tie guy and she was glad. He tucked her hand into his elbow and they walked to the front, where a hostess pointed them towards the restaurant. The lobby was busy with people everywhere. Shops lined both sides of the lobby, and the restaurant was to the far right. I had no idea this place got so busy. When I last saw this before leaving Hideaway Lake, it looked like one of those mansions in a horror movie. Now look at this place, Tiffany told Devin. It's a big improvement. Hello, Chief. Welcome to the Hideaway Lake Resort, otherwise known to the locals as the Mansion on the Hill. The older couple walked up and shook Devin's hand. They introduced themselves to her as well, then moved along to Tiffany's delight. She wasn't in the mood right now to chit-chat with others. All she wanted was a nice evening out with Devin. He was about the only person in Hideaway Lake she was comfortable with, other than Tiffany. Olivia Myers stood in front of the restaurant in her chef's hat and jacket, smiling and speaking with customers coming and going. She pointed to a sign beside the door about entertainment during the supper hour. Tiffany knew who she was since her parents had been huge real estate developers in Hideaway Lake, but she hadn't seen her since high school. Even then, she only knew of her and never hung out with her since Olivia was a little younger. "Good evening," she called out to Devin and gave Tiffany a wide smile. "Make sure to listen to our new entertainment." "I wonder if I'll see Autumn here tonight," she said to Devin. He gave her a strange look. "Why would she be here?" "I didn't tell you she has a job here. It's only for a few weeks until she leaves, but maybe we'll run into her." "We have to discuss Autumn, but not tonight. This night is for you," Devin told her. He did look around, maybe searching for Autumn. Tiffany knew Devin didn't trust Autumn and wanted to lecture her more about escaping from the police station, even if he knew she was going to do that. He had a hard nose for doing the right thing. Olivia stopped Tiffany. "Do you know Autumn? I don't mean to pry, but I heard you say her name. There's not too many people around here with that name." Tiffany nodded. "Yes. We've become dog-sitting friends for the past few nights. Autumn is here tonight. I'm sure you'll be delighted when you see her." "I'll put a bug in your ear," she told Tiffany in a quieter voice. "You'll be amazed when you hear her tonight." "Wait, hear her? As in singing? No way." "Yes. Enjoy your meal and give her lots of encouragement. She really needs it." Olivia was stopped by several of her return customers and had to turn away. "That's interesting," she said to Devin, who had stood right beside her but was speaking with someone else. He turned when the man walked away. "What's interesting?" They were guided to a table towards the middle of the dining room. After being seated, she told him about the conversation she just had with Olivia. "And Autumn is actually here, and she's going to be singing. I can't wait to hear her. She has a voice like an angel." "Are you sure she isn't using you to get that guitar? Some people make up stories to manipulate others. Be careful, Tiff." Tiffany stuck her tongue out at him in the middle of a crowd of diners. Instead of taking offense, he stuck his out at her and then laughed. She leaned forward. "Don't tell me what to do, cop." "Cop. We used that term when we were teenagers. Or the other one that was much worse." Tiffany laughed. "I guess most teenagers call policemen cops. I know Autumn does too." "She does calls me a cop." He shook his head. "Yes. Just for the record, she knew nothing about my guitar until I went into the closet and got it out. So you are wrong, and stop thinking everyone is out to get me." "I'm trying to protect you from bad things," he told her, his voice gentle and sincere. She choked up, unable to say anything. It had been a long time since someone wanted to protect her. Tiffany was glad when the server came to their table. They ordered their food, then watched with the rest of the dinner crowd as a spotlight lit up a white screen in one corner of the room. A shadow of the person behind the screen sat on a bar stool, picked up a guitar and began to strum. The person, which she knew was Autumn, leaned closer to the microphone and began to sing. Her voice was even more raw and beautiful tonight. Tiffany knew she had a voice like an angel, but hearing it through a mic and amplified gave her goosebumps. She went from a hauntingly beautiful ballad to a bluesy tune, then a few Karen Carpenter songs. The crowd was enjoying the music she sang, and everyone clapped after each one. She beamed at Devin. "See what I'm talking about now? You have to admit she can sing." She does have a beautiful voice. I'm glad she got a job here. To be honest, I still don't trust her motives or intentions. Just keep your eyes open and your heart guarded. Devin Hayes. You wait and see. I'll prove that you are wrong about her. He shook his head. Intuition tells me I'm rarely wrong. But let's not talk about her. This is your night out. Tiffany knew he was right. Still, she thought a lot of Autumn. The girl went from a dumpster-diving teenager, scrounging for food, to a singer in less than a week. She was obviously doing something right. At least now she'd earn some money to pay her way, and show her grandmother that she can earn money too. I'll bet her grandmother is so proud of her. I'm going to ask Autumn if she wants us to pick her grandmother up sometime, so she can hear her sing. Devin frowned. You probably don't want to do that. Why not? I bet she'd love to hear her granddaughter sing in public like this. Tiffany finished her plate and placed the napkin on the table. She took a sip of her water and caught Devin staring at her. What? I know that look, Devin. Tell me what you're thinking. I didn't want this to be about Autumn, but you should know. There is no grandmother. What? Of course there is. Where else would she be staying? That's a good question. One I'm going to find the answer for. I don't think she'd lie to me, Tiffany told him, lowering her voice and hoping the people at the next table hadn't heard the conversation between them. It's what she does, Tiff. I went to the cottages down the lane where she said that she lived with her grandmother, and the only people there were the theater owners. That's where I got the tickets for the show tonight. Are you sure? Maybe I didn't hear her right. Maybe it's the next lane over, not that one. This is why I didn't want to discuss this tonight. I don't want to upset you, Tiff, and I can see this conversation clearly does. Tiff didn't understand why he kept obsessing about Autumn's grandmother and where she lives. But he was right. If she was lying, then something serious may be going on with her. More than Tiffany understood. She'd been caught up in her own hellish world for so long that she didn't think about someone else who may be in trouble. If she doesn't live close by, then she might be homeless. The realization hit Tiffany like a brick wall. I guess this conversation is not going to change. Devin sat back. If she is homeless, she has to go to a shelter. We can't have her living on the streets. Not in Hideaway Lake. Tiffany's eyes grew huge. She said she's leaving in a few weeks. Maybe she came here and her grandmother died or something. What if she's staying in the woods? Maybe we're wrong, and she has a cozy home to go to and she's just visiting. Oh my word, what if she is living in the woods under a tree? Devin reached for her hand and held it. Tiff, don't get yourself upset. I promise you that I'll get to the bottom of this. Okay? Look at me and tell me you won't think about it anymore tonight. He was right. She was overreacting, but all these crazy thoughts came to her mind. Okay. Let's enjoy the evening. I'll talk to her tonight at the dock. He nodded. Okay. Don't scare her off by asking too many questions. If she needs help or has family somewhere close by, maybe we can help her somehow to get off the streets. You ready to head out to the theater? Tiffany agreed it was time to go. She noticed there was a bucket sitting on a chair by the screen with a sign that was clearly meant for tips, and told Devin she'd be right back. She took a few bills from her purse and placed them in the bucket. Devin stood and reached for his wallet. He took a few bills out and did the same thing. After that, several of the other diners followed suit. That is kind of you, Devin, she told him. I'm not a monster, Tiff. Just trying to keep my town and all the residents safe. She smiled wickedly. You can be. He grinned, then caught her hand in his as they left the restaurant, walking casually across the lobby. It didn't even occur to her that she was still a married woman and had no right to be holding hands with an old boyfriend. The friendship they had between them was all she needed right now. If that was wrong, then she simply did not care. Not tonight anyway. They got to the theater and had a glorious time watching the Christmas show. The place was packed. Everyone was clapping and singing, even though the cool air gave her shivers. There were a few heaters working to make it warmer, and they put up walls over some parts of the seating, but it was temporary and only for the holiday show. Everyone that came to the show knew the theater was open air, so they all dressed accordingly. Tiffany was glad she had layers on and a cashmere sweater that kept her warm. Even so, she still huddled close to Devin, who had a surprisingly warm wool coat she snuggled up against. He placed an arm across her shoulders, and it felt like they went back 25 years. When the show was over, they made their way to the Jeep. "Want to stop for some cocoa at the cafe? It's still open," he asked. "Only if we can do the drive-through and get an extra one to go. It's getting late, and I'll be meeting Autumn for some dock-sitting soon." "Let's do it," he said, turning left out of the playhouse rather than right. Others must have thought the same thing, since the drive-through had several cars ahead of them. "Look at this, the town is hopping tonight." Tiffany smiled. "What's going on inside?" "There's blinking lights, and do you hear music? They have theme nights at the cafe. It keeps the kids busy and in one place. Don't go in there unless you want to break your eardrums. The music is loud." Tiffany giggled. "I am assuming you had to go inside at one point." He nodded. "Sure did. Someone called the station, complaining about the loud music. That was about a week ago. Turns out, they opened the windows without the manager knowing, and the loud music drifted over to the inn across the street. Someone staying there complained." "What's wrong with a little loud music?" Tiffany chanted, then flipped on his radio. She found a rock station and turned it up while they waited in line. Devin shook his head and followed the others in line until he had no choice but to turn the music down to order. "Hi, Chief," one of the servers at the window said. "It sounds like your music is louder than ours tonight." She peeked her head halfway out of the window. "Oh, hello." Tiffany waved. "It was my fault. Don't blame the cop," she teased. They all laughed. "Have a nice night," she told them, handing 3 environmentally friendly throwaway cups in a tray out the window. Tiffany held the tray until they got back to the cottage. "I'd invite you to sit with us on the dock, but Autumn won't stick around if you show up. She's afraid of you, Devin. We have to change that." He sighed, taking the tray from her and helping her out of the Jeep. "Let me walk you home," he told her. Then he turned to her. "It doesn't hurt for her to be leery of me. If she had been honest from the start, I'd try to talk to her, but she wasn't. There's something about her that tells me she is lying through her teeth. For whatever reason, it's not good. I know you are her friend, but I can't be. I have a job to do. I won't deter from that." "I think you're so wrong, Devin. She needs more friends and people to know that she is not alone. I get her loneliness. Let's agree to disagree on this. My gut instinct tells me something isn't right. Good night, Devin." He had walked her to her porch. She turned, then reached out for the tray with the 2 cups of hot cocoa. He brushed his mouth across her cheek. It felt so nice. He felt nice. She stayed right there for a moment, their cheeks against each other's until she took a step back. "Thank you for a wonderful night out. I feel so free." "I had a good time, Tiff. Good night." He made his way back to his cottage, then turned and waved one more time. She hadn't realized she was still standing there watching him. "No, Tiff. This is not the time nor place to dream about your future. Not now and maybe not ever. One day at a time." Chapter 10. Autumn was waiting at the docks when the cop pulled into his place and walked Tiffany home. She had seen the 2 of them at the restaurant, but didn't want to show herself after her set. If Tiffany had been alone, Autumn might have went to speak with her. For some reason, the cop had her worried. Well, she knew why. It always came back to the fact he wanted to throw her in jail for being homeless if he ever found out she was. He was a smart cop, so it wouldn't take him long to figure it out. Then she'd have to reconsider her plans for the Equinox. This whole guitar and singing gig was a huge surprise. Autumn smiled into the darkness. It made her feel so alive to be able to anonymously sing to a crowd of people. Maybe someday she'd be able to show her face, but not yet. Who was she kidding? There was no future for her here or anywhere else. She had to remember the euphoria she was feeling wouldn't last. It never ever did, and yet tonight she had to force herself to remember that. Tiffany came down to the dock, her arms full. Autumn took the cups of cocoa and the blanket from her, while Tiffany lit the candle. "What does it say tonight?" she asked, since noticing the candle was a different color than the other one she had brought before. Tiffany settled into her chair. Heal. It should say impossible. What? No, that's too negative, Autumn. Anyone can heal from tragedy if that's what you mean. It's not what I mean, but I get your drift. I saw you at the restaurant tonight. Autumn wanted to change the subject. She knew that even though Tiffany and her had a connection, the older woman would never know how Autumn hurt deep inside. That's why she said healing was impossible. If it was, then it was taking a long, long time to even start. Autumn didn't have that kind of time. The other thing was Autumn had no idea what it meant to heal. Tiffany let out a deep breath. I thought it was brilliant to put you behind a screen to play. You looked quite mysterious, but I knew it was you. I would know that angelic voice anywhere. Now to heal comes from inside, so close your eyes, Autumn. Are they closed? It was another one of those dark evenings where the moon was hovering somewhere else, maybe behind the trees and not over the lake. Yeah. She didn't understand what the point of this was, but Tiffany always had interesting ways to relax and unwind. Autumn just went along with her, and she didn't even understand why. Think of all the positives today. Tell me how you got to play at the restaurant. Keep your eyes closed. Olivia thought of it. I brought the guitar with me to work, because I didn't want to leave it out of my sight. She saw the guitar, and asked me to play it during our break. Then she came up with this great idea to have me serenade the customers during dinner time. I kept telling her no. I didn't think I could do that, you know. Too many people that would be watching me. I'd probably have fainted or something. That's dramatic, but you didn't faint, and do you know why? Keep those eyes closed. Okay. I didn't, because Olivia is brilliant. She's super smart, and came up with the idea of the screen to make me look mysterious and out of sight. There you are, the healing process has begun. I don't need healing. My voice and guitar skills are perfect. Tiffany laughed. Ah, do I hear some confidence coming out? Healing has begun. That's crazy. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe, Autumn admitted. A smile crept across her face. Tiffany had a way of always making her feel better about herself, and the bad things that had happened before didn't seem as horrible. Are you saying that if we talk about the bad things, then we heal from them? It helps. I won't say for sure, but I try to do whatever it takes to stay positive. If not, the negative eats you alive. Maybe that was what was wrong with Autumn. Maybe she needed to get a few things out. She looked around. It was dark. No one was around except the two of them, and she felt in her heart that Tiffany wouldn't judge her. Can I tell you something? Tiffany was covered with the blanket, her eyes closed. She nodded, then spoke softly. Sure. I had graduated high school in June, and didn't really know what I wanted to do. I think the foster care system was just waiting for me to turn 18 and throw me out of the system. I know my foster parents were starting to get upset that in a few months they'd no longer get paid for me. When that day came, it was one of the worst days of my life. Tiffany kept her voice low and soothing. What happened that day, Autumn? Remembering that day brought a sob to her throat. She swallowed first before speaking, trying to sound brave and yet wanting to cry. But she didn't. No sense in that. I had gotten a job at the gas station close by for the summer, until I could decide what to do. I had just got paid, and went home to show my foster parents my check. I was so proud that I was able to earn my own money. Besides, I was getting paid on my birthday, and all I wanted to do was share it with them no matter how cruel they'd been to me. But when I got to the house, the door was locked. Autumn didn't know if she could finish, until Tiffany nudged her on. Take a deep breath and tell me the rest, Autumn. She nodded. May as well get it out of her system. I knocked on the door, figuring that they had forgotten to unlock for some reason, which was strange, and I got a horrible feeling in my gut. Like, I knew what they were going to do, and yet I couldn't believe they'd do it to me. I knocked for almost 5 minutes until they finally answered. They stood in my way, not allowing me inside. I tried to take a step in, and they blocked me from entering. Tiffany gasped. Why did they do that? They stood there and asked me what I was holding. When I explained it was my check, my foster father insisted I give it to him. When I hesitated, he reached out and took it from my hand. The empty feeling in my hand was awful. I knew right then my fears were real. My foster mother reached down and picked up my backpack and handed it to me. "It's not enough," she said, after peering at the amount on the check. "If you can't pay us what the state paid, then you have to leave. We can't let you back in until you come up with the rest." I was in shock, never thinking that they'd throw me out. I stood there and cried, and begged them to give me time to find a better paying job. But they laughed and told me I'm done being a burden to them, and basically slammed the door in my face. Tiffany took her hand. "I'm so sorry. They sound like terrible foster parents. They were drug addicts, and spent all the money the state gave them to take care of us on drugs. It didn't matter." I knocked on the door again, and when it opened back up, my foster mother stood there smirking and holding out her hand. She said the only way I can come back is if I put money into the palm of her hand. I didn't have any more to give her. I asked for my check back, and to allow me to get my things from my room. She told me that she packed what I can take along, the rest they'd sell. I stood there trying to explain it was my birthday, but it did no good. Oh my goodness, Autumn. To be thrown out on your birthday is the worst thing that can happen. I'm sorry for them. They got rid of the most valuable person in their life. Autumn made a choking sound. She told me that I was born on the day of the equinox, a bad omen. That I'm not worth anything to them, now that the state doesn't pay for me any longer. She said if it was her, she'd take herself out of this life. "You are no good to anyone," was the last thing she told me. Tiffany's voice got angry. "She's wrong. Dead wrong, and I'd punch her in the mouth if I saw her right now. I'm not a violent person, but how horrible of a person are you to say those words to someone?" Tears flowed down Tiffany's face. It made Autumn want to cry too, but she would not. There was no sense in feeling sad about what happened. It was done and over with. Did it feel better to get that out and tell someone? Autumn still wasn't sure. She felt empty when she spoke of them, even though the memory of that day was such a heavy burden to bear. Although later that week, she climbed a tree by the house and pried open her bedroom window to grab some things of hers and something else. At least she felt better when she did that. "What did you do?" "I hope you had a friend to go to." "I didn't have any friends. I went to a shelter. I knew where it was, since I had volunteered there for a project in school one year. But after a few weeks, the shelter got so full I left there and lived on the streets. I was still working at the gas station, so I had put some money back until the night I got robbed. Then I had to learn how to feed myself. That's how I learned that dumpster diving was easy, unless the city cops were called. I am so happy that you decided to find your grandmother and she let you stay with her." "Yes, thank God for Grandma," Autumn whispered, sad that she had kept the lie going. Now was the time to tell Tiffany the truth, but what did it really matter? She had a week left and then nothing mattered. Talking about the day she had gotten thrown out actually reminded her that she was of no value to anyone. Her foster parents had made sure of that. Those foster parents need to be reported, Autumn. I hope you let the state know what they pulled. It was one of the reasons that I left the city. When I found out the other foster girl that was there was being mistreated physically, I called the police to have a wellness check done, and both of them blamed it on me, and they weren't wrong. Then I heard they were looking for me to make sure I'd never rat on them again. He was involved with a lot of drug dealers, so I left town and here I am. Where your grandmother lives. Why in the world didn't you get out sooner? I'm sure your grandmother would have taken you in if you had told her before." Autumn had to think up another lie. At least she was good at lying. I didn't want to be a burden to her. Then when I heard she was sick and alone, I decided this was the best place to go. She added quickly, "She is getting better now, thankfully." Tiffany frowned. "And yet you are leaving here soon. Where are you going, Autumn? It seems like this place is good for you. Why wouldn't you want to stay?" Autumn didn't answer her for a long time. She thought about Tiffany's words carefully, but it always came back to the fact that she didn't feel worthy enough to be on this earth. There was no reason not to stay here and try to figure out what she wanted to do in life. Except, she had already made up her mind, even though things were starting to look good. I don't know. Things seem more confused than ever now. Now that good things are happening, do you mean? Yeah. It won't happen overnight, Autumn. Give yourself time to heal and forgive. Autumn contemplated what Tiffany said to her, but it didn't matter. There was no grandmother to live with. She was living in a workshop, hiding out in someone else's property. She hadn't even gotten her first paycheck yet, so she didn't even know if she could afford her own apartment. It all seemed too hard to think about. I can't put that much stuff in my head. Not tonight. Tiffany took her hand and squeezed it again. I understand the overwhelming feeling, trust me. I want you to know that you are making things more bearable for me, Autumn. Don't ever allow the words of those two awful people to affect you anymore. Autumn didn't say anything. There was nothing to say, since they had already changed the course of her life, to the point where she no longer thought her life was worthy enough to live, no matter what anyone said or did. Her mind was made up, wasn't it? For the next week, Autumn had done more singing than working. On Friday she got her first paycheck, and had to do a double take. I don't think I earned this much money, she told Olivia. I can't possibly take this. Olivia looked surprised. You earned it, trust me. Not only did you help me get my files in order, you prepped, cleaned the kitchen area, and most importantly, you entertained my customers to the point that I now have more regulars coming back to listen to you. I'm making more money thanks to you and that voice of yours. That's wow. I'm speechless. Plus, you've got a whole bucket of tips that you haven't picked up. Did you count them yet? She shook her head. I didn't really think about the tip bucket. I know. Every single evening, you leave it sitting there. Anyone else would have scooped that money up and shoved it in their pocket. Let's go find out how much you made. Autumn didn't care, really, until they sat at Olivia's desk and counted the money. $500 for a week's worth of tips? There are $20 bills like mad in here. My customers tip well. I know you keep saying you'll only be here for another week, but you've got a good gig going on here, Autumn. I'm more than happy to keep you longer, whatever decision you make. I'd be happy to have you stay longer. Autumn sighed. It wouldn't matter, until Olivia no longer needed her to sing. She knew how this went. She'd lived too many years as a throwaway to understand that people meant well, but she couldn't count on them. I don't think I can, she told her boss. Between your paycheck and the tips, you have enough to get our own apartment if you decide to stay. Autumn had that thought run through her mind too. Then she realized that something this good would not last. Then what? She'd have to leave the apartment and live on the streets again. I don't need an apartment. Remember, I'm living with my grandmother until I leave. Olivia raised one brow in the air, looking right into Autumn's eyes. Yeah, I forgot about Grandma. She knew. Olivia knew that there was no relative she lived with. It was unspoken between them, but she knew that Autumn was utterly alone. Olivia stared hard at Autumn. Think about it, Autumn. You will always have a place here, okay? Don't let any negative thoughts into that head of yours. You sound like Tiffany. She tells me that all the time. I should buy her something nice. She's been so good to me. There's a whole lobby out there with a ton of shops, and you have a whole bucket of money to spend. Why don't you go take an hour on your break today and shop? Autumn giggled. I never shopped before. Never. Olivia looked shocked. Nope. I never had any real money of my own to just spend. She wasn't going to mention the first check she got from the gas station job had been literally stolen from her hands. After she got thrown out, she continued to work at the gas station until she got fired. When she showed up to work a few times late, and with dirty clothes, he told her that his customers were complaining. He fired her on the spot, and handed her enough cash she stuffed away to pay the trucker to get her out of town. Olivia rose. Now you do? Listen, take an extra half hour at break, and you can work a half hour later this evening singing. Go shopping and enjoy yourself. It's pretty quiet out in the lobby this time of day, so you won't have to people much. She glanced at her watch. I have to go see James. Autumn was so excited, she shoved a fistful of the money from her bucket into her pocket. She hurried out of the restaurant and walked towards the small shops on the other side of the lobby. She had passed a small trinket shop and knew exactly what she wanted to buy for Tiffany. The one other time she had passed by the shop, Autumn had peered in the window and saw it sitting there. She knew that was what she wanted to buy for Tiffany. The saleslady wrapped it for her and placed it into a beautiful silver bag with a matching ribbon. "Thank you," Autumn told her, truly meaning it instead of empty words coming out. It felt good to be able to buy something with her own money. As she walked across the lobby, she spotted a candy shop. Autumn went inside and chose a small bag of chocolate kisses and another box of truffles. She paid the man behind the counter and carried her goods to the restaurant. When she went to the kitchen in the back, Olivia was working on the menu for next week. "I got you something," she told Olivia. "No please, Autumn. You were supposed to buy yourself some nice things." Then she smiled sheepishly. "What did you buy me?" Olivia wiped her hand on the white apron she wore and opened the box Autumn handed her. "Truffles? Oh honey, that is so nice of you," she told her, then popped one in her mouth before holding the box out for Autumn to try one. Autumn shook her head. "I wanted to buy you a gift for all you've done for me. I wouldn't have all this cash if it weren't for you letting me sing here." Olivia gave her a hug. "You have other presents as well," she said, spotting the beautiful silver gift bag. "I got something special for my friend Tiffany. We sit on the dock each night, and she burns a candle. I got her one I think fits the two of us perfectly." Olivia gave her a hug. She held on for an extra moment and looked at Autumn. "You're going to be all right, do you know that? I'm so proud of how you've grown in the past week. I wish you'd change your mind and stay." In a way, Autumn wanted to tell her that she'd stay. She even thought about it while she was shopping. Her mind went back and forth thinking positive thoughts, but then it always went back to all the bad stuff. "I don't know." Olivia nodded. "I understand. Please think about it. I'd love to have you as a regular here every night. My restaurant would become famous, and then I'd lose you to a recording contract and you'd be off to tour the world." Autumn laughed at how outlandish Olivia sounded. "I doubt that." Olivia shrugged. "You never know. As long as you never ever give up on yourself, things can always happen. Dreams do come true. And good things, Autumn. They're not all bad. Remember I said that, okay? Okay. Even if you are at your deepest, darkest hour, remember a smile someone sent your way that you can't forget, or someone's voice that makes you think of them. Or, listen for the sound of the rhythm of the water splashing against the bank late at night when you are sitting there on the dock. Pull the joy from deep inside and force it to the top. Let the darkness go back to where it belongs. How do you know that I feel that way sometimes?" She gave Autumn another hug. "I was you a long time ago. For months I kept to myself, unable to work or smile or laugh or even speak some days. I knew the instant I saw you that you were troubled and something really heavy was bothering you. When I saw you digging for food, I knew I was not going to let you go it alone. I am not alone. I realize that now." "Good. You have your friend Tiffany and you have me. I want you to know that. I wanted to talk to you since there are only 4 days left until the equinox, and you said you were leaving then. I truly hope you change your mind, but just remember if you don't, never let the dark side win. Enough sad talk. Let's embrace the rest of the day, and we have to make soup. Lots of soup. You ready to get to work?" "Sure," Autumn told her even though she hated working in the kitchen. She'd rather be out on the bar stool, singing her heart out. She craved it, and couldn't wait until the supper hour. Then it hit her. 4 days left until the equinox. She hadn't realized it was almost here. Devin pulled into the drive-thru and ordered lunch. He'd been working all morning on several new policies that were being implemented by certain older members of the town council. Of course, they wanted the new chief of police to introduce them to the public during the open meeting next month. 2 of the items didn't sit well with him, and he wasn't going to be pushed around by a few of the members of the city council. They had to come up with better reasons, or a better way. He wasn't going to allow a few people to run this town. Not as long as he was in charge of keeping everyone safe. These new suggestions for changing current rules didn't benefit anyone, except the 2 busybody business owners that decided to make them up. Were they testing him? He was about to let them know in no uncertain terms that he wasn't fooling around. When he took an oath to serve this community, he meant it for everyone, not just a chosen few. Devin sat in his cruiser at the end of the parking lot and finished his lunch, then made his way across the street and stopped in front of the Hideaway Inn, a beautiful older home with a huge front porch. He went to the front door and knocked, then waited for the owner to answer. "Hello? You must be our new chief? Welcome to Hideaway Inn. Come in, please. I'm Laura. Come inside and meet my husband Joe. He owns the mansion on the hill." Devin was surprised the owner of the huge resort lived at the inn. He thought it was odd. After introductions, he wound up sitting at Laura's counter eating a slice of peach pie with whipped topping and a cup of coffee. He pushed the empty dishes back from him and sighed. "That pie was one of the tastiest desserts I ever ate. You should open a bakery." Laura blushed. "That's what everyone says. Now, Chief, I know you are not here for pie since you didn't know that I can bake. Why don't you come out with the reason you're here? It's good I'm not arresting anyone here. I'd feel terrible after that delicious pie." Joe and Laura laughed. "We know that we're not that far gone, Chief. I doubt that I have ever done anything illegal. I have suggested orders from 2 council members to announce some restrictions for limiting the time that any inn or bed and breakfast facility within the perimeter of Hideaway Lake should operate. These council members want all of them to close the doors at 9 p.m. and not allow any check-ins after that time." Laura shook her head. She looked at Joe. "I told you they'd try to destroy my business. Well, I'm not going to cave in to a few old ladies who can't take the competition." Joe smiled. "That's my girl." Laura turned to Devin. "I know exactly who is complaining, and how dare they use their position on the council to try to ruin my business. They're lucky I don't sue them for whatever it is they are trying to do." Joe grinned at Devin. "She gets fired up when it comes to those 2 ladies. They're sisters, you know. Twins maybe. All I know is they live outside of Hideaway Lake by maybe 50 feet and don't have to follow the same rules. I don't know how they are allowed on the town council." "I can answer that for you," Devin told Joe. "They both own several cottages here in Hideaway Lake that they rent out. They only moved when they bought the brick house they use as a bed and breakfast about 6 months ago. They are technically homeowners in Hideaway Lake and can keep their position on the town council. I questioned it myself, since I don't agree with what they are trying to do." "I appreciate that," Joe told him. "My wife's inn is their only competition, and they plan to come up with these harebrained laws so she loses customers. I wonder if they know who they are dealing with. Laura won't stand for dirty dealings." "Thank you, sweetheart. He's right, Chief. I won't tolerate someone trying to ruin me. My ex tried and failed. Miserably, too." Devin was glad to hear it. He didn't like bullies, and it sounded like these 2 elderly women were being bullies and using their position to do so. Bullies came in all shapes and sizes, he figured. "This is the reason why I wanted to stop in and meet you. I got a bonus with the pie and coffee. Have a nice day, folks." Lauren and Joe walked him to the door, then invited him to their holiday party at the mansion. "The whole town is invited, so make sure to take some time off for holiday festivities." "I'll remember that. Thanks." Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Tiffany jogging along the main street. She usually said that she took the trails around the lake, so he wondered why she was going a different way. He called out to her, but she was going too fast. She was almost at a full run when he crossed the street and cupped his hands, then yelled her name. "Tiff, where are you going in such a hurry?" She turned and almost stumbled. "I've been trying to call you." He hurried across the street towards her. "What's wrong?" Clearly, her face was troubled. She appeared frightened. "Did someone try to hurt you?" Tiffany shook her head. "Too late for that. I have to get to the hospital. I was up by the roller skating rink when I got a call from the nurse. I thought maybe you'd be close by and could give me a ride to the cottage. I was thinking you're much faster than an Uber. I'm parked right over there. Want me to take you to the hospital?" He unlocked the passenger door and helped her in, then went to the driver's side. "I'll have you there in 2 minutes. Is someone hurt?" "My husband." "I'm sorry." She put on her seatbelt and stared straight ahead, as he turned the car in the direction of the cottage. So am I. They said he was sent out from the nursing home. His body was seizing. They think he may have had an aneurysm, so he's going to get a CT scan. He is on life support for the time being. I'm very sorry. They turned down the lane, and he pulled the cruiser in the driveway of her cottage. She unhooked the seatbelt and turned to him. I'm sorry too. My husband's name is Jason. He tried to take his own life 2 years ago, Devin. He did this to himself and to our marriage. He was living in a nursing home, in a vegetative state, and his mother fought me and took me to court because I wanted them to let him go. Because of him, I doubt I'll ever be good enough for anyone else. Devin finally knew the whole story. He didn't care. He pulled her into his arms and held her close. She wrapped her arms around his neck and clung onto him so hard that he didn't want to ever let her go. You'll be okay, he told her, trying to soothe her as best that he could. I'm sorry. I sound mean and petty and I have to go. Even though what he did was wrong, he wasn't in his right state of mind. As an RN, I know now that he had mental health issues. I should have known then, but it didn't make a difference. No one should die alone. I have to go. She let go of him and got out of the car. Thank you. I honestly needed a hug. Can you let Autumn know that I had to go to the hospital, and I'm not sure how long I'll be? I can try. She might try to run off like she does every night. Don't chase her off. She's so vulnerable. Well, she's not so much lately since she started singing. I'm so proud of her. Tell her that too. Tell her how proud I am, and that I can't wait to sit with her on the docks. Tell her to please not go wherever she was planning to go. I really need a friend right now. Devin nodded. He didn't want to leave her alone. Do you want me to drive you to the hospital, Tiff? She gave him a sad smile. No, Devin. I'll be fine once I get into go mode. It's a long drive to the hospital. I'm going to throw some overnight clothes in a bag and take off. Do you mind checking on the cottage while I'm gone? Sure will. Drive safe and text or call me when you get there. Promise? I promise. I'll help you to get your stuff. He followed her inside, waiting as she threw clothes into a bag. She ran to the bathroom, grabbed her makeup bag and toothbrush, then stopped when she stared at herself in the mirror above the bathroom sink. To Devin, she looked honest-to-God scared. This is it. When the judge gave me 30 days to change my mind about allowing Jason to be taken off a feeding tube, I knew it would be a slow-dying process and wasn't looking forward to that. It didn't seem real because I didn't have to face it yet. Devin wanted to go to her, but he stood there, giving her the space she needed to talk. But now, tonight, I know that when I walk into the ICU, Jason will be intubated and in a medicinal coma, even though he is in a vegetative state. I also know it has to be my decision to remove the tube. His mother can't make that decision. She raised her eyes to his. This is as real as it gets. Chapter 11. I made it here. Sorry, been in a meeting with the doctors and my mill had a breakdown. I just now was able to text you. Devin read the text and let out a sigh of relief. Even though he'd been busy most of the afternoon and evening, he hoped to hear from Tiff to see if she made it to the hospital without any issues. As a military man and a police officer, Devin understood that a person wasn't always able to call or contact someone when they had promised. He hadn't expected to hear from Tiff right away, but he still kept checking his phone all night. It was almost time for him to clock out for the evening. He'd miss going to the dock for their talk, but she was doing something more important right now. He returned her text. It's really getting foggy since the sun went down. You're staying there, right? Yes, it will be a few days until I can come back home. Good. I'm heading home. Stay safe. Call if you need anything. I'll call you in the morning. You need your rest. Sweet dreams, cop. He grinned. Good night, Tiff. Another text came in a few minutes later. Don't forget to tell Autumn. Be nice to her. She's had a rough time of things. It's hard for her to trust anyone. I'll talk to her. I'm heading that way right now. Good night, Tiff. Good night, Dev. Thanks for being there for me. He sent her a heart emoji. She sent one back. He got into the cruiser and made his way through town towards his place. It was slow going, since the fog was so thick it was hard to stay on the road. Even though he'd been through worse, he had never liked the fog much. By the time he got to his cottage, he parked the cruiser and started walking down the lane towards the dim light he noticed on the dock. That had to be Autumn. His phone buzzed. Pulling it from his pocket, he noticed it was dispatch. "This is Devin." After he hung up from the call, he got back in the cruiser, turned on the flashers and siren and drove out of town. There was a bad accident on the mountain. They needed all hands on deck. His conversation with Autumn was forgotten for the time being. It was hard to see the cottage in the fog, but Autumn had waited for over 2 hours, and Tiffany never showed up. A little earlier the cop had come home, then turned around and left, his sirens blaring. A fire truck and an ambulance flew down the main road too. She didn't think too much of all the chaos going on, since it happened every day in the city. Autumn stared at the candle flickering in front of her. It was her gift to Tiffany. She came here at the regular time and lit it with the intention of surprising her friend. But after an hour and a half, Autumn started to get worried. Tiffany hadn't shown up yet. It was hard to see too far in front of her, but she had walked up to Tiffany's cottage then and noticed her car was gone. All the lights were off too. Had she gone back to the city without saying goodbye? She knew Tiffany came here to make a hard decision. Had she made it and left just like that? Was Autumn of so little value that she couldn't muster enough energy to tell her she's leaving? A small slice of disappointment began to muster itself through her mind. She knew now their friendship was too good to be true. No one truly wanted to be her friend for long. All of the things her foster parents had told her came back to haunt her in the worst way. Autumn held back her emotions as long as she could, trying to push them away, but the force of it all was overwhelming. She wanted to scream at the top of her lungs, but learned early on that did no good. All she did know was that she felt abandoned once again. It happened over and over and over again. She blew out the candle, leaving it sit right there on the dock. No sense in saving it for tomorrow. She doubted Tiffany would come back now. Since the cop wasn't home, and neither was Tiffany, she walked right up to the cottage and went around the back to the workshop. It had been a long day of work in the kitchen, but singing over the supper hour didn't feel like work. Autumn loved it more than anything in the world. There were a few times she was asked to keep playing, but Olivia didn't want her to overwork herself. Olivia would tell the audience they'd have to come back another day to hear Autumn sing. Olivia told her she had to take her tips home each night, instead of leaving the bucket there. "You're making so much money in tips that I think you should put it under your mattress or somewhere safe." If only Olivia knew there was no mattress to hide money under. She had nowhere to hide anything except on herself. So she rolled all her tips up and put them in a plastic bag Olivia gave her, then stuffed it at the very bottom of her backpack. She pushed open the door of the workshop, then lit the wick on the oil lamp, not worrying about anyone seeing the light. In the fog outside, it would be hard to see anything lit up back here. Besides, Autumn was in a mood tonight. One of the I don't give a care moods that happened when things didn't work out according to plan. Autumn thought she was over feeling terrible about her life. This week had been so productive with all that had happened to her. She even considered trying to get an apartment and forgetting about leaving on the Equinox. Her feelings were so volatile right now. She wasn't sure what was real and wasn't real. Settling herself in the recliner, she covered up and stared at the light from the oil lamp. This was no way to live. She had to make a decision, and soon. Now that she was able to earn money, maybe she'd get an apartment and stick around for a while. Except the feeling of abandonment she felt when Tiffany didn't show up, after promising to be at the dock every night, hurt. It felt like someone was tearing her heart out of her chest. Logically, people weren't always able to do the things they said, and Autumn knew that things happen all the time. It was part of life. It just seemed like it took very little for her to fall to pieces. Tiffany was finally able to clear her mind. She hated asking Devin for a favor, but she was worried that if Autumn got to the docks and she wasn't there, it would set the girl back. Tiffany knew Autumn needed some mental health care. As an RN, She had realized over the last few days that the young girl had a lot of trauma in her life and needed someone to talk to. Even if Tiffany hadn't been an RN, she knew by talking to her the past 2 weeks that she wasn't enough for Autumn to completely heal from what she had gone through. Even though Autumn was opening up to her more and more every day, Tiffany wasn't qualified to help her, not with the exact things she needed help for. Autumn's mind seemed very fragile. Her emotions were like a ticking time bomb ready to explode, and Autumn didn't know it. At least Devin was able to go talk to her tonight. That gave Tiffany some relief. She'd find Autumn and spend the day with her once this ordeal was over with. Caroline was on the opposite side of the room, sitting by Jason's side, holding his hand. She had a breakdown earlier, and screamed and fought the doctors during their meeting. They warned her that if she continued to disrupt the hospital and staff, she'd be escorted out by security. Then she'd miss being able to say goodbye to her son. She settled down after the warning, but Tiffany knew she could explode at any time. Tiffany had thought maybe some of Jason's issues were genetic. Maybe Caroline was mentally unstable as well. From the way she behaved throughout, this whole situation had been quite bizarre. Although, to be fair, Tiffany didn't know what it was like to be a parent. She never had that opportunity, and felt deep compassion for Caroline, no matter how much the woman hated her. There was no winning in this situation. She'd missed the Jason she married, but that man hadn't been seen in years. Looking back, Tiffany realized she had been so busy in her career, she neglected to notice his need for help. It was something she'd carry with her for the rest of her life. She knew that she wasn't responsible for what he did. He had to carry that blame. Now it was time to let him go. Give him peace. The fact was, Jason was on a ventilator just like Tiffany knew he'd be. By the time she got to the hospital, the CT scan revealed he did have a ruptured cerebral aneurysm. His body had been seizing terribly, so they intubated him and put him in a medicinal coma. Tiffany knew, and the doctors confirmed there was no sense in keeping his body alive any longer. Basically, the judge's order and the decision to pull Jason's feeding tube in a few days had been taken out of Tiffany's hands. Something needed to be done right now. After Caroline broke down several times, she looked at Tiffany with eyes filled with a kind of acceptance of what had to be done. Still, she stayed quiet and didn't talk to Tiffany. Tiffany didn't blame her. It had to be so difficult for a mother. Caroline's hate towards her didn't matter right now. She was saying goodbye to a husband of 15 years. They had some good years early on. Even though at times her heart hadn't always been in the relationship like he had wanted, they had both worked hard to build a home and make the marriage work. For the first few years right after she got out of nursing school, it had been dreadfully hard to maintain a relationship. She had been working at the hospital in emergency, and sometimes spent days there without going home. He had always been understanding. Many times he'd bring dinner to the hospital for her, and whisk her away for a much-needed weekend. It had been fun back then. Instead of complaining, he worked hard too and built them a strong financial future. He was a financial planner and made sure if something happened to him, Tiffany would be taken care of, and vice versa. At least Jason had done that for her. She hadn't checked their portfolio lately, but she probably wouldn't have to go back to nursing if she didn't want to. Maybe she'd move to Hideaway Lake for good. There was no sense in living in a big house by herself now. Even though the last few years the two of them had been emotionally separated, spending more time alone than together, they had always loved sitting in the living room, watching a movie together in front of the big screen TV. Towards the end, they even had stopped doing that. Looking back, she saw all the things that went wrong, but it was too late to fix them now. Tiffany prayed that he would be at peace. He was such a troubled soul at times. She hugged herself. Right now, all she wanted to do was go sit on the dock and light a candle with her friend. How she needed that girl at this moment. Autumn had a way of bringing harmony to their talks, even though she was so troubled herself. Tiffany's head was so messed up right now. She had so many troubled thoughts going through her mind, and the emotions were sinking her fast. She got up and told Caroline she'd be back in a few minutes. "Go," the woman whispered, her voice hoarse from all the screaming she had done. "I'll sit with him." Tiffany wanted to hug Caroline, but knew that it wouldn't be received well. So she walked out of the room quietly and turned down the hall to where a few machines were tucked into a small area across from a lounge. She bought herself a cup of coffee, then decided to buy one for Caroline. It was a small gesture that hopefully wouldn't be refused. While she was there, she called Devin, but his phone went straight to voicemail. "Hey, it's just me. I got a few minutes away from the room, so I thought I'd give you a call. I bought a coffee from the machine, and it made me think of you. I'll call later, or text me when you get this message. Bye." She hung up, then carried the coffee back to the room. When she got there, several doctors were in the room. They turned to Tiffany and gave their sympathetic doctor smile. "Mrs. Quinn, is there anyone else that would like to come see your husband before we?" She quickly shook her head, not wanting to hear them say it. Even though it was a fact, and she had to do it several times with patients over the years, she still didn't want to hear the words. It sounded too final. Too surreal. "No, it will be Jason's mother and myself. That's all." "Would you like any more time with Jason?" Caroline's sobs began again. Tiffany's lips quivered as she tried to speak. Her mother-in-law's crying was breaking her heart. She wanted to be there for Caroline, but knew it wouldn't be accepted. "I understand how this works. You might want to explain it to his mother," Tiffany told the doctor, who knew she was a nurse. He spoke quietly with Caroline, while Tiffany held Jason's hand when she set the coffee down. She had said goodbye to him so many times, it seemed like a replay of times before in the last 2 years. Now all Tiffany wanted was for Jason to be at peace. "Be in peace now, Jason. I love you." She stepped away, knowing this was it. Even though she was a nurse and saw this before, the reality of it happening to her loved one was a feeling she'd never forget. It was heartbreaking watching Caroline sobbing as the doctor talked to her. Caroline looked right at Tiffany as if she needed her support. Tiffany whispered, "Be brave. He'd want you to be brave." She barely nodded, but Tiffany knew she heard her. She watched Caroline take in a deep breath and straighten her shoulders. "I'm ready," she told the doctor. "If you'd like to step outside so the nurses can remove the machines, you can. Or you can stay. It's up to you. As I said, he may expire immediately or hang on for a while. We just don't know these things." "I'll stay," Tiffany told him. Caroline closed her eyes. "I'll stay too." In that moment, there was a quiet understanding between the two women. Tiffany didn't dare say a word. The tension in the room was like walking on a tightrope. She was so afraid Caroline would snap. Tiffany and Caroline both stepped back as the nurses worked on Jason. Tiffany stared, not really seeing what they were doing. Her thoughts went back 15 years to remember the man she met so long ago, who helped her get over Devin. She had made a good life with him, until it wasn't so good anymore. She'd miss that part of their lives together. "Goodbye, Jason. May peace be with you." Chapter 12. "Chief, I insist that you go to the emergency department," Deb told him. "You've been out here all night and half the day. Keep your nasal cannula on your face, please." Devin thought the paramedic was too bossy. They all had been working together for over the last 12 hours, clearing up the accident along the mountain road. It had been a tough situation, with a 5-car pileup and several entrapments. One of the cars was pushed halfway over a ravine, with a man entrapped on the driver's side. Each time they tried to get to the car, it would move slightly. The firefighters were worried the car would topple down the ravine and kill the driver. Devin had come to help, but all he was doing was helping to direct traffic around the scene and make sure everyone was safely out of their cars. He knew that he could leverage himself across the car and balance it so it wouldn't topple down like the fireman said it would. He was trained in the military for disasters. He had announced to the others that he had an idea and had them secure a harness around him. When he got to the victim, he knew that he'd have to give the victim his harness to get him to safety. "How are you feeling?" he asked the man inside the vehicle. Devin had assessed the man's height and weight from earlier, so he knew they were about the same. "Stuck." The man's deep voice sounded strong. "Yeah, I see that. I'm going to cut your seatbelt off and put this harness on you. Tell me if your legs can move because I can't see them." "I'm wiggling my toes. They're fine." Good. At least he didn't have any paralysis for now. It was hard telling once they pulled him out what that would do to him. I don't think I'm hurt, he told Devin. Actually, I feel no pain. That's not always a good thing. I'm getting ready to snip. If the car moves, brace yourself. At any time we both can go tumbling down the ravine. I'm going to do my best to get you out of here. Good luck. I tried to get out myself, but it didn't work. At least the guy had a sense of humor. Devin saw blood on his pant leg. He had an injury, but Devin had no clue where. It was either get the man out of the car or worry about a wound. He chose to get him out. He cut the strap around the driver's waist first, then cut the other strap, carefully and steadily freeing him from the seatbelt. The car moved slightly. Devin leaned in the opposite direction, balancing out the weight. He held his breath, knowing full well their luck may or may not hold up. Devin was confident that if the car let loose, he could jump to safety, but the entrapped man would not be able to. It was imperative that he did make it. Devin was also lucky half of the roof had been torn off in the accident, making it easy for him to get some leverage. You're one lucky man, he told the guy. Yeah, guess so. Starting to feel a little lightheaded. Didn't see that coming. I just released the harness from myself. I'm going to lean over you and attach it as quickly as I can. There will be a slight tug when the men above us pull you out. Are you ready? Ready as I'll ever be, he told Devin. His voice wasn't as strong as it had been when Devin first got on the scene. He had to work fast. Okay. I'm placing the harness on you right now. You'll notice a slight dip, but don't panic. I've got this. Before the man could answer, Devin whipped the harness off and had it around the victim. He secured it the best he could and motioned for the men above to begin pulling him out. He's clear. He was slowly hoisted up out of the car, dangling in the air for a few minutes, as the firemen above were careful not to make any sudden moves. Devin took his place in the seat and used all of his weight to balance everything to keep the car from going down the ravine. We got him secured, one of the firemen called down. Stay put, we'll send the harness right down. Devin waited, focusing his thoughts on Tiff instead of the fact the car may let loose at any moment. She had asked him to let Autumn know she was at the hospital, and he failed her. He wouldn't fail her again. Tonight he'd make his way to the dock and let the girl know about Tiff. He kept his mind focused on good things, instead of what may happen at any moment. We're pulling you up, one of the firemen called down, bringing him back to reality. Devin let himself go limp to make it easier for them to pull him out. He no more than hovered above the wrecked car when it sounded like gunshots went off all around him. The noise took him back several years to the war, and he lost his focus for a moment. All of a sudden, the car exploded below him. A cloud of black smoke came out of nowhere, encasing Devin in darkness. He felt it in his throat, his eyes burned, and he held his breath knowing the cloud would disappear in a moment. Then the harness jerked several times, taking him by surprise. Devin opened his mouth to shout, but it filled with the black smoke. He began to cough as it went deeper into his lungs. Thankfully, it didn't last too long. Before long, the air around him cleared, and he was able to open his eyes and breathe through his nose and mouth. It didn't stop the coughing and hacking. He was getting so hoarse, it was hard to talk. That's when Deb, the paramedic, stepped in and started ordering him around. Didn't she know he just saved a man's life? She should be praising him, but instead, she was giving him orders. For a short period of time, he felt dizzy and sick in his gut. So she stuffed a nose cannula in his nostrils and told him several times not to take it off. He discovered after taking it off a few times, she was right. Now she was insisting he go to the emergency room. I don't need the hospital. I'll be fine shortly. Deb put her gloved hands on her hips, turned and stared him down. I'm telling you that if you don't go to the with the ambulance, I will tell everyone in town that the new chief of police is an ass, and they will believe me because I have more clout here than you do. You're kidding. She shook her head. I'm totally serious. I'm usually a nice person, but you've been out here all night, and I know for a fact you are dehydrated and need some saline to fix that. You also inhaled a ton of black smoke. Go to the and get fixed up. Thank you. She turned her back and went to the next person. Devin had never been told off like that before. She was probably right. He needed to get some IV fluid in him. He wanted to know how the other guy was doing. He called out to her. "Okay. I'll go for a few hours, but I need to know how the guy we rescued is holding up." "The chief is going to the ER. Let's get him there," she told her partner. She told Devin that by the time they got the guy in the car on a litter, he had lost consciousness. One of the paramedics recognized him. He is one of Joe Russell's brothers, but they can't tell which one because they are twins. It's either Josh or Jonathan, but we won't know until he wakes up. Joe owns the mansion on the hill, and a ton of other buildings, in case you don't know. They secured him in the ambulance, then drove him to the closest hospital, which wasn't too far away. He spent most of the day there, then insisted on leaving when the 2 IV bags were empty. One of his deputies were coming out to pick him up. While he waited, he had called Tiffany, but she didn't answer. He texted her to let her know there was an accident, and he'd been on the mountain most of the night. No response. She might be driving, he thought, and left her a few texts. She was alone right now, and he was worried that she'd need him, and he wasn't there for her. Devin rechecked his phone, going over his texts and then listening to his voicemail. There had been one call from her yesterday morning that he hadn't listened to, so he did so as he waited. She sounded so tired. All he wanted to do was to pull her into his arms and sit on the porch swing like they used to. This day had been a nightmare. He wanted her soft touch and sweet smile close to him. He missed her already. How can that be? Devin drifted off while he waited for the other police officer to pick him up. He hadn't slept all night, and it was starting to hit him. As he let himself go into a deep slumber, he saw Tiffany's face as he drifted off. While she spent the last moments with Jason, Tiffany had turned her phone on silent mode to be respectful. She now waited outside his room, in case any of the nursing staff needed her to do anything else before she left this hospital for good. She felt the air in the hallway change the moment Caroline came through the door, and braced herself for the onslaught of horrible words she knew Caroline was capable of. She felt the older woman stand beside her, but Tiffany was afraid to turn and look at her. She didn't want to see the hate in the woman's eyes anymore. There was nothing to say or do that would change what just took place. "I'm sorry," Caroline whispered. She took Tiffany's hand and held it for a moment. "Once I stopped being selfish, I saw a wife who clearly loved her husband." Tiffany let out a long breath of air. "I did love Jason. It was the disease I did not love. Mental health is a big issue today, and we need to do something about it. There has to be better care for those who need help." Caroline sniffed. "I didn't even know he was hurting. I'm to blame for this," she admitted. "I was his mother, and didn't see it." Tiffany shook her head. "I blamed myself for a long time, thinking there was something I could have done. Even though we are nurses, we are not qualified to help someone who is contemplating suicide, Caroline. Don't blame yourself." Tiffany was truly worried that her mother-in-law would slowly die inside. Hopefully she'd find some help for herself. "I think we both may need some therapy to get over this." Caroline shook her head. "I don't think so. If you'd like to follow me to the house, Jason had some things that were his father's, and I'd like for you to have them. I believe there is a watch, some cufflinks, and other items." Her eyes lit up for the first time since they got to the hospital. "How can you be so forgiving after what I said to you?" Tiffany didn't know. She often wanted to scream at Caroline to shut up, but never had the guts to do so. "You said it out of a hurting heart. I imagine that God would want me to forgive you. I'll follow you." Caroline took off first, knowing the way to their home. Tiffany followed behind, a sick feeling in her gut. She was exhausted, and yet it was important to make sure Jason's family heirlooms went back to Caroline. She wasn't sure how Jason got them in the first place. After unlocking the front door, Tiffany switched on the lights. It felt cold and dreary inside. She stood in the foyer knowing that the house was too much for her. In that moment, the decision to move to Hideaway Lake was made. As she walked through the house and up the stairs, she felt lighter, as if a heavy burden was taken off her shoulders. Caroline accepted the box that Tiffany handed her. She sat down on one of the chairs in the living room and went through it, holding a watch to her breast. Jason's father gave this box to him a month before he passed. He had planned out his death very carefully. All I know is he wanted Jason to have these things. Is there anything else of Jason's that you'd like to have? There were tears in her eyes when she looked at Tiffany's face, then lowered her gaze to Tiffany's hand. The realization of what she was going to ask hit her hard. Caroline wanted the wedding set that Jason had given her. Tiffany stared at the set. She never had a daughter or a son from Jason to be able to hand them down like they were handed to her years ago. Jason was gone, and she was in her mid-40s. This set had been passed from his grandmother to his mother. It no longer belonged to her. She slid them off, knowing it was the right thing to do. The moment they were in Caroline's hand, she closed the palm of her hand into a fist, put the rings in her purse and snapped it shut. Then she got up holding the box in one hand and slinging her purse over her shoulder. "Goodbye, Tiffany." Tiffany watched the older woman march to the door. She opened it up, then turned back one last time. "Just for the record, I did mean every word that I said." She walked out, slamming the door behind her. Chapter 13. Devin was instructed to take the day off, which he refused at first until the prior retired chief of police stopped by to make sure he was doing okay. "I don't want to have to leave retirement because you didn't take care of yourself," the old man told him. "It has been a long day," he admitted. "I've been in worse shape than a little smoke damage. Even so, if you want to hang around and take calls, I'll go on home. You have other officers willing to stand in for you. I'll man the office, and they can carry on their business. Get out of here, son." Devin had to admit he was exhausted. He drove home, parked the cruiser and walked to Tiffany's cottage to make sure all was well. Nothing looked out of order. He glanced at the dock and noticed a candle sitting all by itself, which reminded him that he needed to talk to Autumn tonight. He walked back up to Tiff's place, then sat on the swing, reminiscing about the good old days. Rocking back and forth, Devin saw Tiff had left him a text. He hit the call button and waited. "Hey," she said, her voice raspy and low. "Hey," he repeated. "What are you doing?" "I'm staring into the fireplace. I just got duped by my mother-in-law." "Duped? What happened? Do you need me to drive out there?" Wherever that was, she never told him where she lived. It could be any town 2 hours away. "Yes, duped. Remember how I told you my mother-in-law was so hard to deal with?" "Yes." She apologized Ed at the hospital, right after Jason passed. "I offered her some of Jason's things and she followed me here. I don't know, in my state of mind I believed that she truly felt sorry for being such a witch." Devin grunted. "No one changes that quickly." "You're right," she told him. "She talked me right out of the wedding set I was wearing." Devin sat up. "What? That's not right. It belonged to the Quinn family. We never had any children, so it's only fair that it goes back to them. I'm sure there may be a cousin, or great-great someone she'll want to give them to." "Are you okay with that?" "Yes. I'm celebrating that I'll no longer have to deal with that old bat any longer. I almost forgave her, because I thought it was the right thing to do. Turns out she had her own agenda. Oh well, I'm having a glass of wine, Devin. Hopefully it will knock me out so I can sleep a bit before I come back to Hideaway Lake." He was hoping she'd come home today, but didn't want her to drink and drive, let alone drive while she's tired. Not after the car accident that happened on the mountain. "Get some rest. We've had quite the action here the past day or two." "What happened?" She was instantly alert. "Is Autumn okay?" "I haven't seen her yet. We had a big accident on the mountain last night. I haven't slept yet." He didn't tell her about the big rescue. There'd be time for that later, once she was here. "I'm sorry you're having a rough time of things. I've been sent home by the old chief of police." He laughed at the irony of it. "Did you get hurt?" "Devin, please don't tell me you are in the hospital. I can't bear to see another one of those buildings today." "I'm actually sitting on your swing on your porch talking to you," he said. She laughed. "Thank goodness. I'm getting tired and want to make some phone calls. I decided to leave this place and move to Hideaway Lake for good." Devin had the biggest smile on his face when he hung up from the call with Tiff. Was there a chance for the two of them? Maybe? Her coming back here to live was the best news he got all day. She told him she was going to make some arrangements to have the furniture sent to auction and put the house up for sale. They were minor details. Soon she'd be here for good. Not just to visit, or to make a major decision. Devin thought at first he had made the wrong choice coming back to Hideaway Lake. Not anymore. He didn't believe in coincidences. He climbed into bed after stripping off his boots and uniform, then set his alarm for 9 in the evening. He still had to talk to Autumn, and he didn't want to forget. Especially with the news that Tiffany had just revealed. He knew Autumn would be delighted as well. Nothing could stop his good mood now. Not even a bratty teenager with an attitude. Autumn was late for work. It didn't matter though, she wasn't even sure anyone noticed. Olivia would have noticed, but she wasn't in the kitchen. Chef Nicole had motioned for her when she got there, and gave her instructions for the day. I usually eat breakfast when I get here, she told Nicole. Do you mind if I make a few slices of toast? Chef Nicole shrugged. Can you make it quick? We're going to be a little behind the 8 ball today. Olivia won't be here, and she usually fills in when we have a lot of work to do. Now was as good of a time as any to ask. Where is Olivia? Didn't you hear about the accident last night? I heard sirens. Chef Nicole rolled her eyes. The whole town was woken up by the sirens. Joe's brother was in a bad accident last night. Who is Joe? You never met Joe? Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting you haven't really been here long. Okay, I'll give you the scoop. Go make some toast and I'll fill you in. Autumn was so disappointed that Olivia wasn't here to talk to today. She really needed some encouraging words, and Olivia always had good things to say to lift her up. She took her time getting the toast to Chef Nicole's dismay. Can you hurry, Autumn? I swear you are in slow mode today. What's going on? I'm waiting for you to tell me about the accident. Autumn redirected Nicole, so she wouldn't ask any personal questions. Autumn did not want to talk to Nicole about anything. She was too flighty, and didn't seem as compassionate as Olivia. Plus, she was only a few years older than Autumn. Olivia's husband James is business partners with Joe Russell. Joe owns this building and a ton of other real estate. He's supposed to be really rich, and get this, he lives with his wife in her inn across from the cafe. They could be living here in one of the fancy apartments, but they live in an old cottage that she turned into an inn. Can you believe it? Anyway, one of Joe's brothers was in the bad car accident last night. Is that why Olivia isn't here? Of course. She went to the hospital to support James. Plus, Olivia's mother is married to Joe. So it's technically Olivia's family. I get it. Nicole was talking slow like Autumn was in 3rd grade. One part of her was glad that Olivia was able to go help her family, and the other part of her was jealous because Autumn had no family to rely on or go to. She had no one to talk to. Tiffany left, possibly for good, and now Olivia would be busy too, and the Equinox was the day after tomorrow, and she still wasn't sure what decision she'd make. Why did it have to be so hard? Autumn spent the longest day at work she'd ever had. Even her set at the dinner hour seemed to drag on. She wasn't sure if it was her, or the fact Olivia wasn't there to lighten things up. She had to learn not to depend on others for her happiness. And yet, that was exactly what Autumn was doing. If she couldn't make herself happy, then she didn't deserve to live. It was as simple as that. Right before she was ready to leave for the day, Chef Nicole got a phone call. It's for you, Autumn. Don't leave yet. Autumn went to the phone in Olivia's office. Hello, she answered. Hey. How did your set go? It went all right. It was Olivia checking in on her. That lightened her spirit a little. I'm sorry I wasn't there to cheer you on. We have some serious stuff going on here, so I'm not sure when I'll be back to work. The restaurant can carry on without me, but I need your cell phone number so I can wish you a happy birthday in case I'm not back by then. I always forget I have a cell phone. There wasn't anyone to call, and Autumn had no friends to call her. She didn't even text anyone, but she gave Olivia the number anyway, not expecting to hear from her. It looks like they might air flight him out of here to another hospital. I'll call you on your birthday, okay? Goodbye, Olivia. She hung up, feeling indifferent. It was nice that Olivia asked for her number, but she honestly didn't think the woman would call. She wasn't going to wait for it. Autumn made her own supper and wrapped it up, then stuck the 2 containers in the reusable tote bag. I'll see you later, she told Nicole, who waved goodbye. Autumn took her time walking the trail, feeling extra lonely tonight. She made her way to the bench by the lake to eat her supper, then sat a little longer staring into the water. After a while, she got up and trudged down the trail, her guitar slung over her shoulder as she headed to the dock. She had it timed just right that she'd get to the dock right at dusk. She wasn't going to wait long for Tiffany to show up. If she didn't show up within the hour, then Autumn was done. She'd go to the workshop and crash for the night. Her head was in such a dark place tonight, so she got her guitar out and slowly began to play. After a while, she began to sing. An hour went by, until she realized that Tiffany hadn't shown up. Again. It took her deeper into the abyss. You don't need Tiffany to brighten your spirit. She tried to tell that to herself, but it didn't work. Because she did need Tiffany. Plus, she missed her so much that she wanted to cry right now. Instead, she used the music to bare her soul. She was so into her music, she never heard the footsteps that came onto the dock. A body sat down on the chair, and she thought it was Tiffany. When she finished the song she was playing and looked up, she gasped when she realized it wasn't her friend after all. It was the cop sitting in Tiffany's chair. She stopped strumming the guitar. Then cockily she asked, "Are you going to arrest me, cop?" He laughed. "You still have that attitude towards me?" "Well, kind of. I mean, you were so cruel and tried to put me in jail for no reason. And you sound overdramatic." "Maybe?" She wasn't going to let him see she wasn't as tough as he thought. "Tiff called earlier and told me to let you know she is still figuring things out and she'll be back soon. She was too tired to drive back today." "Okay. Thanks." Devin frowned at her. "You don't seem too excited to heat the news. I thought you two were pretty close." She shrugged, trying to look like she didn't care one way or another. "If we were so close, she would have told me she had to leave. Instead, she just took off like nothing here mattered." Devin watched her carefully. It gave her the creeps. He was so intense she swore he looked right through her, and knew that Autumn was as vulnerable as ever right now. "I learned in the military, life has a whole lot of surprises that we have to adapt to. Not everything is in black and white." Tiff had no choice when she left here. She didn't have time to tell anyone. Autumn stared at him. He knew. How was it that he knew everything about her? Was she being unreasonable to want the same thing as her friend? "You knew, cop. It doesn't make a difference anyway." "What's that supposed to mean?" He wasn't staring at her anymore, but looking into the candle flame as if he were mesmerized. "It means that I'm fine, no matter what happens." "Are you sure, kid? By the way, since Tiff isn't here to defend you again, I want you to know that there is no grandma the next lane over. I stopped there the other day, and the only folks who live there are the owners of the playhouse." "Why did you lie?" Autumn didn't even care that he knew. Maybe she lives 2 lanes over. "Another lie. I see that comes easy for you." He wasn't saying anything she didn't already know. At least he was honest. "Whatever. Maybe my grandmother doesn't exist except in my mind. Wouldn't that be weird? Now you're just being a smart-mouthed teenager." "It doesn't matter. I have to give Tiff a call when I get back to the cottage." "What do you want me to tell her?" "Tell her I'm fine. That I have never been better. I've got my music, and with all the tips I should be able to afford my own apartment soon." "She'll be happy to hear that." He got up and started walking across the dock. "Plus, if you have your own place, you won't have to sneak into her workshop any longer." He held up a hand. "Don't lie. I had a hunch and am right. Your face tells me everything I need to know." "It's dark. How can you read my face in the dark?" She wasn't going to admit a thing to a cop. "I've been in the military, against people that you don't know if they are enemies or allies. You learn real fast who to trust or you die. Whatever. If she were honest, she wouldn't want to go against a man like him. He seemed quietly dangerous. He scared her, and that's why she was always giving him a smart mouth. It was a way of defending herself that she didn't even realize. Whatever you do, don't disappoint Tiffany. She cares about you, Autumn. I don't want to see her hurt. For now, I don't see you sneaking into the workshop, but when Tiffany comes back, you need to tell her the truth. Do we have a deal? She wasn't going to make any kind of deal with the cop. Whatever, she told him, sticking to that word. I guess that's as good as I'm going to get. See ya, cop. See ya, kid. Chapter 14. Thanks for calling, Devin. I tried calling you yesterday evening after I spoke to Autumn, but you must have been out of it. I let the phone ring twice, then gave up. Did you see the text? Yes. I slept for 15 hours straight, can you believe it? I guess that glass of wine did me in. Devin laughed. At least I didn't have to arrest you for a DUI. I'm glad you decided to stay put. So am I. The sleep did me good. I drank a glass of wine, relaxed by the fire, and then crawled into bed. Now today I have to make more phone calls. When I leave here, I don't want to come back unless I'm signing the deed off to my house. I may even have it done by proxy. Need some help? I can come out to you if you need me there. I have to do this alone, Devin. There's 15 years of memories I need to make decisions on. I know you understand. Yeah, I do. Do you? From what I know, you've never been married. She had always wondered why he stayed single. I was married to the military. Although, trust me, I've had my share of flings over the years. I better change the subject. I don't think I want to know about your flings. How is Autumn? I can't wait to see her again. I miss her so much. She claims to be doing great. I went to talk to her at the dock last night, and we had a conversation that didn't go too bad. She keeps calling me cop. He laughed. She's not too fond of cops. I guess they never did anything when she tried to get help when her foster parents were so mean to her. She was going to the wrong place for help. I don't know her situation, but it's a shame kids can't get help when they need it. You're not telling me anything new, Devin. If Jason had known where to get help, he may be alive today. I don't know. All I know is there has to be a change somewhere. Maybe I'll retire from nursing and work more in mental health development. God knows we need to do something. It's an important profession, Tiff. I'm glad you're moving back here. I forgot to tell you that Autumn said she's been making enough tips that she'll soon be able to afford her own apartment. Truly? Oh, Devin. That's wonderful. When she talked about leaving, I got really scared. After going through what I did with my husband, I look back and realize that there were signs of deep depression in him. So, some of the things she said made me fully aware there may be issues with her as well. Maybe that's why I was so drawn to her. I thought when she said she was leaving on the first day of the equinox, which is her birthday, she meant she was going to leave this earth. I don't know, it was just the way she said it. She definitely has issues. Especially about lying. I am hoping she is honest with you when you get back. I hope so too. I'm pretty sure she hasn't always told me everything, but we had that kind of bond where we didn't need to disclose everything, you know? I felt better when we talked. Now that I know she's going to be okay, I'm going to hurry up and get these things done and get home by her birthday. When is her birthday? Midnight tonight. I'll head out of here about 10 this evening. There won't be much traffic on the roads then, and it will give me enough time to get everything I need done. If you see a little celebration on the dock at midnight, you'll know I'm home. Come join us. It's a Friday night, so would you mind asking Autumn to meet me at midnight? We're going to celebrate. I may even get some fireworks to send off over the lake. It sounds like a big celebration. We're going to make it a big celebration. She deserves this. I guess so. She'll be at the restaurant all day today. Would you mind stopping in to tell her to be there at midnight instead of earlier? I don't mean to be so needy right now, but it's important. I know exactly where to find her. I'll see you tonight, Tiff, and no worries. I got you. 2 hours later, when Devin pulled into the parking lot of the mansion, he strolled through the lobby, making his way towards the restaurant. He searched the area, but didn't see Autumn anywhere. He noticed the sign at the entrance said it was closed from 1 to 3. A girl in a white chef's hat walked past him. "Hello." She turned and smiled. "Oh, hi. Can I help you? We are closed right now, you know." He nodded. "I'm here to speak with Autumn. Have you seen her?" The girl shook her head. "Nope. She never showed up this morning. I had her breakfast ready, and she was a no-show. I guess she made enough money singing that she thinks she's now a star. Probably headed to Nashville to get bigger and better gigs." The girl laughed at her own joke. "Thanks. If she shows up, will you have her call?" He handed his card to her with his cell number on it. "Let her know it's about Tiffany. She'll understand." "Will do." Before he left, he checked at the front desk to find out if there was any word on Joe's brother. After the man at the desk patched him through to Joe's wife, she let him know that the man was in stable condition. "I'll try to stop in and see him when he's feeling better. Thanks for the update." He hoped the guy would make it. He was a pretty tough dude until the end when he passed out. At least he was still alive. Devin had 2 meetings later in the afternoon, so he cruised around town checking out the activity going on. There were a few travelers coming and going from the Hideaway Inn. He'd have to deal with the 2 sisters that were trying to put Laura's inn out of business soon. It was going to be a headache he wasn't ready for, but he didn't like bullies, so there was going to be problems before it was all over. Then he saw her. Autumn was going into the public restrooms near the playhouse. He pulled up alongside the fence where cars weren't supposed to park, but it was okay for the police cruiser to do it. He had to admit, that wasn't really a good thing, but there were privileges about being a cop, as Autumn would word it. He waited over 15 minutes. When she came out, he noticed she wore the same ripped blue jeans and shirts that she had on the first day he caught her in the dumpster. At least the clothes were clean. Her hair was stuffed underneath the beanie, so it was hard for anyone to tell if she was a male or female. But he knew. "Hey," he called out. She noticed his patrol car and slowly made her way over, making sure to stop before she got too close. The same walk and nonchalant expression was on her face as the first day he saw her. "You playing hooky?" Autumn rolled her eyes. "That's a weird word to use. I called off. Wasn't feeling up to working today." "Where are you heading?" "Around and about. Why do you want to know? Am I breaking any laws?" Devin laughed. "No. You are not breaking any laws. I came up to the restaurant to tell you that Tiffany will be back tonight by midnight. She wants to celebrate your birthday with you. So she asked me to let you know." "Thanks." Devin continued. "She said she misses you, and to meet her at the dock at midnight." "Okay. So, you'll see her at the dock at midnight?" "I'll try my best." "You okay, Autumn?" "I'm great. See you around, cop." With those words she walked off, going down one of the trails that led into the woods. Her guitar was hanging over her shoulder, along with her backpack. "Don't disappoint Tiffany," he called out. "She's expecting you to be there." For some reason, he had an uneasy feeling. Maybe it was too many years having to be so cautious in the military. She turned and waved. "Trust me, I won't disappoint another soul as long as I live." That was a weird thing to say. He almost wanted to follow her to see where she was going. Then 2 teenagers got into a street fight, and he had to go break it up. Autumn was forgotten for now. Autumn thought at first the cop was going to follow her into the woods, so she stepped it up a bit, walking faster on the trail. She had been wandering along the trails all morning, stopping at different areas of the lake, staring at the water, wondering what she was going to do. There was so much to consider. At least everyone was off her case. She hated when others tried to figure her out. It wasn't that she needed help. She felt the way she felt, and nothing was going to change her mind. She missed Tiffany's voice, and how she was always able to make Autumn feel better. But she couldn't depend on Tiffany to make her happy. Autumn had a brief bit of happiness when she sat on the bar stool and sang to the crowd. It wasn't going to last forever. She didn't know how to make it last. Nor did she think people would want her to sing to them for much longer. She didn't know why, but there was always something in the back of her mind telling her she wasn't good enough. Without Olivia at the restaurant, she didn't want to be there today. Autumn didn't even bothering calling off. What did it matter? She had a decision to make today. It was looking more and more like her foster parents were right about her life. But she wanted to take the day and reflect on everything that had happened in the last few weeks. Before sundown, Autumn was getting hungry, so she went to the cafe to eat. She sat in one of the booths in the back, ordering the special of the day. An overflowing plate of meatloaf, mashed potatoes and green beans was set in front of her, and she dug in, eating over half the plate until she spied a chocolate cake on the counter. She ordered a huge piece of cake and a glass of milk. Her last meal. Autumn still hadn't made the decision of what to do. She left the cafe, then walked down the main street, not really caring that it was dusk, and someone might hit her if they didn't see her walking along the side of the road. She was in one of those foolish moods where her mind told her if she got hit by a car, then the deed would be done. Somewhere deep down she knew those kinds of thoughts were ludicrous, and yet she didn't care right now. She wanted to be out of pain. She didn't want anyone else to ever hurt her again. As she turned down the lane, her mind was pretty well made up. She walked past the cop's cottage, peering in and noticing that his lights were out. Plus, the cruiser wasn't there yet. Tiffany's cottage was still dark. Who knew if she was going to make it tonight, or in time for Autumn's birthday? It was probably the best thing for everyone that she made the decision to go ahead and go out with the Equinox. She went to the workshop for the last time, setting her backpack on the recliner, then digging in one of the boxes for a knife she knew was in the box. Slicing the bottom of the backpack, Autumn reached in and pulled out a container of pills that she stole from her foster dad. His name stood out on the front of the label. She stared at it a minute, hating what she was about to do. He'd laugh at her and tell her she was doing it for the greater good. No one wanted her anyway. Hearing his voice in her head had her popping open the bottle and pouring the combination of pills into her palm. She pulled out a bottle of water she carried around with her, and without hesitation, she took the handful of pills, washing them down with the water. 15 minutes later, she didn't think she felt any different. Staring at the guitar, she picked it up and made her way to the dock. There were some blurry moments as she stumbled a few times. The pills must have been working, since she now realized she wasn't walking steady. When she got to the dock, she lit the candle, almost knocking it over as she sat in the Adirondack chair. Wobbling back and forth, her brain felt giddy. She wondered if this was how her foster parents felt every time they took pills. How were they able to parent? That's right, she surmised, they were lousy parents. In that moment when she thought of them, hate beyond anything she felt before came to the surface. After the anger and hate, she felt nothing. No pain. She wasn't a burden to anyone like this. She was just being nothing. She glanced at the screen of her phone. Another hour until her birthday, and she'd truly be flying high with the start of the Equinox. It was good she had left an hour early. Tiffany had stopped at the local grocery store and bought a leftover cake from the bakery. She had them put Happy Birthday Autumn on the front, and picked out a card for her, some balloons and those things that make sounds when you blow into them. There were no fireworks, but she'd grab all the candles in the house, and she had plenty and light them up all over the dock. It would be glorious. She pulled into the lane and noticed that Devin wasn't home yet. He had texted earlier and said he told Autumn to be at the dock at midnight, so she had a little time to get the candles out. She pulled into her driveway, then ran into the house and grabbed about 12 candles and a lighter. After stuffing them carefully in a box she had under the sink, she took them down to the dock, illuminating the whole area in light. In her excitement, she didn't notice the one candle that was lit up already. When she looked at it, the candle was so dim, almost like it was at the end of its burn time. If a candle was lit, that meant Autumn was here. She looked around and didn't see her, then pulled a candle from the box and lit it up. It gave a little more light, so she took the rest of the candles, one by one, and lit them all up, setting them around the dock. Autumn's guitar was sitting on the Adirondack chair. Maybe she had to go to the bathroom or something. At least that would give Tiffany time to get the cake and balloons down here. She left the dock, making her way to the car, when headlights turned down the lane. Tiffany closed her eyes. It was Devin. He was going to join them for Autumn's birthday. This was going to be such a nice end to a crazy couple of days. She waved, then waited as he got out of the car. He walked towards her. No, he came at her like he was going to bowl her over and pulled her into his arms. She felt his muscles through his police uniform, and it felt so nice. I missed you, he told her. I missed you too, Devin. I'm holding you in my arms, and I don't care what you or anyone else thinks or says. She laughed. You're squeezing me to death. He loosened his hold. I'm sorry. You feel so good. She cupped her hand on his cheek. I'm glad you're here. Let's give Autumn one hell of a party. She reached in the back door to get the cake, when his strong hands beat her to it. Let me get that for you. Everything was in one giant box. Tiffany walked alongside of him as he carried the box to the dock. The candles lit up the whole dock area, their flames making a small circle around the dock. Devin stopped in the middle of the dock. Where's Autumn? She was here. There was a candle lit when I got here, and her guitar is on the chair. What's wrong, Devin? I don't know. Something doesn't feel right. I know the two of you have your differences, but Autumn has changed. Try to be nice, okay? Devin set the box down in the middle of the dock. He pulled out a small flashlight that was hanging on his belt. He shined it around the perimeter of the dock. Wait here, he told her, holding an arm out. That's a canoe, Devin. It hangs there during the off-season. I don't think my parents ever used it. She followed Devin to the edge of the dock, where the canoe was attached to the wood. When she saw what he was looking at, Tiffany gasped. They both dropped to their knees at the same time. Call 911, Tiffany ordered, going into nurse mode. Devin picked up Autumn's limp body and laid her out on the deck. He was already on the phone when Tiffany started CPR. When he gave the ambulance directions, he ran to his patrol car, then ran back down carrying a box. He tore the box open and handed it to Tiffany. Narcan nasal spray. Tiffany worked fast, pushing it into her nostril. With a jerk, Autumn's body revived, and her eyes flew open. They were blank, staring straight ahead as Tiffany began to cry. Stay with us, she told Autumn. Girl, stay with us. The ambulance pulled up, flooding the whole dock with their lights. They worked on Autumn until they got her stable, then strapped her to the litter and left. It happened so fast, Tiffany was still in shock. I can't believe she overdosed, but the signs were all there. Fast thinking on your part to get the Narcan. Devin put his arms around her. She said she was okay. I wasn't expecting this. Tiffany wiped at her tears. We've got to get to the hospital. I'll drive. Devin was calm and in control. Tiffany was not. He walked by the chair Autumn's guitar was slung over and stopped. What's this? He picked up a pill bottle and handed it to Tiff. It looks like oxycodone. It's a strong dosage too. We should investigate the name on the front. The bottle does not belong to Autumn, and I have a feeling it belongs to her prior foster parent. She said they use drugs. I'll take it back, he told her. Right now, let's get you to the hospital. Another trip to the local emergency department had Tiffany trying to stay in control. Devin drove the patrol car with lights and sirens blazing, pulling up to the entrance. When they got there, Autumn was stable. One of the nurses came out to ask for some signatures. She's 18, Tiffany told her. Is there any family members here? No. Just us. We're all she has. It was a long night, but she was kept under sedation and calm until they could get her a room in their locked unit. Once there, the doctor explained, she'd be referred to several local facilities to get some help. Tiffany shook her head. I want her in the Karen Foundation. She'll receive better care there. I don't think she has insurance. I realize that. Get her there and I'll pay the bill. Joe and Laura Russell and James and Olivia were coming out of the elevator. They overheard the conversation and walked up to Tiffany and Devin. Is that the girl who sings like an angel? He asked. It's Autumn, yes. Olivia was shocked when Tiffany explained what happened. We have to help her, Olivia told her husband. My husband passed recently, and the money I get from the insurance company will pay for her treatment. Devin looked at her strangely. I didn't think insurance companies pay out for suicides, he said softly enough so the others didn't hear. He didn't die of suicide, and it's been more than 2 years since he tried to do that. He died of an aneurysm. It's on the death certificate. I'd rather use his insurance money to help someone like Autumn. You're one hell of a woman, he told her, kissing her cheek softly. I'm with you on this. She's going to get all the help she needs, Tiffany told the others. I'll make sure of it. If you need anything, let one of us know. Tell her to hurry up and get back to singing. Our guests are going to miss her. Chapter 15. 2 months later. Karen Foundation Lobby. Autumn was nervous. Today was the first day she was allowed to have visitors. It had been a long couple of months since she tried to take her own life. At first, she didn't want to see anyone, especially Tiffany or Devin. She didn't want to see the disappointment in their eyes. When they walked into the lobby, she looked across the room and saw something in their eyes that she didn't ever think she'd see. Love. Acceptance. Friendship. Autumn got up from the chair and ran to Tiffany. She wrapped her arms around her friend and began to cry. I'm so sorry to put you through this, she apologized over and over. Don't apologize, Autumn. Let's sit down and talk. They moved to a more private area facing the outside. White snow laid on top of the bushes and trees. It had been a cold, snowy winter, but since Autumn was in this place, she didn't have to venture out very often. Hopefully, by the time she got out, it would be warmer weather. Devin got up and looked around. I think I'll take a look around. See you both in a little while. He's not so bad letting us have time to talk, Tiffany pointed out. He's still a cop, Autumn said, then laughed. Tiffany shook her head. You better get used to having Devin around. I kind of like him. Yeah, same. Considering he helped to save my life, I guess I like him too. I'm so proud of you, Autumn. You didn't leave here these past 2 months, even though you had every opportunity to. They have a great mental health program, and you've been doing everything you're supposed to. Autumn shrugged. I've been working hard to get through this. Thanks for coming today. Tiffany gave her another hug. Are you okay talking about that day? She nodded. She'd gone over that day again and again, then worked on her feelings with the therapist. They told her she needed to talk to Tiffany about it too. It's going to help if I do. When Devin told me you were going to save your money to get an apartment, I thought you were going to be okay. Everything was looking up for you. I still don't understand. I don't know, Tiffany. I'm learning that my mental health is unstable from all of the trauma and things that I went through all my life. My foster parents made it worse instead of getting me the help I needed. I do know some of the things to look for now. I feel so foolish for not recognizing it twice. My husband had signs everywhere, but I never thought he'd do what he did. When you talked about leaving on the first day of the equinox, I did worry you were going to try to take your own life, but then everything seemed to be working out for you. That's what happens, Tiffany. No matter how well things seem, in the back of my head, I believed every negative thing about me that my foster parents told me. I felt abandoned by my biological parents already, but then as I went from foster home to foster home, each time they made me feel worse. I felt like a curse that everyone passed around. So even though you were doing well, nothing had really changed. You still felt worthless? Yes. Right before I took the pills, I remembered how the babies always got to be adopted, but the older kids like me were just sent from one home to the next. We weren't good enough to be adopted. I'm working on those feelings now. It's really helping. I want you to know that Devin and I will always be here for you. Devin came back in and sat beside Tiffany. I guess you're not so bad after all, he teased. Yeah, same to you, cop. I've got some good news, Devin mentioned. I took the pill bottle and had the name on the bottle tracked down. I'm sure you could have told us the name, but we wanted you to get treatment. Eventually, you'll have to send in a statement, but he's in jail, and your 2 foster parents will never be allowed to do any foster care again as long as they live. Autumn cried. She let the tears fall and didn't feel ashamed. Tiffany gave her a hug, and Devin wasn't sure what to do. He was in love with Tiffany though. She could see through her tears how much he cared for her. Autumn was glad. The two of them had a special bond from way back that probably couldn't be broken. She gave them both a smile. Thank you both for being here for me. Always. We may let you down at times, but we are your friends for life. By the way, I want you to know that if you don't feel strong enough when you get out of here to stay by yourself, I have permanently moved to Hideaway Lake. There is a bedroom for you, if you want to move in with me until you are ready to be on your own. I'll think about it. Okay, I thought about it. I'd love to rent a room from you, at least for a little while. Someday I want to be on my own. Done. I'm going to renovate my old bedroom for you. What's your favorite color? Autumn didn't know. She always wore dark colors to hide from the world. Maybe blue? I'm not sure. Tiffany shook her head. I'll go to the paint store. Then on our visit next Sunday, I'll bring a swath of colors and you can choose the one you want for the walls. The outrageous pink walls have to be painted over. It feels nice to have a choice. Doesn't it? This is only the beginning, Autumn. You don't have to be so nice to me. I'm not fragile any longer. I won't fall apart now. I've learned some things here that will help me. Tiffany took both of Autumn's hands in hers. I was not able to have any children. I knew there was a bond between us the first day we met. When I went to clean up the dock the next day, I read the candle you were burning that night. Harmony. I knew you felt the same way. You and me are in harmony with each other. Maybe you are meant to be mothered by me. Maybe I get to have a child that is already grown up who needs me more than ever right now. Let's just go with the flow, as they say in my day. Autumn gave her a hug. She even pulled Devin into a hug. Thanks, Cop. He grinned. You can call me Devin. Autumn shook her head. Nah, that'd be too easy. The healing was just starting, but they all knew they had each other's back. Autumn knew it was going to be a long road to get where she needed to be. She was glad to be going back to Hideaway Lake when she got out of treatment. It was the only place that she ever felt like it was home. The end. Thanks for reading The Hideaway Equinox. This was a hard story to write at times, since I've experienced the loss from suicide and mental health in my own family, and watched it happen in others as well. But it is a subject that needs to be recognized, and mental health is real. So to all those who need help and don't know where to turn, know that help is out there. Don't ever think you have to do this alone. One point that I was trying to make about Autumn's mental health issue was that even though everyone seemed to think she was doing better, she really wasn't. Sometimes things are hidden that others can't see. This was a fictional story based on real-life issues. If you think someone needs mental health help, don't hesitate to call for help. National Suicide Prevention Hotline or Veterans Crisis Hotline 1-800-273-8255. What's next at Hideaway Lake? Laura and Joe are concerned about his younger brother, who was badly injured in a horrific car wreck. After months of rehabilitation, he is released home to battle not only physical scars, but emotional as well. Will he accept the help from his family and friends, or turn them all away? How can he join in the holiday spirit all around him when his soul feels empty? But the folks in the Hideaway community know exactly what he needs and who he needs in order to recover. Will they be able to help him, or will he refuse their good intentions? Spend another Christmas with the Maya family during the Yuletide season, and find out what's been going on in this small town and rural community with the people you've gotten to know and love. Coming in October 2023.